Rings Without Masters. By Mr. Oblivious. 1. The Road Back to Forks. The welcome sign appeared between the trees, smaller than Lucas remembered and far more difficult to pass than any border. He eased the Mustang down to the posted speed while Alice rested one hand over his on the gear lever. In the mirror, Edward's Volvo followed with Bella beside him, then Carlisle's Mercedes and the moving van Rosalie had refused to trust to strangers. They had crossed the country as a family convoy, changing drivers, routes, and stopping places with Jasper's precautions still shaping every mile. Yet the first wet roofs of Forks made those precautions feel suddenly like an excuse for why they had come. Alice watched the familiar shops slide past her window. "You're holding the wheel as though it might object." Lucas loosened his grip. "I'm deciding whether arriving counts before we've unpacked." "It counts when Charlie sees us." Her thumb moved once across his knuckles. "Everything after that is furniture." The police cruiser stood outside Charlie's house, although his shift should have kept him at the station for another hour. Charlie waited beneath the porch roof in shirt sleeves, one hand hooked into his belt and the other hanging uselessly at his side. He'd clearly come outside intending to look casual. The attempt failed the moment the Mustang turned into the drive. Lucas parked beside the cruiser. Before he could reach for the door, Charlie crossed the yard, stopped as if he'd remembered the rest of the family behind them, then opened Lucas's door himself. "You made decent time," Charlie said. His gaze moved over Lucas's face, then found Bella climbing from the Volvo. Relief broke through every careful line he'd prepared. "Both of you." Lucas stood, and Charlie pulled him into a hard embrace that smelled of coffee, wool, and the house behind him. Lucas held on without pretending the greeting was ordinary. "We're home, Dad." Charlie released him only when Bella reached them. He caught her next, one arm around each twin for an awkward second while Edward and Alice waited near the cars. "You said you were coming back," Charlie murmured. "I just didn't know whether that meant a visit." Bella looked across Charlie's shoulder at Lucas. The question waiting beneath his words belonged to more than this afternoon. Lucas met his father's eyes. "It means we brought everything." Behind them, the moving van's brakes hissed. Charlie glanced at the line of vehicles filling his street, then gave a rough laugh and rubbed one hand over his mouth. "Yeah," he said, "I can see that." Charlie tried to send everyone toward the Cullen house before the first suitcase reached his porch. Esme had rooms waiting, he reminded them, and the narrow Swan driveway wasn't built for a convoy. Bella answered by taking 2 cardboard boxes from the moving van and carrying them inside at the careful pace she'd practiced. "We're staying for lunch," she said as she passed him. "You can complain after we've eaten." Charlie watched her cross the living room, then looked at Lucas. "She always this bossy now?" "She's had professional training." Lucas lifted a suitcase from the Mustang and made its weight appear to pull at his shoulder. "University changes people." Alice hid her smile as she followed him inside. Edward remained near Bella while the rest of the family continued toward the Cullen house with most of the luggage. Within minutes, Charlie's front room held only the twins, their partners, and enough bags to prove they weren't passing through between flights. The afternoon light fell directly through the kitchen windows. Lucas took the chair Charlie indicated without seeking shadow or turning his face away. The glamour ring gave human eyes living color, softened the hard perfection of his skin, and muted the bright gold of his irises. Across the table, Bella looked warm and healthy beneath the same correction, though Lucas knew neither of them had drawn a breath since sitting down. Charlie set bread, sliced meat, and a jar of mustard on the table. "I didn't know what time you'd arrive." Bella reached for a plate. "This is perfect." Lucas copied her, building a sandwich he wouldn't eat once Charlie looked away. Charlie sat opposite them with his coffee, but his attention drifted past Lucas to the framed photograph near the refrigerator. Their high school graduation picture showed Bella trying not to squint, Lucas laughing at something beyond the camera, and Charlie standing between them with one hand on each shoulder. Charlie lifted the frame and held it beside Bella's face. 4 years. Bella's fingers paused against the bread. "Dad? You both look exactly the same." Charlie attempted a smile, but concern remained beneath it. Most people come home from college looking older, tired, or at least badly fed. Lucas glanced at Alice. The ring had solved the obvious wrongness, not the passage of time Charlie remembered. Charlie returned the photograph to its place and wrapped both hands around his mug. "So tell me something straight. How long are you actually staying? Lucas left the unfinished sandwich on his plate and met Charlie's stare. The easiest answer would have been a date, something definite enough to sound reassuring and distant enough to preserve an escape. That was how the family had lived before Boston. Every home had carried an unspoken ending. We're not here for a visit, Lucas said. Alice and I are living at the Cullen house. Bella and Edward will be nearby. We came back because this is where we intend to live. Charlie glanced toward Bella. All of you agreed to that? Bella set down her knife. We argued about it properly. Nobody dragged me back. That sounds more like this family. Charlie rubbed his thumb around the rim of his mug. I'm asking because Carlisle's already started at the hospital. Dr. Gerandi mentioned it when I saw him yesterday. Lucas looked toward Alice. Already? Alice's smile carried no surprise, which meant she'd known and allowed Carlisle to tell them in his own time. He completed the paperwork before we left Boston. His first shift started this morning. Charlie reached for the coffee pot and filled his mug, although it was still half full. They've been short in the emergency department. Apparently he walked in and had people rearranging schedules within an hour. That sounds like Carlisle, Bella said. Her expression softened as she looked toward Edward. He doesn't know how to return quietly. Charlie nodded toward the kitchen window. Esme's been the same. She had contractors at the Cullen place for weeks. Roof checked, water back on, rooms aired, half the furniture uncovered. I passed 3 delivery vans on that road yesterday. Lucas had pictured the house waiting beneath dust sheets, available if the family decided to remain. Instead, Esme had reopened it before their convoy crossed the state line, and Carlisle had accepted patients who would expect him back after every shift. Alice slipped her hand beneath the table and closed it around his. She wanted it ready when we arrived. Charlie studied Lucas again. People are going to notice if you vanish after they've made room for you. The warning held no suspicion, only the tired honesty of a father who had watched his children leave before. Lucas turned his hand beneath Alice's and linked their fingers. Then we won't vanish, he said. Whatever happens next, Forks won't be a place we abandon because leaving is easier. Charlie's shoulders eased. He pulled the mustard closer and pointed at Lucas's untouched plate. Good. Now prove you still remember how lunch works. By evening, open boxes crowded the Cullen living room while Esme moved among them, rescuing lamps and framed photographs before Emmett could stack anything heavier on top. Lucas sat beside Alice on the floor, sorting books into piles for the library in their room. The house smelled of cedar, clean fabric, and the damp forest beyond the windows. Every restored surface showed how long Esme had prepared for them. Alice's hand stopped inside a box. Lucas turned before she spoke. Her eyes had gone distant, but the vision passed quietly enough that Rosalie continued arguing with Emmett over a crate marked fragile. Alice's fingers closed around a book she hadn't lifted. What did you see? Lucas asked, keeping his voice low. Alice looked at him, then toward Carlisle near the fireplace. Red cloaks. A stone room and maps spread across a table. She set the book down with deliberate care. Washington State. Someone marked Forks. The room changed around the words. Edward lowered the box in his hands, while Bella moved closer to him without surrendering the photograph she'd been unwrapping. Carlisle crossed from the fireplace and crouched beside Alice. Did you recognize anyone? Carlisle asked. No faces clearly enough. Alice pressed her fingertips against Lucas's wrist. They weren't attacking. They were studying roads, distances, and approaches. Rosalie glanced toward the dark windows. We haven't even unpacked. Edward set his box beside the wall. We could leave before observation becomes a visit. Separate routes, no fixed destination, and no workshop to draw them here. Lucas looked at the crates waiting near the hall. Several held his records, tools, and the surviving work brought back from Boston. Hiding them again would be easy. The family had packed quickly often enough to know how. Charlie's relief remained sharper in Lucas's mind than the red cloaks. Carlisle had patients expecting him tomorrow. Esme had reopened every room because she believed they would use them. No, Lucas said. He rose and crossed to the small lockbox containing the carriage house keys. We've spent enough years letting danger decide where home is. Carlisle watched him lift the key but didn't challenge the choice. Reopening the forge will confirm that your work continues. It continues whether the doors are open or not. Lucas closed his hand around the key. Tomorrow we secure the house. After that, Rosalie and I reopen the forge properly. Alice stood beside him and slipped her fingers through his free hand. The future had followed them home, but Lucas wouldn't answer it by leaving again. 2. A house that was still theirs. Morning light reached through the restored windows without finding dust, covered furniture, or the stale neglect Lucas had expected. Esme led him and Alice upstairs while voices and moving crates traveled through the open rooms below. She'd preserved every familiar painting and table, but the house no longer felt sealed around the family's old life. Fresh rugs softened the floors, books filled the shelves again, and someone had placed flowers in the landing window. "I didn't change anything that belonged to you," Esme said as she opened the last door along the eastern corridor. "I only gave you somewhere to begin." The suite extended across 2 former bedrooms, joined by an open doorway where Esme had removed the door but preserved the frame. One room held a wide bed, Alice's low dressing table, and the wardrobe they'd brought from Boston. The other had Lucas's reading chair beside the windows, 2 empty bookcases, and a small writing desk positioned where Alice could sit with him without sharing the same work surface. Alice crossed to the wardrobe and opened it. Her clothes were already arranged beside Lucas's with space left between them for the boxes downstairs. "You unpacked us." "Only what arrived early." Esme watched her touch the shelves. "I wanted you to enter a room, not a storage problem." Lucas moved to the window. The carriage house stood beyond the trees, its roof dark from overnight rain. From here, he could see both the workshop approach and the drive. After Alice's vision, the position felt useful in ways he didn't want to encourage. A crash sounded below, followed by Rosalie's voice. "That crate contains precision tools, not exercise equipment." Emmett answered from the hall. "It contains metal, and metal goes near the garage." Lucas and Alice reached the stairs behind Esme. Emmett stood beneath a crate marked workshop records while Rosalie blocked the front doors with both hands on her hips. 3 more crates waited beside the living room sofa. "The workshop isn't secured yet," Rosalie said. "These stay inside." Emmett shifted the crate higher. "Inside where?" "We're turning the living room into a loading dock." "Not the dining room," Esme said. Her gentle tone stopped both of them more effectively than shouting. "And not Lucas and Alice's suite. This house is going to remain a home." Lucas descended and took one end of the crate. "The records can go in Carlisle's old study until we inspect the carriage house." Rosalie released the doorway. "Fine. Tools stay boxed until I check every lock." Emmett carried his end toward the study. "Excellent. A compromise in which I still do all the lifting." Alice caught Lucas's hand as they followed. The red cloaks hadn't disappeared, but Esme had already established the first defense against them. The house would prepare for danger without surrendering every room to it. The study accepted the workshop crates without complaint, though Lucas suspected Carlisle's desk would remain unusable until Rosalie finished inspecting the carriage house. He just set the final records box beside the bookcase when tires crossed the wet drive. Esme turned toward the windows before the engine stopped. Carlisle entered through the front door carrying his medical case and a folded white coat over one arm. The glamour ring gave him believable color, but it couldn't hide the crease left by a stethoscope against his collar or the hospital identification card still clipped to his shirt. Esme met him in the hall and accepted the coat. "You said the shift ended 40 minutes ago." "It did." Carlisle kissed her temple before setting down his case. "Dr. Gerandi asked me to review an emergency rota, and one of the residents wanted help speaking to a family before I left." Emmett leaned from the study doorway. "You've been back 1 day, and they're already refusing to let you escape." Carlisle smiled as he removed his identification card. "They've been covering vacancies for months. Leaving on time felt less important than making sure Dr. Patel didn't face that conversation alone." Lucas followed him into the kitchen, where Esme had arranged untouched cups around the table and placed a warmed bowl of soup at Carlisle's seat for appearance rather than need. Carlisle sat, loosened his cuffs, and drew a folded sheet from his case. "What's that?" Lucas asked. "A revised schedule." Carlisle passed it across the table. Several shifts had been marked in blue ink, with handwritten notes beside 2 names Lucas didn't recognize. "Dr. Gerandi expected me to begin with occasional coverage. By midday, he'd asked whether I could take responsibility for 2 regular emergency shifts and supervise the newer residents." Alice read over Lucas's shoulder. "You said yes." I said I'd confirm after speaking with the family. Carlyle looked around the kitchen. Returning here belongs to all of us. Rosalie entered from the hall, wiping dust from her hands. Do you want the work? Yes, Carlyle said. The department needs another experienced physician, and I missed practicing medicine where people knew me well enough to disagree. Lucas studied the names beside the shift changes. These weren't distant patients who would forget Carlyle after one treatment. Residents would build their training around him. Nurses would expect him beside them during difficult nights. What happens if we have to leave? Lucas asked. Carlyle's expression remained gentle. Then I resign properly, help replace what I've accepted, and explain my departure to the people depending on me. The answer removed every easy route. Lucas looked toward the restored rooms beyond the kitchen, then at the schedule carrying obligations the family hadn't possessed yesterday. Confirm it, he said. We came home to live here, not to remain ready to disappear. Carlyle picked up his phone. Before he dialed, headlights moved between the trees, and Alice's hand closed around Lucas's wrist. They're early, she said. Jasper and Anya just reached the drive. Jasper's car stopped beside the porch, its tires dark with road spray. He stepped out with one leather case, then circled toward the trunk as Anya lifted a smaller suitcase free. They reached for the handle at the same time, and Anya laughed when Jasper's hand closed over hers. You've already carried the maps across 3 states, she said. Let me arrive with some dignity. Jasper released the handle but took the flat document case beside it. You navigated. I prevented you from choosing every road according to defensive value. Anya bumped her shoulder against his as they crossed the drive. That deserves credit. Lucas opened the door before they reached the porch. Alice embraced Anya first, while Jasper clasped Lucas's shoulder and looked through the restored hall. His gaze paused on the staircase, where the bedroom he'd once shared with Alice remained along the eastern corridor. The recognition crossed his face without becoming a retreat. Esme kissed both arrivals on the cheek. I prepared the western rooms, but nothing is fixed. Change whatever you need. She led them upstairs to 2 bedrooms joined by a small sitting room. One held shelves, a broad desk, and space for Jasper's music. The other had a writing table beneath the window and bare walls ready for Anya's photographs and Denali records. Both doors opened into the room between them. Anya walked through each bedroom before returning to Jasper. Separate rooms? Jasper set down the document case and glanced toward the shared sitting room. With this between them, if you like it. Her expression softened. Doors we can leave open when we choose. That was my thought. Then it sounds like ours. Esme's smile warmed. I hoped it might. Jasper carried Anya's suitcase into the room she'd chosen, setting it beside the wardrobe rather than unpacking it for her. She caught his hand before he withdrew and kissed his knuckles, a small gesture that made the old corridor feel less crowded by memories. Lucas helped open the document case on the central table. Denali letters and signet sketches rested above a road atlas covered in 2 different hands. Jasper's neat block lettering marked fuel stops and safer routes. Anya's notes added cafes, scenic roads, and 1 inn followed by 3 underlined words, never again. Alice laughed when she found it. I need that story. Anya looked at Jasper. He trusted a sign that promised historical charm. The building was historical, Jasper said. The plumbing was prehistoric. Jasper's smile reached his eyes as Anya leaned against his shoulder. Lucas watched them settle into a space that respected Jasper's past without asking either of them to live inside it. Downstairs, Carlyle's voice carried from the kitchen as he confirmed his hospital schedule. The house wasn't restoring old arrangements. It was making room for the lives its family had chosen since leaving. Esme arranged the evening around the long dining table, although only Anya and the twins made any serious attempt to move the food on their plates. Carlyle had finished confirming his hospital schedule. Jasper sat beside Anya with their road atlas closed near his elbow, and Emmett was halfway through describing the moving van driver's expression when Alice's head turned toward the western windows. Her hand closed around Lucas's beneath the table. Someone's at the edge of the property. Jasper rose before she finished. Anya stood with him, but he touched her wrist and looked toward the dark trees beyond the glass. One person, Alice said. Her eyes lost focus briefly, then returned to Lucas. Jacob. Bella pushed back her chair. Why isn't he coming to the house? No one answered immediately. The treaty line didn't touch Cullen land, but Jacob had never needed a formal invitation to cross the driveway before. Lucas left his untouched plate and followed Jasper through the rear doors. Bella and Edward came behind them, while the others remained nearer the house. Jacob waited where the gravel drive narrowed between the trees. His motorcycle stood several yards behind him, angled toward the road as though he hadn't decided how long he intended to stay. He wore an unfastened jacket despite the cold, and heat rose visibly from his skin. Lucas stopped well short of him. "You could have come inside." Jacob's gaze moved past him toward the lit windows. Jasper and Anya stood near the porch, close enough for their scents to carry across the grounds. "Looks crowded." "It's family," Bella said as she joined Lucas. "You're allowed to be part of that." Jacob's mouth tightened. "Am I?" The question changed the space between them. Lucas heard Jasper shift behind him, then deliberately remain near the house. Jacob rubbed one hand across the back of his neck. "Sam sent me to confirm how many vampires came back. We counted the Cullens yesterday. Then 2 more scents crossed into Forks tonight." "Jasper and Anya are visiting from Denali," Lucas said. "They warned us before they traveled." "That doesn't help anyone on our side who wakes up burning." Jacob looked toward Bella, and the anger in his face gave way to something more tired. 3 kids have fevers. Maybe it passes. Maybe it doesn't. Bella took one step forward, then stopped before entering the distance Jacob had chosen. "Why didn't you call?" "Because I wanted to see how many cars were here." Jacob looked back toward his motorcycle. "And because every time your family comes home, mine has to count the cost." Lucas glanced at the restored house, its windows bright behind him. Esme had made room for everyone who could cross the drive. Jacob had come as far as the edge and waited there alone. "I'll come to you," Lucas said. Jacob faced him again. "Not tonight. Tomorrow, here, just you." Lucas nodded. "I'll be here." Jacob started toward the motorcycle, then paused. "Home's easy when the door opens from your side." He rode away before Lucas could answer. 3. The friend who had to come. Lucas reached the edge of the property before Jacob's motorcycle came through the trees. He'd told Alice where he was going, then left the house alone, as Jacob had asked. Behind him, the Cullen home remained hidden among wet branches. Ahead, the narrow road led west toward people who had felt the family's return before anyone had spoken to them. Jacob stopped beside the same strip of gravel where he'd waited the night before. He killed the engine but remained seated, one boot planted on the ground. His eyes moved over Lucas's empty hands and the woods behind him. "You actually came alone," Jacob said. "You asked me to." Lucas stopped several yards away, leaving Jacob the distance he'd chosen. "How are the kids?" Jacob looked down at the motorcycle's fuel tank. "Still burning up." Seth's mom checked on 2 of them before sunrise. One cracked a bathroom sink because his hand slipped. Lucas kept his face still, though the damage required no explanation. Human fever didn't give a 16-year-old enough strength to break porcelain by accident. "Have they started shaking?" "One has." Jacob's fingers tightened around the handlebar. "Sam says we should move him away from his family before he phases. His parents think he's sick, and nobody's told them why half the council keeps appearing outside their house." "How many?" Lucas asked. 3 with fevers. Maybe 4. Jacob lifted his gaze. "All since your family came back." Jasper and Anya arriving made the heat worse. Lucas glanced toward the trees separating the road from the house. Jasper and Anya had crossed no treaty line. They'd warned both communities and remained on Cullen land. None of that changed what their presence had awakened. "I'm sorry," Lucas said. Jacob swung off the motorcycle. "That's not why I came." "It's still true." "Good for you." Jacob removed his gloves and shoved them into his jacket. "You get to feel guilty in a restored house full of people you missed. Those kids get pulled out of school, lose every private thought they've got, and start patrolling because vampires decided Forks felt like home again." Lucas accepted the anger without stepping back. "Do they know what's happening?" "No." Jacob looked toward the western road. "Sam wants to wait until the first one phases. Says telling them early might cause panic. It'll cause more panic if he changes without warning." "That's what I said." Jacob faced him again, exhaustion cutting through the anger. "I need you to understand this before we talk about friendship, visits, or who gets invited inside. Your family arrived yesterday. Mine started changing before you'd finished unpacking. Lucas let Jacob's words remain between them. An apology couldn't cool the fevers, return privacy to the pack, or give those families the ordinary week they'd expected before the Cullens drove back into Forks. What can we do? Lucas asked. Jacob gave a humorless laugh and stepped away from the motorcycle. That's the problem. You always ask that after you've already done the thing. We came home. Exactly. Jacob spread one hand toward the hidden Cullen house. You made a choice for your family. Nobody on the reservation got a vote, but we still get the consequences. Lucas looked down at the wet gravel beneath his shoes. He'd thought accepting blame without defending the family would show respect. Jacob heard it as another clean gesture that cost Lucas nothing. We warned Sam before we returned, Lucas said. We gave dates, numbers, and travel routes. You informed him. Jacob's voice hardened. That isn't the same as asking, and I'm not saying you needed our permission to live on your own land. I'm saying every option works better for you. Lucas lifted his gaze. Tell me what I'm missing. Jacob pointed toward the house. Bella wants to see me. I cross onto Cullen land. You want to talk, I come here. Charlie has dinner. I sit at a table with vampires because that's where his kids are. Jasper and Anya visit. I'm the one who drives over to count cents. You've always been welcome. Welcome where? Jacob moved closer, stopping just outside Lucas's reach. Your house. Charlie's house. A roadside on your side of the line. You can't come to mine. Bella can't come to mine. Edward can't even stand on the beach where we used to hang out. Lucas felt the answer form and rejected it before speaking. The treaty protected Quileute land. That remained necessary, but necessity didn't make the friendship equal. I'm sorry, he said again, quieter. Jacob shook his head. You're doing it again. Lucas held still. Then don't let me hide inside guilt. Give me something practical. Jacob's anger eased only enough to reveal the exhaustion beneath it. Start by noticing who always travels. Who enters whose territory. Who has to stand at the edge of a driveway because walking up to the door means crossing into a house full of scents that wake more wolves. Behind Lucas, the property remained open and familiar. To Jacob, reaching it carried a cost before anyone welcomed him inside. Lucas glanced toward the road leading away from both homes. Then we stop making this the only place we meet. Jacob followed Lucas's glance toward the road. Where? I don't know yet. Lucas stepped closer to the gravel shoulder and looked east, mentally tracing roads that belonged to neither Cullen land nor the reservation. Public places. Trailheads, cafes, beaches outside the treaty boundary. Somewhere you don't have to enter vampire territory every time you want to see us. Jacob folded his arms. Bella can't sit in a crowded cafe without people noticing something's wrong. She can with the glamour ring, as long as we behave like people instead of assuming the ring hides everything. Lucas drew out his phone but didn't open the map yet. We could find places with room, limited foot traffic, and more than one approach. You'd choose them with us. With you, Jacob corrected. Not for us. Lucas met his gaze. With you. Jacob stepped beside him as Lucas opened the map. The nearest coastline curved across the screen, broken by state land, private roads, and stretches Lucas didn't know well enough to trust. Jacob pointed away from La Push before Lucas could enlarge it. Not First Beach, Jacob said. Not any place inside the reservation because it feels familiar to Bella. The line doesn't become flexible because you miss something on the other side. I wasn't going to ask. You were going to think about asking. Jacob's expression remained hard, but the accusation lacked its earlier heat. That's how this starts. One harmless visit, one emergency, one exception everyone swears won't count. Lucas lowered the phone. The treaty line stays where it is. No vampire crosses it for friendship, family, medicine, or convenience. Jacob studied him for several seconds. Say that when Bella asks. I will. And when Charlie's hurt. The question struck deeper. Lucas pictured the old house beyond town, Charlie alone after a fall or illness, and the nearest safe route passing through land Lucas could never enter. I'll still keep the treaty. Jacob's shoulders eased slightly. He took the phone and enlarged a section south of the reservation. There's an old logging turnout here. Nobody uses it except hunters in season. Farther west, there's a beach that isn't ours, but the access road washes out sometimes. Lucas leaned closer without touching the screen. Would either place work for Bella? Maybe. Jacob handed the phone back. We check them first, in daylight, without bringing the whole family. Just us? Jacob glanced toward the hidden house. You and me to choose the ground. Bella can decide whether she wants to use it afterward. Lucas saved both locations. Tomorrow? After I check on the kids. Jacob returned to his motorcycle. Neutral ground doesn't change the treaty, Luke. No, Lucas said, it changes who has to travel alone. Jacob pulled on his gloves but didn't start the motorcycle. He looked at the 2 saved locations on Lucas's phone, then toward the Cullen house hidden beyond the trees. If one of those places works, I'll tell Bella myself, Jacob said. I don't want her hearing that neutral ground means she's welcome back on the reservation. She won't hear that from me. Lucas slipped the phone into his pocket. Tomorrow, after you've checked on the kids. Jacob settled onto the motorcycle. I'll call. Don't bring Alice to scout the sites. Lucas understood before the objection reached his face. Alice had never crossed the treaty line, but her scent carried the same consequence as every other vampire's. Just me. Jacob started the engine. Before pulling away, he looked back once. You coming alone doesn't make you human again, Luke. I know. The motorcycle rolled down the road and disappeared between the wet trees. Lucas remained beside the gravel until the engine faded. Jacob had come because friendship still mattered, but every mile between La Push and Cullen Land had required him to carry both sides of it. Lucas turned toward the house. He'd crossed only half the grounds when Jasper and Anya emerged from the western path, returning from a walk beneath the trees. Anya held a folded map against her coat, and Jasper carried the small field case they brought from Denali. Their scents moved ahead of them through the damp air, fresh and unmistakable. Alice stepped from the rear terrace before Lucas reached them. Her attention found him first, then shifted past him toward the road Jacob had taken. The brightness left her face as her eyes lost focus. Lucas crossed the remaining distance. What do you see? Alice caught his hand, but her gaze stayed fixed on something beyond the grounds. One of the boys' phases before tomorrow night. In some futures, another follows within 2 days. Anya stopped beside Jasper. Because we're here? I can't separate it cleanly. Alice looked toward them with visible regret. The Cullens' return began the fevers. Your arrival increased the vampire presence, and the futures changed again after your scents settled over Forks. Jasper's hand tightened around the field case. We warned Sam before crossing into town. You did everything the treaty requires, Lucas said. The defense sounded inadequate even as he spoke it. Anya looked toward the road. Requirements don't erase consequences. Lucas thought of Jacob's saved locations and the children burning in homes Lucas couldn't enter. Jasper and Anya belonged here by invitation, yet their visit had already reached families who would never meet them. Alice's fingers closed more firmly around his. The first change is coming soon. Lucas faced the house, where restored windows shone through the trees. Home had opened its doors to everyone he loved. Beyond the property, more doors were closing around frightened children because they'd returned. 4. The forge opened again. 2 days after Jacob's visit, Lucas unlocked the Forks carriage house and pushed the door open against the drag of swollen timber. The forge remained intact beneath years of disuse. Canvas covered the benches, dust softened the outlines of cabinets, and the rolling mill stood bolted beside the western window exactly where he remembered leaving it. The old ventilation hood hung over the soldering station. A pale web stretched between its switch and the wall, trembling when cold air entered behind him. Rosalie carried the first crate across the threshold and set it beside the records cabinet. You can stand there remembering things, or you can help me find out what still works. Lucas wedged the door open with a wooden block. I was checking whether the frame had shifted. You stared at the room for 30 seconds. It was a thorough inspection. Rosalie pulled the canvas from the nearest bench. Dust rose between them, revealing old scorch marks, shallow tool scratches, and the round stain left by a crucible stand Lucas had once meant to replace. He folded the cover instead of dropping it, then carried it outside while Rosalie opened the windows one by one. They worked from the walls inward. Lucas tested cabinet locks, unwrapped hand tools from oiled cloth, and arranged each piece beneath the task lamps. Rosalie checked them against the original inventory, marking stiff hinges, rusted file tangs, and a cracked torch hose that would have to be replaced before any flame touched the room. The personal dies remained clean. Lucas lifted one from its fitted tray, turning the engraved face beneath the window light. He remembered cutting it before Boston, when sunlight rings had still felt like the largest consequence his work might create. Now Arrow knew his name. Jacob's people were phasing in growing numbers, and Denali had brought signet sketches whose meaning extended far beyond decoration. Alice entered carrying a fresh battery for the stopped wall clock. "You're meeting Charlie at the diner at 12:30. Rosalie glanced up. "The clock says 4:11. "The clock's been wrong for years." Alice replaced the battery and adjusted the hands. "Luke's promise hasn't." Lucas opened the records cabinet. His older notebooks stood in order, while Boston's newer files waited inside Rosalie's crate. He reached toward the first volume, already thinking about glamour limits, service records, and designs he hadn't reviewed since the journey west. Alice placed her hand over the drawer. "At 12:15, you leave." "I know." "You know now." Her fingers remained there. "The forge doesn't get every hour you fail to assign somewhere else." Lucas looked past her toward the road. Charlie had already begun making room for him again. Jacob was carrying consequences Lucas couldn't fix from a bench. He closed the drawer. "At 12:15, I leave." Rosalie wrote the time across the inventory sheet. "Good. Now we can open the forge properly." Anya arrived before Lucas finished sorting the Boston records. She carried a narrow leather folder beneath one arm and waited until Rosalie cleared a space on the central bench before setting it down. "These came from Denali," Anya said. She opened the folder and spread 4 sheets across the wood. Each held a different version of the same mountain outline, accompanied by names, border patterns, and notes in several hands. Tanya thought beginning with a shared signet would make the fittings simpler. Lucas studied the sketches without touching them. One design showed 3 peaks beneath a northern star. Another reduced the mountains to sharp lines enclosed within a circle. The final 2 included small marks beside each wearer's name, but neither explained whether those marks were personal symbols or decorative additions. "Who owns the emblem?" Lucas asked. Anya's brow furrowed. "Denali does." "All of Denali, or the current members who approved these drawings?" Lucas lifted the sheet bearing Tanya's name. Could a future member use it without asking? Could someone who leaves keep wearing it? Does Irina's place remain represented, or has the design already decided that for her? The questions tightened Anya's expression, though she didn't withdraw the papers. "We discussed what looked right. We didn't discuss it like property." Rosalie turned one sketch toward herself. "Once it's placed on enchanted work, appearance isn't the only issue. The emblem identifies whoever wears it as belonging to the coven." Lucas opened a clean notebook and wrote Tanya at the top of the first page. Beneath it, he added purpose, authorized effect, personal mark, coven emblem, transfer, and service limits. Anya watched the list grow. "You want separate answers for everyone." "I need them." Lucas moved to a second page and wrote Kate's name. "Tanya may want public recognition. Kate may only want proof when dealing with other vampires. You may want the Denali emblem without allowing it to define your life with Jasper." Anya's gaze settled on her own sketch. A small branching line had been drawn beneath the mountains, unlike anything on the others. "That mark is mine." "Then Denali can't grant it to someone else," Lucas said. "And I won't assume the coven owns it because it appears beside their emblem." Alice leaned against the neighboring bench. "What about the ring's limits?" Lucas added another heading. "No tracking, no reporting, no loyalty binding, and no authority over another wearer. The signet proves provenance. It doesn't make the coven a master." Anya rested both hands beside the sketches. "Then don't begin yet. I'll take the questions back and have each of them answer in her own words." Lucas closed the notebook over the blank pages waiting for those answers. "When they've chosen what the signet means, I'll start deciding what it can become." Jasper entered as Anya gathered the sketches into their leather folder. His attention moved from the open notebook to the mountain emblems still visible beneath her hand. "You're proceeding with the signets?" he asked. "Not yet," Lucas said. He turned the notebook so Jasper could see the unanswered headings. "Denali has to define ownership, purpose, transfer, and limits before I begin design work." Jasper picked up Tanya's sketch and studied the 3 peaks enclosed by a circle. "The practical limits aren't the only concern. Once these appear in public, they'll announce more than provenance. Anya paused while fastening the folder. They'll announce that the rings came from Lucas. They'll announce that Denali and the Cullens have formalized an alliance through his work. Jasper placed the page flat again. Every nomad who sees one will know Denali received access before they did. The Volturi may read the signet as a competing mark of authority. Lucas looked down at the simple mountain lines. He'd been treating the emblem as something its owners needed to define. Jasper saw the statement other vampires would impose upon it regardless of their intent. "We already stand with the Cullens," Anya said. She didn't raise her voice, but her hand remained on the folder instead of closing it. "We came when Victoria attacked. We've sheltered members of this family, shared information, and accepted Jasper into our home. A ring won't create that relationship." "No," Jasper said, "it'll make the relationship visible to people who weren't present when any of those choices were made." Anya faced him fully. "Then perhaps it should be visible." Jasper's expression tightened. "Visibility gives enemies something to name. Anonymity gives them permission to name us for themselves." Anya removed her sketch from the folder and placed it between them. The branching personal mark remained beneath the Denali peaks. For decades, other vampires have described us as Carlyle's northern friends, Lawrence Refuge, or the coven that imitates the Cullens' diet. We have our own home, our own history, and our own decisions. Lucas watched Jasper's gaze settle on her personal mark. His warning hadn't vanished, but Anya had shifted the question from whether public identification was dangerous to whether Denali had the right to accept that danger. Jasper touched one corner of the sketch. "I'm not saying Denali should hide. You're saying the safest version of us is the one nobody can recognize," Anya replied. "That safety always seems to require someone else's identity to remain larger than ours." Lucas drew the notebook closer. "Then the risk belongs in the questions Denali answers. Not only what the emblem means to its wearers, but what they're willing for it to declare." Anya nodded and returned the sketch to the folder. Jasper didn't object again, though his attention remained on the mountain symbol after she closed it. Lucas opened the notebook again and drew a line beneath the questions already assigned to each Denali wearer. On the next page, he wrote "Design Study Authorized," then added "No inscription, no wearer binding, and no enchantment" beneath it. Anya leaned across the bench to read the entry. "You can begin before we bring the answers? I can study proportions, emblem placement, and how each personal mark might remain distinct." Lucas turned Tanya's sketch beside the others without lifting his pencil. "Nothing that decides meaning for you, and nothing that gives the metal a function." Rosalie took the notebook and added the date beside his authorization. "I'll prepare plain wax models. They can reject shapes without wasting silver or mistaking a finished-looking band for an approved design." Jasper rested one hand beside Anya's closed folder. "Include the political warning in what you send north. They need to choose with full knowledge that other covens may read the signet as an alliance." Anya nodded. "I'll include your warning, but it won't become the answer Denali is expected to give." She secured the folder beneath her arm. "Tanya, Kate, and I will each respond separately. We'll decide together what belongs to the coven." Lucas wrote that distinction into the margin. Shared emblem, individual consent. The words created more work, but they also kept the future rings from becoming shortcuts around conversations their owners needed to have. The wall clock clicked toward 12:15. Alice stepped beside Lucas and closed the lid of the empty wax tray before he could pull it closer. "Time. I haven't started modeling. That's why leaving now should be easy." Rosalie collected the sketches Anya had left for reference and placed them in a marked portfolio. "The forge will remain here while Charlie eats." Lucas looked at the ordered tools, the open notebook, and the first authorized work waiting beneath his hand. He could already see 3 possible signet profiles and the difficulties each would create around personal marks. Another hour would produce better questions. It would also turn the promise to Charlie into something movable whenever the bench became interesting. He capped the pencil and returned it to the drawer. "Design study only until Denali replies. Nothing enters metal." Rosalie wrote the restriction across the portfolio label. "Locked." Alice handed Lucas his coat and followed him outside. He lowered the carriage house door, checked the lock once, and left the unfinished work behind. Charlie was already seated in a booth when Lucas entered the diner, a plate of chips beside his sandwich and a second menu waiting across from him. He glanced at the clock above the counter, then smiled. You made it. Lucas slid into the opposite seat. I said I would. Charlie pushed the chips toward the center of the table before remembering Lucas wouldn't take one. The gesture still carried years of habit between them. Lucas rested his hands beside the menu and gave his father the time he'd promised, without asking the forge to wait inside his thoughts. 5. A door Bella could close. The following week, Esme led Bella and Edward along a narrow path behind the Cullen house, where ferns crowded the stones and tall cedars hid the cottage until they were almost upon it. The building stood beneath a steep, moss-darkened roof, its restored windows reflecting the trees rather than the larger house behind them. Esme unlocked the front door but handed the key to Bella before entering. I repaired what needed repairing. Everything else is waiting for you. Bella closed her fingers around the brass key. Its weight was ordinary, yet it changed the doorway. She stepped inside first. The front room held built-in shelves along two walls and enough open floor between them for Edward's piano. A smaller room beyond had broad northern windows, a deep work table, and empty picture rails already fixed into the plaster. Bella crossed to the table and ran her fingertips along the smooth wood. Esme followed her gaze. The light stays even here for most of the day. I thought it might suit photographs. It does. Bella moved to the nearest window. The cottage stood far enough from the family house that nobody passing through its rooms would hear every conversation by accident, though vampire hearing made true silence impossible. Privacy here would depend upon respect rather than distance. That made the door in her hand matter more. Edward entered the room behind her. There's space for your enlarger, storage cabinets, and another table if you want to work with prints and books together. Bella looked back at him. He had already measured the room in his mind, arranging her future before she had decided whether it belonged here. His expression remained hopeful rather than controlling, but she recognized the speed of his certainty. Show me the rest before you furnish it, she said. His mouth softened. Fair. Upstairs, Esme opened two bedrooms that looked convincingly human. Each held a bed, wardrobe, bedside lamps, and curtains thick enough to hide a room from daylight without suggesting its occupants feared the sun. For Charlie, Renee, or anyone else who needs to believe guests sleep here, Esme said. They can also simply be guest rooms. Not every practical choice has to become a deception. The final room overlooked the trees behind the cottage. Edward stopped beside the empty wall and glanced toward Bella. The piano could go downstairs, but I could keep the scores here. Your books could use the opposite wall. Bella pictured photographs drying beneath the northern windows, music moving through the floorboards, and a door she could close without leaving the people beyond it. Esme placed no argument around the offering. You don't have to decide today. Bella turned the key once in her palm. I think I already have. Edward's smile widened before Bella finished speaking. He crossed to the window, already looking through the trees toward the main house. We can bring everything over tonight. The piano will take Emmett and me less than a minute, and the books can be arranged before morning. Bella slipped the key into her coat pocket. Everything? Our clothes, your photographs, the scores, the books. Edward turned back to her. There's no reason to keep rooms at the house once we're living here. The certainty in his voice made the cottage feel smaller. Bella walked past him into the upstairs hall and opened the nearest guest room door again. The bed Esme had prepared stood untouched beneath a folded quilt. Downstairs, the front door remained open, framing the path that led back to the family. I chose the cottage, Bella said. I didn't choose to move out of the family. Edward followed her to the doorway. We'd be a few minutes away. That isn't what I mean. Bella rested one hand against the doorframe. I want somewhere we can decide when we're alone. I don't want every conversation overheard, and I'd like to hang photographs without Emmett offering titles from the hallway. But I'm still going to eat with everyone when Esme gathers us. I'm still using the library, seeing Lucas, and walking into the main house without making an appointment. Edward's expression shifted from surprise to thoughtfulness. I assumed you wanted a home that was entirely ours. I do. Bella stepped closer and took his hand. Entirely ours doesn't have to mean separate from everyone else. We spent years fighting to stay with this family. I'm not turning privacy into another kind of leaving. Esme remained near the stairs, quiet enough that Bella had nearly forgotten she was present. She touched the banister but didn't intervene. Edward looked down at their joined hands. Would keeping our rooms there make this feel temporary? Not to me. Bella guided him toward the landing window, where the larger house showed between the trees. This is where we sleep, work, and close the door when we need it. The other house is where our family lives. I want both. Edward studied the view before nodding. Then we keep both. Bella watched him release the plan he had formed without trying to disguise the effort. We'll move what belongs here because we choose it together. Not because marriage means we vanish into another building. His thumb moved across her knuckles. Where do you want to begin? Bella looked toward the empty photography room below. With the pictures. The piano can wait until you ask where I want it. By the time Bella and Edward returned to the main house, Emmett had already learned about the cottage. He stood in the entrance hall with 2 empty packing crates beneath one arm and a grin that warned Bella he had mistaken their decision for family entertainment. I've volunteered to supervise the move, Emmett said. My services include piano transport, shelf testing, and checking whether newlyweds can hear visitors knocking. Edward took one of the crates from him. We don't need supervision. That's exactly what people say before putting a piano against the wrong wall. Emmett followed them into the sitting room, where Esme had spread old photographs across the table for Bella to choose from. I can also install a bell. Something loud enough to warn the rest of us before we accidentally discover married privacy. Rosalie looked up from the open storage box beside her chair. Nobody wants your version of a bell. Lucas laughed from the sofa while Alice covered her smile with one hand. Even Edward's irritation eased when Emmett demonstrated an elaborate knocking pattern against the doorframe, complete with a pause for what he called emergency retreat. Bella picked up a framed photograph of Charlie standing between the twins at graduation. The room's laughter felt warm rather than cruel, yet Emmett's attention remained fixed on turning the cottage door into a running joke. She set the photograph inside the first crate before facing him. Emmett, stop. His raised hand remained near the doorframe. The room quieted around them, not with alarm, but with enough attention that Bella knew everyone had heard the boundary beneath the words. I don't mind you teasing us, she said. I mind the idea that closing our door becomes something everyone gets to comment on, test, or ignore because you can hear through it anyway. Emmett lowered his hand. His grin faded without becoming wounded. You want the door treated like a door. I want it treated like ours. Bella rested both palms on the edge of the crate. Knock. Wait for an answer. If we don't give one, leave us alone. Emmett glanced toward Edward, then returned his attention to Bella. All right. Closed means closed. Bella watched for the joke that might soften the promise until it meant nothing. It didn't come. After a moment, Emmett lifted the second crate. I'm still carrying the piano when you're ready. That's allowed, Bella said. His smile returned, smaller and easier. Good. I'd already planned the route. The laughter began again, but the pressure had changed. Bella packed another photograph while Emmett waited for her direction, and the cottage became part of the family without surrendering the privacy its door was meant to protect. That evening, Edward carried the piano into the cottage only after Bella chose the wall beside the front windows. He lowered it onto the rug without scraping the floor, then waited while she crossed the room twice and studied how its dark wood balanced the shelves. A little farther from the window, Bella said, I want space for a chair beside it. Edward shifted the piano 6 inches. Here? Here. Bella placed one hand on the polished lid. Now it looks as though we live here instead of storing our interests in separate corners. Her photographs waited in open crates across the floor. Together, they arranged Charlie's graduation picture near the entry, Alice's summer terrace display above the shelves, and Edward's unguarded smile beneath the winter trees beside the piano. Bella rejected exact rows, while Edward kept adjusting frames by fractions until she caught his wrist. They don't have to be perfect. They're crooked. They're mine. Bella tilted one photograph another degree. Now they're deliberately crooked. Edward laughed and surrendered the measuring tape. He sat at the piano and played a quiet passage while Bella carried the first beach photograph into the empty studio. She hadn't chosen where it belonged yet. The familiar shoreline held too much of a life she could remember but no longer enter, so she rested it against the wall rather than hiding it in a drawer. When Bella returned, Edward had stopped playing. He turned toward the front windows, listening beyond the cottage. What is it? She asked. Jacob's at the main house. Edward rose from the bench. He's speaking with Lucas near the property boundary. The cottage changed around her without moving. Minutes earlier, its closed door had represented a choice she controlled. Jacob's arrival reminded her that he still had to cross toward vampire territory whenever he wanted to speak with either twin. Bella lifted the first beach photograph from the studio floor and placed it carefully inside the open crate. Did he say why he came? Another teenager's fever started this afternoon. Jacob thinks the boy may phase tonight. Bella looked at the photographs they had hung, the piano settled where she had chosen, and the key lying on the table. Staying wouldn't protect their first evening. It would only make privacy an excuse to ignore a cost unfolding beyond the trees. She took the key and opened the front door. We're going back. Edward joined her on the path without questioning the decision. Bella locked the cottage behind them, then walked toward Esme's house, carrying the knowledge that a home she could close still had to open when family arrived with consequences. 6. The beach beyond the line. The next morning, Bella placed her camera bag behind the passenger seat and gave Edward the keys. She knew the road too well to trust herself with the ordinary pace required near town. Jacob's warning from the night before had followed her into the cottage, through the hours beside Edward, and back out beneath the pale morning sky. Edward started the car but didn't pull away. We don't have to do this today. Yes, we do. Bella fastened her seatbelt, though the restraint had no purpose beyond appearances. I keep thinking about La Push as though it's somewhere I haven't visited lately. It isn't. I can't visit it at all. He rested one hand on the steering wheel. Lucas found the closest overlook outside the boundary. We won't cross the line. I know. Bella looked toward the trees hiding their cottage. That's why we're going. They left forks by roads that had once felt like roots between parts of Bella's life. Now each junction required attention. Edward followed Lucas's written directions rather than turning toward the reservation, and the familiar road to First Beach appeared ahead only long enough to continue without them. Bella twisted in her seat as the turning slipped behind the car. She remembered Jacob beside the old truck, driftwood beneath her shoes, and cold spray blowing across a beach she had once entered without permission from anyone. Becoming a vampire had given her strength enough to cross the forest in minutes. It had also made the painted boundary more solid than any locked gate. Edward glanced toward her. Do you want me to stop? Not there. Bella faced forward again. Stopping beside the road would still be making the line about what I want. The legal overlook lay several miles farther north, where a gravel pull-off ended above a steep, wooded slope. Edward parked beside a weathered barrier, and Bella stepped out with her camera. The distant coast showed between the trees, gray water breaking against dark stone. Farther south, hidden beyond the headland, First Beach remained close enough for her to hear the surf if she concentrated. She raised the camera, framed the visible shoreline, then lowered it without pressing the shutter. Edward came beside her but left space between them. It isn't the view you wanted. No. Bella watched a narrow road vanish toward land she could no longer enter. It's the view I'm allowed. A motorcycle engine sounded behind them. Bella turned as Jacob approached along the neutral road, carrying the conversation she had come here to stop avoiding. Jacob slowed the motorcycle beside Edward's car and cut the engine. He removed his helmet without hurrying, his eyes moving from Edward to Bella and then toward the coast below. Lucas had arranged the meeting after Jacob's visit the previous evening, but the neutral roadside still looked chosen for vampires. Jacob had traveled farther than either of them to reach it. Bella lowered her camera. Thanks for coming. Luke said you wanted to talk somewhere nobody had to pretend the treaty wasn't involved. Jacob hooked the helmet over one handlebar. This was the closest place I could think of. Edward remained beside the barrier, leaving the space between Bella and Jacob open. His restraint was visible precisely because Bella knew how strongly he wanted to stand closer. She looked south, where the headland concealed First Beach. I passed the turning on the way here. Jacob followed her gaze. I figured you would. I wanted Edward to stop. Bella ran her thumb over the camera's grip. Not because I planned to cross. I just wanted to stand near the road and remember where it went. Jacob leaned back against the motorcycle. You don't need my permission to miss it. No, but I need you to know what I'm doing with that grief. Bella faced him fully. I miss First Beach. I miss walking there with you, the old truck, and being able to visit without every step meaning something political. Jacob's expression tightened, though he didn't look away. It always meant something political. You just didn't know enough to notice. Bella accepted the correction. As a human, She had crossed into La Push carrying Edward's attention, vampire secrets, and danger she hadn't understood. Her ignorance hadn't made the consequences absent. "You're right," she said. "But I know now. I won't cross the line, Jacob. Not for a photograph, not because I used to be welcome, and not because being your friend makes me think the rules should bend for me." Edward's attention shifted toward her, but he remained silent. Jacob studied Bella's face as though searching for the argument hidden beneath the promise. "Even if the beach is empty? Even then? Even if I invite you?" Bella tightened her hold on the camera. The invitation would hurt more than refusal because accepting it would ask Jacob to spend tribal trust on her loss. "I'd still say no," she said. "It isn't yours alone to give away." Jacob's shoulders eased by a fraction. He glanced toward Edward, then back to Bella. "Good. Because I wasn't offering." "I know." Bella looked again toward the hidden road. Missing La Push remained painful, but the pain didn't grant her ownership of the way back. Jacob turned toward the overlook, but his attention stayed on Bella rather than the distant water. "Respecting the line matters. It doesn't make this even." Bella's fingers tightened around the camera grip. She'd expected anger, perhaps an accusation that she had no right to grieve. The absence of either didn't make his words easier to receive. "I know you have to travel farther to meet us," she said. "Lucas told me what you said." "That's part of it." Jacob pushed away from the motorcycle and crossed to the barrier. He rested both hands on the weathered timber, leaving enough space that Edward didn't have to choose whether to move. The kid whose fever started yesterday put his fist through a bedroom wall. His mother thought he was sick. His father thought he'd taken something. Neither of them knew whether to call a doctor or Sam. Bella lowered the camera to her side. "Has he phased?" "Not yet." Jacob looked south toward La Push. "He's 16. He keeps asking whether he's going to hurt somebody when it happens." Edward's voice remained quiet. "Will he?" Jacob glanced at him. "Not if someone reaches him in time and tells him the truth. That isn't the same as promising nobody gets hurt." Bella remembered her own first minutes as a vampire, the burn still fresh in her body and every sound arriving too sharply. Carlyle had prepared her. Edward had stayed close without pretending preparation removed danger. The boy in Jacob's story had received none of that choice. "How many families know this might happen?" Bella asked. "More than before, fewer than should." Jacob rubbed one thumb across a split in the barrier wood. "The Cullens came home. Denali visited. Now kids are waking up burning, and parents are trying to keep younger brothers and sisters out of the room." Bella's gaze dropped to the camera. She had come carrying grief for a beach, a road, and a friendship changed by the treaty. Jacob had brought frightened families whose children were changing because vampires lived nearby, even while every vampire obeyed the boundary. "I'm sorry," she said. Jacob's jaw tightened. "Don't make me tell you it isn't your fault." "I wasn't asking you to." Bella met his eyes. "I'm sorry because it's happening, and because I'm part of why it is." Edward shifted beside her, but he didn't interrupt or soften the admission. Jacob studied Bella for several seconds. "Good. Because I can miss you too and still be angry that your family's return is waking more wolves." Bella looked beyond him toward the hidden coast. Her loss remained real. It simply wasn't the only one standing at the overlook. Bella lifted the camera again, but she didn't aim it toward the hidden stretch of coast. Through the viewfinder, the overlook barrier divided the foreground while the legal road curved north beneath the trees. The image held distance without pretending the distance was empty. "What if I photographed places we can share without crossing?" she asked as she lowered the camera. "Not La Push from outside, as though I'm trying to claim pieces of it through a lens. Places beyond the line that still let us meet." Jacob rubbed the back of his neck. "You want a collection of neutral car parks?" "Not exclusively." Bella glanced at his motorcycle and the gravel beneath its tires. "Though this one has a certain neglected charm." His mouth twitched before the humor faded. "Most neutral places aren't much to look at. They don't have to be beautiful before I arrive." Bella stepped toward the barrier and studied the slope below. "They have to mean something because we chose them." Edward moved closer, though he kept his attention on Jacob. "Lucas has already begun listing places outside both territories. This could give those meetings a purpose beyond avoiding the boundary." Jacob's eyes narrowed. "We shouldn't need an activity to justify seeing each other." "We don't," Bella said. The photographs wouldn't justify it. They'd record what friendship looks like after the easy places are gone. She heard the danger in her own idea. A series about loss could become another way of placing herself at the center of Quileute consequences. Bella turned the camera in her hands before holding it out to Jacob. "You choose what I photograph," she said, "and you can tell me when something shouldn't become mine to show." Jacob didn't take the camera, but his gaze settled on it. "There's a beach west of here. You reach it from an old logging road, not through the reservation. Hardly anyone uses it because the last part's easier on foot. Is it Quileute land?" "No." Jacob looked south before meeting her eyes again. "It isn't First Beach either." Bella understood the warning. The remote shore could become something they shared, but it couldn't replace the place she'd lost or let her behave as though the treaty had changed nothing. "I won't ask it to be," she said. Jacob studied her for another moment. "The track floods after heavy rain. Your car won't make the last mile." Edward glanced toward their vehicle. "We can walk." "At human speed if anyone's around," Jacob said. He lifted his helmet from the handlebar. "And Bella carries her own equipment." Bella settled the camera strap across her shoulder. "I was planning to." Jacob started the motorcycle, then raised his voice over the engine. "I'll call when the road's clear enough." Bella watched him ride north, toward a beach that offered no return to her old life. It offered something harder and more honest, a new place they might choose together. 7. Charlie's two children. Bella carried the covered dish through Charlie's front door while Lucas followed with a paper bag tucked beneath one arm. The house smelled of onions, coffee, and the lemon cleaner Charlie used whenever he expected company. He stood at the stove in a faded apron, turning 3 steaks in a frying pan as though feeding his children remained a problem large enough to deserve his full concentration. "You brought food after I said I was cooking," Charlie said. He glanced at the dish in Bella's hands. "Is that criticism?" "Insurance." Bella set the roasted vegetables beside the cooker and made herself release the dish at an ordinary speed. "Lucas remembers your spaghetti." Lucas placed the bag on the counter. "I brought dessert, which proves I trust the main course." Charlie pointed the tongs at him. "You ate 3 servings of that spaghetti." "I was 17. Survival instincts were still developing." Bella watched Lucas lean against the counter and shift his weight before his stillness became noticeable. The mature glamour gave his skin color beneath the kitchen lights and softened the unnatural clarity of his eyes, but it couldn't make ordinary behavior effortless. She drew a breath she didn't need, then reached for plates slowly enough that the movement wouldn't turn into a demonstration. Charlie noticed anyway. His gaze followed her hands before returning to the steaks. "You two can sit down. Dinner doesn't need supervising." Bella carried the plates to the table. She pulled out her chair with deliberate care, then stopped herself from adjusting it twice merely to look human. Turning the evening into a test would make every blink and gesture another lie measured for success. Lucas sat across from her and rested his forearms on the table. "How was work?" "Quiet until a tourist decided the road closure signs were advisory." Charlie brought over the pan and divided the steaks. He said his navigation app knew better. Bella cut into hers and lifted a small piece to her mouth. The glamour couldn't hide food left untouched, so she chewed while Charlie watched Lucas open the dessert bag. "You bought the good pie," Charlie said. Lucas looked inside as though surprised by his own choice. "It was the only one available." "There were 6 in the case," Bella said. Charlie's laugh loosened the room. Bella let herself smile without checking whether the expression looked convincing. For several minutes, they ate, argued over the last roasted potato, and listened to Charlie complain about a printer at the station that jammed whenever anyone needed it urgently. The ordinary motions still required attention, but Charlie wasn't examining them. He was feeding both his children beneath the same kitchen light, and Bella refused to make that simple pleasure feel like an experiment. Charlie carried the empty plates to the sink before Bella could reach them. "You brought half the meal. I can wash 3 dishes." Lucas lifted the pie from its box and searched the drawer for a knife. "She'll stand beside you and supervise." "I don't supervise," Bella said. She gathered the glasses and placed them on the counter at human speed. "I notice preventable mistakes." Charlie snorted as he ran water into the sink. "Edward know what he's signed up for. He's had several years to escape. And a cottage now, apparently." Charlie looked over his shoulder while Bella dried the glasses. "How's that working?" Bella set one glass beside the others. We're still arranging it. Edward moved the piano twice before admitting the first place was better. Lucas cut the pie into uneven pieces. That admission should have been photographed. It was. Bella accepted the plate he offered and carried it back to the table. The cottage gives us somewhere private without leaving everyone else. Charlie returned with the remaining plates and sat opposite her. You're still spending plenty of time at the big house? Most days. Bella rested her fork against the pie. We choose where we want to be instead of treating the cottage like a permanent move. Charlie nodded, though his attention shifted toward Lucas. And you're staying with the Cullens? Lucas swallowed his first bite before answering. Alice and I have rooms there. The forge is nearby, and it's where we want to live. Charlie rubbed one thumb along the handle of his fork. No urge to move into town? Find somewhere that doesn't come with 10 relatives listening through the walls? The house is large, Lucas said. Emmett's the only one who makes it feel small. Bella watched Charlie smile, but the expression didn't quite settle. He'd asked about their homes as though confirming they had returned to Forks without returning to him. She could have explained that the cottage and Cullen house weren't distances from Charlie. The words would have sounded too prepared. Charlie looked between them beneath the kitchen light. You know what's strange? You both went away to college, got married, changed your whole lives, and somehow came back looking younger than I feel. Lucas's fork stopped before reaching his plate. Bella managed a small laugh, though Charlie's joke had caught too close to the truth. That might say more about police work than us. Maybe. Charlie touched the gray beginning at one temple. Still seems unfair. I get older, and my children come home looking healthier than they did at graduation. The humor remained in his voice, but his eyes stayed on their faces. Bella felt the easy evening tighten around a question he hadn't yet asked. She could have laughed again and steered the conversation toward the station, the cottage, or anything that asked less of them. The familiar escape formed almost completely before she set down her fork. What changes have you noticed? She asked. Lucas looked at her across the table. His face remained easy beneath the glamour, but his attention sharpened. Charlie stopped rubbing the fork handle and studied both twins as though Bella had finally opened a door he hadn't intended to push. You want a list? Charlie asked. I want to know what you see. Bella folded her hands in her lap to stop herself arranging them into a more natural pose. You don't have to make it sound funny. Charlie leaned back. The old chair creaked beneath him, filling the silence Bella refused to rescue. You're both healthier than you were when you left. Too healthy, maybe. Luke used to come home from the workshop with cuts on his hands. You used to have bruises from walking into furniture. I still walk into furniture, Bella said. Not anymore. Charlie's gaze moved to the untouched edge of her pie. You don't trip. Neither of you gets tired. You sit still long enough that I start checking whether you're listening, then one of you remembers to move. Lucas lowered his fork. We're listening. I know. Charlie's voice softened. That's part of it. You listen to everything now. The refrigerator, cars outside, me moving in the next room. Sometimes I turn around and you're both already looking at the door before anyone knocks. Bella heard the kitchen clock, water shifting in the pipes, and a truck changing gears 2 streets away. Each sound Charlie named had become ordinary to her. She hadn't understood how visible their attention might feel to someone who remembered them before it changed. Charlie looked down at his plate. And you keep your distance. Not always. Just when you think I won't notice. Bella almost denied it. The words reached her mouth before she remembered every darkened video call, every carefully measured hug, and the way she had chosen the chair across from him rather than the one beside his. We're trying not to make you uncomfortable, she said. Charlie raised his eyes. You deciding what I can handle is uncomfortable. Lucas's shoulders tightened, but Bella answered before he could protect either of them from the accusation. You're right. Charlie waited, perhaps expecting an explanation. Bella couldn't give him the impossible truth, but she could stop replacing it with easier subjects. Some things changed, she said. We can't tell you everything. That doesn't mean you imagined what you noticed. Charlie held her gaze, hurt and relief passing together across his face. I figured. Bella reached across the table and placed her hand near his, close enough to offer without forcing contact. After a moment, Charlie covered it with his warm palm. He left his hand over Bella's until the kitchen clock filled the silence. Then he gave her fingers a brief squeeze and rose from the table. "Wait here. I've got something upstairs." Bella watched him leave through the narrow doorway. His steps crossed the landing above, followed by the scrape of a drawer. Lucas remained opposite her, his untouched hand resting beside the pie plate. "You asked him," he said quietly. "I nearly didn't." Bella looked toward the stairs. "I wanted to make him feel better." Lucas's mouth tightened. That usually means deciding which truth he's allowed to notice. Bella accepted the rebuke because he'd included himself in it. Charlie had spent years receiving careful explanations from both of them, each shaped to protect him from knowledge that would place him in danger. Protection hadn't stopped him from seeing the empty places. Charlie returned carrying a small photograph with worn white edges. He sat beside Bella rather than across from her and placed it on the table between them. The image had faded slightly, but Bella recognized First Beach at once. She stood near a wall of driftwood in Charlie's old jacket, her hair blown across her face while Lucas crouched beside a half-built shelter of branches. Jacob stood behind them, younger and laughing as he held another length of wood over Lucas's head. Bella touched one corner without lifting it. "When was this?" "The summer before you stopped coming every year." Charlie leaned closer to inspect the picture. "Billy took it." Jacob claimed Luke needed supervision. "He was dropping branches on me," Lucas said. "You told him the roof needed weight testing," Bella replied, though her attention stayed on the beach behind them. The gray water, pale sky, and dark line of forest belonged to a place she could no longer enter. Charlie slid the photograph toward her. "I found it while I was cleaning your old room. Thought you might want it for the cottage." Bella's first instinct was to protect the image by hiding it in a drawer. Looking at it would remind her of the road she couldn't take and the boundary she had promised not to cross. Yet putting it away would turn respect for the treaty into denial of the life that had existed before it. "I'm going to hang it in my studio," she said. Charlie studied her face. "You sure?" Bella lifted the photograph carefully. "Yes. Missing the beach doesn't mean I have to pretend I was never there." Lucas looked at Jacob's laughing face over her shoulder. He'd probably object to the architecture being preserved. "That makes it better." Charlie gathered the plates while Bella kept the photograph in both hands. She carried it home against her chest, not as a way back across the line, but as part of the life she intended to remember honestly. 8. The view from the bridge. Bella placed Charlie's photograph on the shelf above her work table until she found a frame worthy of it. First Beach remained visible behind the three laughing teenagers, a place she could remember without pretending she still possessed the right to enter it. By Saturday morning, her camera bag waited beside the cottage door, packed for somewhere Jacob had chosen instead. Emmett stood beside his jeep with a coil of climbing rope over one shoulder. "You're going to love this bridge." Edward took Bella's camera case before Emmett could reach for it. That sentence hasn't reassured anyone. "It's abandoned, not collapsing." Emmett opened the rear door for Bella with exaggerated courtesy. "Mostly." Lucas climbed into the front passenger seat. "You added, mostly," after Edward objected. "I value accuracy." Jacob waited beside an old logging road nearly 40 miles from Forks, his motorcycle parked beneath dripping fir branches. He'd already walked the boundary markers and checked the county map folded inside his jacket. When Bella stepped from the jeep, he pointed toward a rusted gate blocking the road. "The reservation line is 6 miles west," Jacob said. "This place belonged to a timber company that went under in the 80s. Public land now, though nobody maintains the bridge." Bella adjusted the strap of her camera bag. "So all of us can be here." "All of us can be here," Jacob confirmed. His attention moved to Emmett and the rope. "That doesn't mean all of you should do whatever he's planning." Emmett lifted both hands. "I haven't planned anything unreasonable. You described jumping from the upper girder into the river. That was one option." Edward's fingers closed briefly around Bella's hand. His concern remained controlled, but she heard the question beneath his silence. He wasn't afraid the bridge could hurt her. He was already imagining what Emmett might encourage once they reached it. Bella squeezed his hand before releasing it. "I came to take photographs, not perform for Emmett." "That's hurtful," Emmett said as he pushed open the gate. "I'm an excellent audience." They followed the overgrown road until the trees opened around a steel bridge spanning a deep river gorge. Rust stained the girders, mist drifted beneath the deck, and the river moved far below between dark rocks. Bella stopped where the abandoned rails began, already seeing the frame she wanted through the repeating supports. Jacob watched her lift the camera. Still glad you came? Bella focused through the nearest girder as the mist shifted over the water. Ask me after I've seen it from underneath. She crossed the abandoned rails until the first open section of decking revealed the river below. The mist had gathered beneath the span, drifting between the steel supports and thinning wherever the current struck exposed rock. From above, the angle flattened everything she wanted. She needed the camera lower, inside the bridge rather than standing safely over it. Bella set down her bag and removed the camera, spare lens, and wrist strap. I'm going under. Edward looked through the gaps in the decking, then toward the empty road behind them. The structure will hold you. That isn't what concerns me. Emmett hooked the rope around one shoulder. Good, because she doesn't need it. There's a crossbeam 12 feet down, another below that, and plenty of places to move sideways. Bella secured the camera strap around her wrist. That sounded almost responsible until you said, plenty. Lucas crouched near the edge and examined the rusted bolts without touching them. The main girders are sound enough for us. Some of the smaller plates aren't. Keep your weight on the heavier supports. Jacob remained near the gate, watching the road and tree line instead of the drop. You've got 20 minutes before I start wondering why nobody checked whether this place gets visitors. Bella lowered herself through a gap beside the rail. Her boots found the first crossbeam, and she moved beneath the decking with one hand on the steel. The river opened below her, no longer distant but framed between dark girders and streaks of rust. Mist slid through the supports at eye level. Edward followed as far as the underside of the deck, then stopped above her. His restraint showed in the way his fingers curled around the beam. He wasn't afraid she would fall. He was measuring every road, every possible witness, and every movement that would look impossible from the riverbank. Bella, stay where the bridge hides you from the eastern trail, he said. If anyone appears, you won't have time to climb normally. I know. Bella braced one foot against the next girder and raised the camera. That's why Jacob's watching. Emmett dropped beside her without using the beam between them. Steel rang beneath his landing, and a small shower of rust scattered toward the water. Look at that view, he said, leaning out over the gorge. You could hang from the lower brace and shoot straight through the center. Bella lowered the camera. Stop trying to improve it. I'm offering options. You're turning my photograph into a stunt. She held his gaze until his grin faded. Stay still or go back up. Edward's hand tightened above them, but he didn't answer for her. Emmett eased his weight onto the beam and folded his arms. Bella returned to the viewfinder. The mist moved between the girders, the river sharpened beneath it, and the bridge finally became part of the image instead of the place from which she observed it. She adjusted the focus until the nearest girder framed the river without crowding it. The mist shifted enough to reveal a line of white water around the rocks, and she pressed the shutter twice before lowering the camera to check the exposure. A sharp whistle cut across the gorge. Jacob stood near the gate with one hand raised. He pointed toward the eastern trail, then held up 5 fingers. Bella heard the hikers a moment later, 2 uneven sets of footsteps approaching through the trees while a man complained about the muddy path. People, Jacob called, keeping his voice low enough not to carry beyond the bridge. Maybe 5 minutes. Emmett looked toward the decking above them. That's plenty of time. No, it isn't. Jacob crossed onto the bridge at an ordinary walk. It's enough time to get back up without giving them a story they'll repeat. Edward dropped from the underside of the deck to Bella's beam, landing without a sound. I can take you and the camera before they reach the clearing. Bella looked toward the gap through which she'd climbed. At vampire speed, she could be standing beside the jeep before the hikers saw the bridge. The glamour would soften what they noticed once she stopped, but it couldn't turn a blur crossing open ground into a believable woman carrying photography equipment. Not unless we want them wondering how 5 people vanished, she said. She secured the lens cap and zipped the camera inside its padded case. We climb normally. Emmett glanced toward the trail. They won't see anything from the trees. Jacob reached the first open section of decking and looked down at him. You don't know where the trees thin out. Move like someone's already watching. The warning removed the last trace of humor from Emmett's face. He climbed first, keeping both hands on the steel and slowing each movement until it matched the difficulty a human body would have faced. Bella followed with Edward beneath her, close enough to catch the camera case if she slipped but refusing to carry her. Lucas waited above and took the case only after Bella offered it. She pulled herself through the gap, scraped one boot deliberately against the decking, and rose without the effortless balance that came naturally now. The hikers' voices grew clearer beyond the gate. "Walk," Jacob said as he joined them. "Nobody carries Bella, nobody jumps the rail, and nobody reaches the cars before I do." Emmett fell into step beside him. "You're enjoying this." "I'm enjoying being right." Bella kept to a human pace as they crossed the rusted rails. The restraint felt almost absurd after hanging above the gorge, but the approaching voices exposed the part she'd ignored. Her new body had opened the bridge to her. It hadn't removed everyone else from the world around it. The hikers reached the gate as Bella and the others returned to the parked vehicles. A middle-aged man carried a walking pole in each hand, while the woman beside him paused to examine Jacob's motorcycle. Bella kept her camera bag over one shoulder and let her pace slow naturally rather than stopping too quickly. "Bridge safe?" the man asked, nodding toward the rusted span. Jacob looked back along the abandoned rails. "The main deck's still there, but some boards are rotten. I wouldn't take children onto it." The woman glanced at Bella's camera. "Did you get anything worth the walk?" Bella considered the question before opening the display. The image she'd wanted appeared on the screen, with the nearest girder framing pale mist and broken water below. Rust and shadow gave the bridge weight without hiding the river. She turned the camera so the woman could see. "That's beautiful," the woman said. "Were you standing underneath it?" Bella felt Edward become still beside her, though the glamour softened what the hikers saw. "On one of the lower supports," she said. "We checked the route down before I moved." Emmett shifted his weight, and Bella caught the answer he wanted to add before he spoke. She closed the display and returned the camera to its case. The man studied the bridge again. "You're braver than I am." "Planning helped," Bella said. They exchanged brief goodbyes, and the hikers continued toward the span. Jacob waited until their footsteps reached the gate before turning to the others. "That went well because they saw us walking away," he said. 5 minutes later, they'd have found an empty bridge and vehicles that shouldn't have reached the road yet. Edward looked toward Bella. "He's right. I was watching your position beneath the span. I wasn't watching the approach closely enough." Bella appreciated the admission more than another promise to protect her. She opened the camera again and checked the final image, then looked at Jacob. Future trips need someone assigned only to access and witnesses. Not someone taking photographs or climbing. "And a route out that works at human speed," Jacob said. Lucas rested one hand on the Jeep's open door. "We should know where every trail joins the site before anyone goes below it." Emmett rubbed rust from his palms. "I'll admit the lookout improved the outing." Jacob stared at him. "That sounded painful." It was. Bella smiled, then secured the camera case behind the seat. The photograph was hers, earned through a body that could reach places her human self never could. Keeping that freedom meant treating the world beyond the frame as part of the work. 9. Heat in the rain. Jacob heard the crash before his motorcycle stopped moving. He cut the engine outside the Clearwater house and reached the porch as another impact shook the front windows. A woman's frightened voice called from inside, followed by a boy shouting that everyone needed to leave him alone. Rain ran from Jacob's hair onto his jacket while he knocked once and opened the door at Mrs. Clearwater's urgent answer. The living room looked as though someone had tried to escape through it. A broken chair lay beside the wall, one leg embedded in the plaster. 16-year-old Noah Clearwater stood near the fireplace in sweat-soaked pajama bottoms, his bare chest rising too quickly. Both hands gripped the mantel hard enough to split the wood beneath his fingers. Noah's father kept one arm around his wife. "His fever started last night. He won't let us take him to the clinic." "I'm not sick," Noah said. His whole body trembled, though heat poured from him strongly enough for Jacob to feel it across the room. "Something's wrong with this house." Jacob recognized the pressure beneath the words. Every heartbeat sounded too loud. Every frightened breath carried meaning. Noah wasn't only angry, he was hearing fear and mistaking it for accusation. Jacob removed his wet jacket and laid it slowly over the back of the sofa. "The house is fine. Your body's changing faster than your head can follow." Noah's eyes fixed on him. "What does that mean?" The front door opened behind Jacob. Sam entered with Paul and Embry, all three carrying the tense stillness of men prepared to restrain someone before he understood why. Sam looked at the shattered chair, then at Noah. We need to move him away from the houses. Now. Mrs. Clearwater tightened her hold on her husband. Move him where? Sam's attention remained on Noah. Somewhere safe. Jacob stepped between them before Paul could approach. That isn't an answer. Sam's gaze hardened. He's close. We can explain after he's contained. Noah flinched at the final word. The mantle cracked again beneath his hands. Jacob kept his voice level. Noah, you're going to change into something large enough to tear through this room. You won't stop being yourself, but fear can make the first change harder. His parents stared at him. Noah's grip loosened by a fraction. Sam spoke quietly behind Jacob. This isn't the place. It's his home, Jacob replied. He looked at Noah's parents rather than allowing Sam to close the conversation. You deserve to know why your son's burning with fever, and he deserves to know what we're asking him to face. Noah swallowed. Change into what? Jacob held out one empty hand. A wolf. I'll show you before you have to do it alone. Noah stared at Jacob's open hand without taking it. Heat had reddened his face and neck, but fear drained the anger from his eyes. Behind him, the mantle gave another soft crack as his fingers finally released it. A wolf, Noah repeated. You mean the stories? Some of them. Jacob kept his hand lowered between them. You'll be bigger than any normal wolf. Stronger too. The shaking, the fever, and everything sounding too loud are part of it. Mrs. Clearwater pressed one hand over her mouth. Her husband looked toward Sam as though waiting for him to deny what Jacob had said. Sam didn't. You weren't authorized to tell them like this, Sam said. His voice remained controlled, but Paul shifted closer to the doorway. Once Noah changes, his thoughts enter the pack. The secret won't belong only to this family. It already belongs to them, Jacob replied. He nodded toward the broken chair. They're the ones watching their son tear apart the house. Noah's father stepped away from his wife. How long have you known this could happen to him? Sam met the accusation without retreating. We couldn't know which children would phase or when. The signs only became clear once the fever began. Then why didn't anyone come last night? Mrs. Clearwater asked. Her voice shook, but she moved beside Noah despite the heat rolling from him. We thought he was dying. Jacob saw Noah flinch harder at that than he had at the word wolf. He lowered his hand and addressed the boy directly. You aren't dying, but we need to leave the house before the change happens. If it starts here, you could hurt someone without meaning to. Noah looked at the ruined wall, then at his mother standing within reach. Will I know who they are? Yes, Jacob said. You'll still know them. You'll hear the rest of us too, once you're in wolf form. Thoughts, memories, whatever fear throws to the surface. It's crowded at first. Sam's expression tightened. That's enough detail for now. No, Noah said. His voice broke, then steadied when everyone looked at him. It's happening to me. I decide when I've heard enough. The room went quiet except for rain striking the windows. Jacob watched Sam absorb the challenge without using command or rank to crush it. Noah's father picked up a coat from the floor and held it out. Where are you taking him? The forest above the old logging cut, Jacob said. You can follow to the trailhead, but you'll stay in the truck once we go farther. I'll remain beside him. Sam folded his arms. I'll lead the first change. Jacob looked at Noah. Who do you want with you? Noah's answer came after one frightened breath. Jacob. Noah's father followed in the truck until the logging road narrowed beyond safe tires. Jacob stopped his motorcycle beside the trailhead and waited while Noah climbed from the passenger seat. The boy had wrapped the coat around his waist rather than wearing it, but sweat still ran down his back despite the cold rain. Mrs. Clearwater lowered her window. You bring him back. Jacob met her frightened eyes. I will. Sam stood beside the trees with Paul and Embry behind him. He looked at Noah rather than Jacob. Once we're away from the road, stay close and follow instructions. Fighting the change makes it worse. Noah glanced toward Jacob. Is that true? Usually, Jacob said. He stepped onto the trail and kept his pace slow enough for Noah to follow. You'll feel pressure build until your body can't hold it. Don't aim it at anyone. Think about opening your hands instead of making fists. They reached a clearing surrounded by cedar and fir. Sam signaled Paul and Embry to spread out, but Jacob stayed within speaking distance. Noah bent forward with both hands braced against his knees. His breathing came in short, painful pulls. "I can hear them," Noah said. "My parents. The truck's too far away, but I can hear my mom crying." "You'll hear more in a minute." Jacob removed his shoes and tied his clothes around one ankle. "I'm changing first. Watch me." Sam's voice sharpened. "Jacob, wait until he's stable. He asked me to show him." Jacob stepped back and let the wolf rise. Heat tore through him, fast and familiar. The forest expanded around sharper scent and sound as his paws struck wet earth. Noah stumbled away, eyes wide, but he didn't run. Jacob lowered himself until his chest nearly touched the ground. He held still, letting Noah see the boy he knew inside the size and teeth. Noah's fear struck the pack mind before his body changed. Then bone, muscle, and skin surged outward. A brown-gray wolf crashed into the ferns, rolled onto one side, and scrambled upright with a frightened snarl. His mind burst through all of them. "Mom thinks I'm dying. Dad's angry. Sam wants me quiet. The Cullens came back and now this happened. I can smell the road. I can hear birds under the rain. I'm huge. I'm actually huge." Jacob absorbed the thoughts without answering too quickly. Beneath the terror ran something bright and breathless. Noah took one uncertain step, then another. His paws sank into the mud, and the strength in his legs startled a wild laugh through the shared mind. Sam's command cut across it. "Stay still." Noah froze, anger rising beside fear. Jacob moved between them and touched his muzzle briefly to Noah's shoulder. "You chose me. Listen to my voice. Breathe, then move when you're ready." Noah remained beside Jacob, his new body trembling beneath rain-darkened fur. Sam's order still held him in place, though the shared mind carried every instinct urging him toward the trees. Jacob stepped away slowly. "You aren't trapped. Try one paw." Noah lifted his front paw and set it down again. Mud pressed between his pads. The sensation startled him, followed by the sudden awareness of roots beneath the soil, water dripping from cedar needles, and a rabbit holding still beyond the clearing. "I can smell its fear." "You don't have to chase it," Jacob answered. "Just notice it." Noah took another step. His balance shifted too far forward, but his legs corrected before he fell. He moved again, quicker this time, then broke into an awkward trot around the edge of the clearing. His fear loosened with every stride. By the second circuit, he'd stopped thinking about where each paw belonged. "This is fast." Paul's amusement entered the pack mind. "You're barely moving." Sam cut across him. "Enough. He needs to phase back before exhaustion makes control harder." Noah slowed, disappointment rising so sharply that Jacob felt it before the boy turned toward them. "Do I have to go home now?" "Your parents are waiting," Jacob said, "but you don't have to pretend nothing happened." Noah looked toward the trailhead, where his mother's heartbeat carried faintly through the trees. "Can the running wait until morning?" The question held obedience rather than desire. Jacob remembered his own first days, when every order had arrived wrapped in urgency and nobody had asked what the wolf itself felt like. He turned toward the open forest. "No, run now." Sam's head snapped toward him. "Jacob." "He's controlled enough to move," Jacob said after forcing himself back into human form. He tied his clothes around his waist and faced Sam across the clearing. "Paul and Embry can flank him. I'll stay close." "He needs rest and instruction," Sam replied. "This isn't recreation." Noah phased back several yards away and landed on his hands and knees, laughing before he could stop himself. Steam rose from his skin in the cold rain. It felt good. The admission quieted the clearing. Noah looked almost ashamed of it until Jacob crouched beside him and offered the coat from around his waist. "It can feel good and still cost you something," Jacob said. "Both are true." Noah pulled on the coat and looked toward the trees. "Can I change again?" Jacob glanced at Sam, then returned the choice to the boy who would carry its consequences. "Yes, we'll run one loop before you go home." Noah's grin appeared through exhaustion. A heartbeat later, the brown-gray wolf surged back into the clearing and raced toward the trees, with Jacob changing beside him before anyone could order Joy to wait. 10. More than a patrol. 3 days after Noah's first run, Jacob stood in the clearing with 4 new wolves and couldn't hear himself think. Noah paced beside him, brown-gray fur brushing the wet ferns. Across the clearing, 17-year-old Eli Young circled a cedar because stopping made him remember how frightened he was. Mara Adiara crouched near the stream, trying not to think about the argument she'd had with her mother that morning. Daniel Cole had phased less than an hour ago and kept staring at his own paws. The pack mind carried everything at once. I'm starving. Did Paul really fall into that ditch? Nobody told me clothes don't change with you. Mara's embarrassed about her mother. Stop listening to me. You're thinking it louder now. Paul's laughter rolled through them. Daniel startled, stumbled sideways, and struck a sapling hard enough to snap it. Sam's command silenced the clearing. Hold still. 4 young bodies locked in place. Their thoughts didn't stop. Panic crowded against hunger, jokes sharpened under embarrassment, and Mara's private memory of her mother crying moved through every wolf before she could bury it. Don't, she pleaded. Please don't look at that. Jacob stepped between her and the others. Everybody phased back. Sam turned his black head toward him. They need control. They need room. Jacob forced the change down and tied his shorts around his waist before facing the new wolves. You've got 4 people hearing every thought they're trying hardest not to share. Holding them still won't make that easier. Noah phased first and landed barefoot in the mud. It's worse when we're all scared. Everything sort of bounces. Eli returned beside the cedar, dragging on the sweatpants tied around his ankle. I heard Daniel thinking about food, then I got hungry, then he heard me getting hungry. Daniel changed last. His face burned as he reached for his clothes. I hadn't eaten since breakfast. Paul laughed. That explains why your first heroic act was considering Embry's arm. I wasn't going to bite him, Daniel said. You were comparing him to chicken. Even Mara smiled, though she kept her eyes lowered. Jacob saw how quickly relief entered the group once their thoughts belonged to them again. Sam phased and pulled on his shorts. They'll adapt. We trained this way because it works. Jacob looked at 4 exhausted teenagers standing in cold rain while 3 experienced wolves waited to begin the same lesson together. It worked when there weren't enough of us to do anything else. Another howl rose beyond the trees, followed by Embry's warning that a 5th fever had started near the beach road. Sam reached for his clothes. Then we moved faster. Jacob watched the new wolves stiffen at the assumption that they would all follow. More numbers should have meant more help. Instead, Sam's training order was already turning every awakening into another summons. By the time Jacob returned from the beach road, the 5th fever had broken into another first transformation. Sam had taken Embry and Paul into the forest with the boy, leaving Jacob to bring Noah, Eli, Mara, and Daniel to the council hall still damp, hungry, and exhausted. Billy sat near the long table with Old Quill and 3 other elders. Maps of the treaty boundary lay open beneath the overhead light. Sam stood at the far end, one hand planted beside the latest patrol schedule. Jacob pulled an empty chair away from the wall but didn't sit. We can't keep training every new wolf as one group. Noah can work with Daniel. Embry can take Eli. Leah should mentor Mara if she agrees. Smaller groups mean fewer thoughts crowding each other. Sam looked down at the schedule. They need one standard. They need control before they need uniformity. Jacob tapped the map where the boundary curved away from the Cullen property. We've got enough experienced wolves to rotate mentors. 2-hour patrols for the new kids, no overnight duty until they can phase without panic, and school stays protected. Old Quill's lined hands folded over his walking stick. Protected from what? From becoming the first thing we take away from them, Jacob said. One of the elders leaned toward the map. The Cullens have returned. Denali vampires have already visited. 5 children have changed in less than a week. Every active wolf must remain available. Noah shifted beside the wall. His exhaustion showed in the way he kept rolling one shoulder, as though the new muscles still didn't fit. Available all the time? Sam answered before Jacob could. Until we understand the danger. Mara looked toward the elders. I've got examinations next month. The tribe's safety comes first, the elder said. Jacob felt the room tighten around the sentence. Nobody had asked Mara what phasing had already cost her. Nobody had asked Daniel whether he'd slept since hearing other people's nightmares inside his own head. We don't need 9 wolves walking the same boundary, Jacob said. He drew a finger along the western line. 2 experienced wolves can cover this section. 1 pair can hold the north approach. Everyone else stays reachable without standing in the rain waiting for a scent that may never come. Sam's gaze hardened. And when several vampires arrive together, we call the others. That delay could kill someone. So could exhaustion. Jacob pushed the schedule toward the center of the table. Every name had been placed into daily patrol blocks as though school, family, and sleep were optional. More wolves should spread the burden. This makes the burden bigger. Billy studied the crowded page before looking at Sam. Let Jacob draft the shorter rotations. The elder beside him shook his head. Draft them if you like. Until the Cullen and Denali scents are gone, every wolf remains on call. Behind Jacob, Noah let out a quiet breath that held no relief at all. Leah arrived at Jacob's house before sunrise with 2 paper cups of coffee and the patrol schedule folded beneath one arm. She dropped the pages onto the kitchen table, where Jacob's shorter rotations covered the margins in pencil. You've assigned 6 wolves to the southern boundary before lunch, she said. Why? Jacob pulled the schedule closer. Because Sam had 8 there yesterday. That wasn't my question. Leah circled 2 names with his pencil. Embry and I can cover it. He takes the coast road, I take the inland line. Everyone else goes to school. Jacob looked at the miles between her marks. That's a lot of ground for 2. For 2 wolves who know the ground. Leah pushed 1 coffee toward him. Come watch. They phased near the tree line after Embry joined them. Leah sent Jacob north with the younger wolves while she and Embry separated without needing Sam to direct every turn. Through the shared mind, Jacob followed her movement along the boundary. She didn't run blindly from marker to marker. She paused where wind crossed the Cullen side, checked old access trails, and used Embry's position to close the gaps between them. Noah kept expecting an order to move. Eli worried about missing his first class, while Mara repeatedly pictured the examination notes waiting in her backpack. Leah's thought cut through them. Go home, shower, eat something, get to school. Sam's command entered before anyone moved. Remain available. Leah stopped beside the inland creek. We are available. Embry has the coast. I have the road and forest approaches. Jacob is 10 minutes away with 4 wolves who don't need to stand here to answer a call. Sam's anger pressed across the pack mind. Jacob felt the younger wolves stiffen beneath it. Leah continued before the pressure could become obedience. Name 1 section that isn't covered. Silence followed. Sam searched through their positions, checking the boundary through every wolf's senses. Jacob did the same. Leah and Embry had arranged themselves so either could reach the central line quickly, while Jacob's group remained close enough to reinforce them. Noah looked toward Jacob. Can we really leave? Jacob turned toward the trail leading back to the houses. Yeah. School's part of your life too. The 4 younger wolves ran with him, their relief moving through the shared mind before distance softened it. Behind them, Leah and Embry continued the patrol without calling anyone back. Jacob phased near the road and watched Mara pull on her jacket over damp hair. You planned that before the meeting. Leah tied her shoes and stood. I got tired of arguing about what might work. A distant howl announced Embry reaching the coast marker exactly on schedule. Leah picked up her school bag. Now they've seen what does. Jacob carried Leah's proof back to the council hall before the morning meeting ended. He spread the revised schedule across the table beside Sam's crowded patrol sheet, then placed Leah and Embry's completed route log on top of it. The southern boundary stayed covered, Jacob said. 4 younger wolves went to school, nobody missed a call, and Embry reached the coast marker on time. Sam remained standing at the end of the table. 1 successful morning doesn't establish policy. No, Jacob replied. He drew a clean page from Billy's notepad and wrote Leah and Embry beneath the morning patrol block. It establishes that 6 wolves weren't necessary. Old Quill leaned closer as Jacob divided the day into shorter periods. 2 experienced wolves covered each active section. New wolves received 1 training patrol every other day, with no overnight assignment unless they volunteered. Jacob added a separate column for emergency availability, leaving school and work hours untouched. The elder who had challenged him the night before tapped the page. You're allowing children to choose whether they defend the tribe. I'm allowing them to choose ordinary patrol duty, Jacob said. An emergency call still brings everyone who's trained and able. Standing in the forest every day isn't the same as answering danger. Sam folded his arms. You don't have authority to change pack requirements. Jacob met his gaze, then wrote voluntary duty rota across the top of the page. Then don't call it a requirement. The doors opened behind him. Noah entered with Eli, Mara, and Daniel, all four dressed for school. Mara still carried her backpack, while Daniel held a paper bag that smelled strongly of breakfast sandwiches. Jacob turned the rota so they could read it. Pick one training patrol and one short boundary shift this week. You can take more if you want them. Noah studied the open blocks. That's all? That's enough to learn without losing every day to it. Mara chose Wednesday afternoon, carefully avoiding her examination review. Eli claimed Saturday morning. Daniel pointed to Thursday after school, then hesitated over a second block until Jacob moved the pencil away. You don't have to prove anything by taking more, Jacob said. Daniel released the page. Then Thursday. Sam watched each name appear. This remains unofficial. Leah entered through the side door and placed her completed patrol log beside Jacob's hand. Unofficial still covered the boundary. One by one, the younger wolves signed the rota. Their choices left empty spaces across the week, but none along the boundary. Jacob pinned the page beside Sam's schedule rather than replacing it. By noon, every voluntary shift had a name beside it. Sam still refused to call the rota policy, yet no new wolf had chosen his version. 11. The noise of other minds. 2 weeks after the voluntary rota filled, Jasper and Anya left Forks for Denali. Before their scent had faded from the northern roads, 3 more fevers began. Jacob reached the first house while the boy was already breaking through his bedroom wall. By sunset, 2 girls from neighboring families had phased as well. Sam brought all 3 into the forest together, and Jacob felt the pack mind widen until every thought seemed to arrive with someone else's weight behind it. The newest wolf, Isaac, couldn't stop remembering his father shouting through the damaged bedroom door. Lena kept counting her breaths because she feared forgetting how to change back. Sophie was hungry, furious about missing work, and trying not to picture the customer who'd thrown a milkshake at her that afternoon. Their thoughts struck the older wolves and returned altered. Paul remembered laughing at his own first transformation. Daniel wondered whether the milkshake had been chocolate. Mara's sympathy pulled up an argument with her mother. Eli tried not to hear any of it, which made his effort impossible to ignore. Jacob ran beside Noah through the trees, but the movement didn't clear his head. Sam's patrol instructions crossed Leah's report from the southern boundary, while Embry tried to guide Isaac around a fallen cedar. Beneath all of them came hunger, embarrassment, fear, and scraps of memories that belonged inside bedrooms and kitchens. Isaac stumbled and snapped at Embry. Back off. Stop watching me. I'm helping you, Embry answered. You heard my dad. Everyone heard him, Paul thought before he could stop himself. Isaac's shame burst through the pack so sharply that Jacob's paws missed the ground. He struck the slope shoulder first, rolled through wet leaves, and regained his feet with Noah crowding close beside him. You hurt? Noah asked. No. Jacob shook dirt from his fur, but the world kept pressing inward. 13 voices had become a room nobody could leave, and every new wolf made the walls smaller. Lena's panic rose. I can't breathe. You are breathing, Mara told her. I can hear all of you breathing. Jacob phased behind a screen of trees and dragged on the shorts tied to his ankle. The sudden silence outside the pack mind should have brought relief, but his skull still seemed crowded. Noah changed nearby and bent forward with his hands on his knees. Does it always stay that loud? Jacob looked through the trees at wolves circling one another because standing still meant hearing too much. Sam called them back into formation, and 3 exhausted teenagers obeyed before they understood the order. No, Jacob said. He wasn't certain yet whether that was truth or promise. We're not keeping it this way. Sam kept the pack in the clearing until Isaac could move without snapping at anyone. Jacob phased again because leaving the younger wolves inside, that noise felt worse than returning to it. The moment his paws touched the ground, every voice rushed back. Isaac's anger remained fixed on Paul. You didn't have to repeat what you heard. I didn't repeat it, Paul answered. You thought it where everyone could hear. That isn't the same as telling them. Paul's amusement vanished. You think I wanted your dad shouting in my head? Isaac lunged before Jacob could move between them. Paul met him shoulder first, and the impact drove both wolves through a patch of sword ferns. Teeth flashed near Paul's neck. Jacob struck Isaac from the side and forced him into the mud while Embry dragged Paul backward. Stop! Sam's command hit the pack with enough force to lock every body in place. Isaac lay beneath Jacob, trembling with rage. Paul stood several yards away with one foreleg lifted, a shallow bite marking his shoulder. Around them, the other wolves froze wherever Sam's order had caught them. No more arguing, Sam commanded. No talking unless it concerns patrol, training, or immediate danger. Silence. The clearing became quiet, but Jacob still heard Isaac imagining Paul's throat between his teeth. Paul answered without words, filling the pack with the memory of Isaac stumbling during his first run. Lena's fear sharpened because she couldn't ask whether the order included questions. Sophie pictured Sam's face while thinking several things she clearly didn't intend to say aloud. Jacob pushed himself off Isaac and stepped back. The young wolf rose slowly, mud-coating one side of his body. Sam's command remained over them, holding every spoken thought behind clenched restraint. It didn't remove anything. It only stripped away the chance to correct what another wolf misunderstood. No's worry moved through Jacob. How long does silence mean? Jacob couldn't answer without challenging the order directly. He looked toward Sam, but the black wolf had already turned toward the northern trail and expected the pack to follow. Isaac passed Paul without looking at him. His resentment burned through everyone anyway. Paul's reply came as a memory instead of words. His first week in the pack. Sam ordering him still while Jared laughed at a thought he couldn't hide. The shame beneath Paul's humor was older than Isaac's anger, and just as private. Jacob followed the others into the trees. The silence made every footfall louder, every unwanted memory harder to ignore. Sam had stopped the argument, but he'd also made the entire pack carry it without release. Ahead, Isaac moved farther from Paul with each turn of the trail. Jacob watched the distance grow and began wondering how far apart they would need to run before the voices finally weakened. Jacob waited until the patrol reached the northern marker before breaking away from Sam's route. He angled inland, then looked back at Noah, Lena, Sophie, and Isaac. Come with me. Sam's command followed at once. Return to the patrol line. Jacob kept moving. The trees rose thicker beyond the familiar circuit, where old logging tracks climbed toward the hills. We're still inside the treaty boundary. I'm testing something. You don't change assignments during patrol, Sam replied. Then call this training. Jacob increased his pace before the argument could hold the younger wolves in place. Noah followed first. Lena and Sophie came behind him, while Isaac hesitated long enough for Paul's resentment to brush through the pack again. Jacob turned toward Isaac. You wanted farther from him. This is farther. Isaac ran. They climbed past the last boundary marker and continued along a ridge no regular patrol needed to cross. Sam's anger remained clear at first, joined by Leah's curiosity and Paul's silent replay of the fight. Every thought still crowded Jacob's skull, but the pressure shifted as the distance widened. Sophie noticed it before he did. Paul sounds quieter. Jacob slowed near a fallen fir. The main pack's voices had lost their sharp edges. Sam's commands still reached them, but they seemed to come from another room rather than inside Jacob's head. Lena stopped beside him. I can think without everyone answering. Noah turned in a slow circle, ears lifted. He tried counting backward, and for several breaths the numbers belonged only to him. Then Isaac caught the final two and looked over. Sorry, Isaac thought. No's relief warmed the small group. You only heard the end. Jacob ran again, leading them down the far side of the ridge. With every mile, the larger pack weakened. Paul's anger became an impression without words. Leah's patrol report faded into movement and scent. Even Sam's presence loosened until Jacob could no longer feel every correction forming before it arrived. They stopped beside a narrow creek beyond the usual circuit. The younger wolves spread out without being told, each choosing enough space that their thoughts no longer struck one another at full force. Sophie phased behind a cedar and pulled on the clothes tied to her leg. When Jacob joined her in human form, she pressed both hands against her temples. It's still there, but it isn't crushing everything else. Lena changed near the creek. How far did we come? 6 or 7 miles past the patrol turn, Jacob said. He looked back toward La Push, hidden beyond the ridges. Far enough for the pack mind to weaken. Isaac stood apart from Noah, breathing hard but no longer carrying Paul's anger in every movement. So we don't have to hear everyone all the time. Jacob listened to the softened presence of the pack and understood what Sam's silence order couldn't provide. Not if we stop forcing everyone to stay together. Jacob brought the younger wolves back along the ridge rather than returning directly to Sam's patrol line. The distance narrowed with every mile. First Leah's position returned as a faint awareness near the southern boundary. Then Embry's hunger sharpened into words, followed by Paul's irritation and Sam's demand to know why Jacob had ignored an order. By the time they reached the northern marker, Lena had both hands pressed against her temples again. Jacob phased beside the trail and dressed before Sam emerged through the trees. Paul followed him in human form, the bite on his shoulder already closing. Leah approached from the opposite direction with Embry, while the younger wolves gathered behind Jacob. Sam stopped several feet away. You removed 4 untrained wolves from their assigned patrol. I took them somewhere they could think. Jacob pointed back toward the ridge. 6 miles beyond the normal turn, the pack mind weakened. We could still sense everyone, but we weren't carrying every thought at full volume. Sam's gaze moved to the younger wolves. Distance also delays response. No danger appeared, Jacob said. What appeared was Isaac trying to tear into Paul because nobody could escape an argument that should have belonged to 2 people. Paul touched his healing shoulder. I'm standing right here. Isaac looked at the ground. So am I. Jacob let the discomfort remain between them. Smaller training groups, different routes, enough distance to soften the shared mind, and experienced wolves assigned to each group. We reunite for emergencies. Sam shook his head. The pack isn't something you separate whenever it becomes uncomfortable. Sophie stepped out from behind Jacob. Her voice trembled, but she kept speaking. I could hear myself up there. Lena lowered her hands. I wasn't afraid of changing back. Noah looked directly at Sam. We still heard the pack. It just wasn't crushing us. Their relief had been clearer in wolf form, but Jacob could see its remains now. Isaac stood without tracking Paul's every movement. Sophie's shoulders had lowered. Lena wasn't counting each breath. Leah folded her arms. Sacred doesn't have to mean crowded. Sam's expression hardened. You're talking about dividing the tribe's defenders. I'm talking about training people without stripping every private thought out of them, Jacob said. One pack made sense when there were 5 of us. It doesn't become holy just because we're used to it. Nobody answered immediately. Behind Jacob, the younger wolves stayed close to one another, but none volunteered to return to the full patrol line. Jacob looked from their faces to the ridge that had given them room. Tomorrow, I'm taking another group out. Anyone who wants the quieter route can come. 12. The first quiet mile. Jacob found Lucas waiting beside the Mustang at a gravel turnout beyond the treaty boundary. The trunk stood open, revealing a folded road map, 2 sleeping bags, a canvas food sack, and more bottled water than either of them could reasonably need. Jacob parked his motorcycle beside the car and removed his helmet. You packed for a natural disaster. Lucas lifted the food sack and shifted it deeper into the trunk. Charlie considers traveling without sandwiches a personal insult. Paul's amusement brushed through the pack before Jacob could stop the image of the bag from spreading. Embry wondered what kind of sandwiches Lucas had brought. Sophie hoped he'd packed something besides meat. Sam's attention settled over all of them, controlled and immediate. You're leaving now? Sam asked. Jacob strapped his helmet to the motorcycle. That was the plan. The remote lake lay well beyond the familiar patrol routes, outside Cullen Land, the reservation, and any place either side could claim. Lucas had found it on a forestry map after Jacob asked for somewhere distant enough to test what happened to the pack mind. Sam's resistance tightened. You don't know how far the connection will weaken. That's the point, Jacob muttered. Lucas paused with one hand on the trunk lid. Was that meant for me? No. Jacob glanced toward the road leading back to La Push. Sam doesn't like the trip. I gathered that when you started arguing with someone who isn't here. Lucas closed the trunk gently. You can still change your mind. The offer irritated Jacob more than pressure would have. Everyone seemed ready to treat distance as abandonment before he'd traveled a single mile. I spent yesterday telling half the pack they should be allowed to choose where they run. Jacob opened the passenger door. It'd look pretty stupid if I couldn't leave town for one night. Sam's command reached him before he sat down. Remain within emergency range. Jacob gripped the top of the door. The older instinct to obey pressed against his decision, but Sam's order hadn't yet become the full force of an alpha command. Leah's thought arrived from the southern boundary. We have coverage. Go test it. Noah added a quick burst of agreement, followed by Lena's hope that the voices really would fade. Isaac wanted to know whether Paul would disappear first. Paul answered with an image of biting him. Jacob climbed into the Mustang and shut the door. Drive. Lucas started the engine. Any particular reason? Before somebody turns this into another pack meeting. The car pulled onto the highway. Sam's anger followed them through the first turn, surrounded by 13 other minds carrying curiosity, resentment, hunger, and fear. Jacob watched the familiar trees slide past the window. He'd wanted silence badly enough to challenge an alpha for it. Now every mile carried him closer to finding out what silence would cost. The highway carried them east through miles of wet forest and scattered towns. At first, Jacob couldn't separate the hum of the tires from the pack's voices. Sam continued arguing that emergency range existed for a reason. Leah reported a fallen branch near the southern marker. Paul wanted to know whether Lucas had packed roast beef, while Sophie reminded him she'd already asked for something else. Jacob pressed 2 fingers against his temple. They're still loud. Lucas kept his eyes on the road. Tell me when that changes. You're not going to ask what they're saying? I assume some of it's about me. Mostly the food. Jacob shifted against the seat as Sam ordered him to confirm their route. And Sam wants the lake's exact location. Lucas glanced toward him. Do you want him to have it? The question stopped Jacob before he could answer the pack. He'd spent so long treating every thought as shared property that withholding a destination felt almost dishonest. Not yet, Jacob told Sam. I'll call when we arrive. Sam's anger sharpened, but his answer came with less force than before. Jacob noticed the change near the next junction. Leah's report blurred at the edges, and Paul's complaint reached him without every word attached. They're fading, Jacob said. Lucas turned onto a narrower state road. Is that good? Jacob listened. Noah was thinking something about his parents, but the details slipped away before Jacob could catch them. Lena's presence remained his worry without the steady count of her breaths. Sam spoke again, though the command reached Jacob as pressure rather than language. I thought it would feel peaceful. Jacob rubbed his palms against his jeans. It feels like I'm forgetting them. Lucas slowed for a bend. You're 40 miles away, not dead. That's easy for you to say. Your family doesn't live inside your head. No. Lucas's hands tightened slightly around the wheel. But I've lived far from people I loved. Distance doesn't erase them. It only removes the proof that they're there every second. The road climbed. Houses vanished. Then phone service disappeared from Lucas's dashboard. Jacob reached for the pack again and found only faint impressions, too weak to identify. A mile later, even those were gone. Jacob sat forward, searching harder. No hunger from Paul. No calculation from Leah. No Sam waiting behind every decision. The empty space inside his thoughts felt larger than his skull could hold. Lucas eased the Mustang onto the shoulder and stopped. Jacob? Jacob opened the door and stepped onto the gravel. He listened toward La Push, though hundreds of trees and too many miles stood between them. I can't hear anyone, he said. His own voice sounded wrong without 12 other minds reacting to it. Lucas didn't tell him to get back into the car. He opened the trunk, removed the map and canvas food sack, then carried both to a flat rock beside the turnout. Jacob remained near the road, listening for voices that no longer reached him. Lucas unfolded the map and pinned one corner beneath a water bottle. The lake's another 18 miles north. There's a public campground on the western shore, but it closes after summer. We should have the place to ourselves. Jacob turned from the trees. You're still planning to go? I'm checking where we are. Lucas traced the road with one finger. Going back is your decision. The answer left Jacob with nothing to push against. Sam wasn't ordering him home. Leah wasn't telling him to stay. Even Lucas refused to choose for him. Lucas opened the food sack and removed a small camp stove, a frying pan, and a wrapped packet. Charlie packed enough chicken for 4 people. You brought a stove? Charlie packed a stove. Lucas fitted the fuel canister beneath the burner. Apparently sandwiches become dangerous after sunset. Jacob watched him strike the igniter. Blue flame caught beneath the pan, and Lucas added sliced chicken, peppers, and onions from separate containers. The ordinary smell reached Jacob before the food began to sizzle properly. His stomach answered hard enough to hurt. Lucas glanced up. Hungry? Jacob sat on the gravel beside the rock. I've spent all day sharing Paul's appetite. I'm not sure which part is mine. Lucas stirred the food with a wooden spoon. Eat enough for both possibilities. The joke should have traveled through the pack. Paul would have objected, Embry would have made it worse, and Noah might have asked whether vampires could cook if they couldn't taste anything. Instead, it ended between Jacob and Lucas. Jacob rubbed both hands over his face. I wanted them quiet. Lucas checked the map again, measuring the remaining distance with the edge of his thumb. You wanted room. Quiet's what you found when you got it. What if something happens and I'm not there? Then the rhoda covers it. Lucas divided the food between two metal plates and held one out. You helped build that system because nobody should have to be present every second. Jacob accepted the plate. Heat pressed through the thin metal into his palms. Lucas sat across from him but didn't pretend to eat. We can turn around after dinner. We can reach the lake and leave before dark. Or we can stay overnight like we planned. Jacob looked toward the Mustang, then at the road leading deeper into the hills. No command waited behind either choice. He lifted his fork. Let's finish eating before I decide. Jacob scraped the last peppers from his plate and carried it to the turnout's trash barrel. When he returned, Lucas had packed the stove but left the map open beneath the water bottle. Jacob placed both hands on the rock. The road back to La Push ran beneath his left thumb. The lake waited beyond the northern fold. We stay, he said. Until morning. Lucas studied him for a moment, then nodded. All right. The abandoned campground stood beneath tall firs beside dark water. Lucas parked near a weathered picnic table and opened the trunk while Jacob walked to the shore. He kept expecting the pack to return through some change in elevation or direction, but his thoughts remained entirely his own. They laid the sleeping bags beneath a simple shelter. Lucas chose the outer place without mentioning that he didn't need sleep, then sat against one of the wooden posts with a book across his knees. Jacob lowered himself onto the other bag. You're planning to watch me all night. I'm planning to read. You'll hear anything before I do. That doesn't require staring at you. The silence settled differently after dark. It stopped feeling like something had been taken and became room he hadn't known how to use. Jacob slept without Paul's dreams, Sam's vigilance, or a younger wolf waking hungry and sharing it with everyone. Cold gray light touched the lake when he opened his eyes. Lucas remained against the post, several pages farther into his book. Jacob sat up. Did anything happen? A raccoon inspected the trunk. That's it? It was persistent. Jacob laughed, and nobody else heard enough to answer. He carried his clothes behind the trees, tied them around his ankle, and phased. The wolf came without command, danger, or another mind waiting to receive him. He stood alone beneath the firs, enormous and warm, with wet earth, cedar bark, and distant deer opening through his senses. Then he ran. He followed no boundary and searched for no foreign scent. The trail climbed above the lake, narrowed between stones, and dropped sharply through young trees. Jacob leapt the fallen trunks because he could, struck open ground at full speed, and let the joy of movement choose every turn. When he returned, Lucas was closing the trunk. Jacob phased behind the shelter and dressed. His breathing came hard, but the silence no longer frightened him. Lucas handed him a water bottle. Ready to go home? Jacob looked toward the southern road. La Push still held Sam's anger, Leah's support, and every voice that had shaped his life. None of them had vanished because he'd spent one night beyond their reach. Yeah, he said, now I am. 13. The law built for 5. Jacob entered the council hall with the memory of an empty mind still fresh enough to make the gathered thoughts feel crowded before anyone phased. Nearly every chair had been taken. Parents stood along the walls, younger wolves clustered near the rear door, and Sam sat beside the elders with his shoulders held rigid beneath a dark shirt. Old Quill waited until Jacob reached the empty chair beside Billy. We've heard about your journey. Jacob sat and placed the folded patrol rota on his knee. Lucas and I found the lake. It's outside every territory involved. You went beyond emergency range, Sam said. His voice remained controlled, but the accusation beneath it filled the room. Without giving anyone the location. I called when we arrived, and I came back when I said I would. An elder near the windows leaned forward. The Cullens have returned. Their northern allies visit. More children are changing every week, yet you treat this as the moment to encourage wolves to travel. Jacob looked toward No's parents, then Sophie's mother and the families of the others who'd phased since autumn. I'm treating it as the moment to stop pretending 5 wolves and 14 wolves require the same rules. Quiet movement passed through the room. Sam's gaze sharpened, but Billy rested both hands on the arms of his chair and let Jacob continue. Old Quill tapped the floor once with his cane. The old expectation is simple. Every active wolf remains close enough to answer danger. It was built when losing one patrol meant losing half the defense. Jacob unfolded the rota across his knees. Names, school hours, work shifts, and voluntary availability filled the page in Leah's compact handwriting and his own rougher additions. We had 2 wolves cover the southern line while everyone else went to class. Nothing was left open. Nobody ignored an emergency. Sam turned toward him. One successful week doesn't change what we are. No, but numbers change what readiness costs. Jacob rose and carried the page to the center table. He flattened it beneath both palms so the nearest elders could read. Permanent readiness means Noah misses school because a vampire might appear. It means Sophie's mother can't plan a family weekend because her daughter might be ordered back. It means every wolf lives as though an attack has already started. The elder near the windows studied the rota without touching it. And when an attack does start? Jacob glanced at Sam before answering. Then we call everyone who's needed. Sam's chair scraped softly as he leaned forward. And if they're too far away? Jacob held his gaze. The lake had taught him that distance could remove the pack's voice without removing the people themselves. Then we build a system for emergencies instead of making every day one. He pulled the rota closer and turned it so the council could see the marked shifts. This isn't everyone taking less responsibility. It's responsibility divided by the number of people we actually have. Billy rolled his chair nearer to the table. He followed the columns with one finger, pausing beside the school hours and work shifts Jacob had protected. Explain the numbers. 2 wolves cover each boundary section during ordinary conditions. Jacob tapped Leah and Embry's names beside the southern line. 1 experienced wolf and 1 trained partner where possible. Shifts last 4 hours, not half a day. Anyone off duty keeps their phone nearby, but they don't sit around waiting for permission to live. Sam's mouth tightened. Phones won't reach a wolf in the forest. The active patrol reaches them through the pack, Jacob said. Everyone else gets called only if the patrol confirms a real threat. He moved his finger down the page. Noah served 2 afternoon shifts that week, both after school. Sophie had 1 Saturday morning beside Leah and no overnight assignment. Isaac worked with Paul after his garage shift ended, while Lena's name didn't appear until the following week because her examinations started Monday. Noah's father stepped away from the wall. He'd only patrol twice? This week, Jacob said. Next week, maybe once. With 14 wolves, nobody needs to lose every evening. Sam leaned over the table. You're counting bodies as though experience doesn't matter. Half these names belong to children who've barely learned control. Then they train beside someone who has. Jacob pointed to the paired names rather than looking away. They don't become useful by missing school to stand around while 6 older wolves do the work. A woman near the rear door reached for her daughter's shoulder. Sophie hasn't eaten dinner with us 3 nights in a row. Sophie lowered her eyes, but her mother kept her hand in place. Old Quill studied the page. And work? Protected unless there's a confirmed emergency. Jacob slid the rota toward him. Paul keeps his construction hours. Embry keeps his shifts. The younger wolves attend school. Families can plan around written duty instead of waiting for Sam to call everyone whenever a scent reaches the line. Sam straightened. Danger doesn't follow a schedule. No, Jacob said. Patrols do. The room shifted around the answer. Parents leaned closer to the table, reading names and hours for themselves. What Jacob had carried in as an argument now sat beneath their hands as ordinary Tuesdays, dinners, paychecks, and nights when their children could come home. Sam reached across the table and placed 2 fingers on the rota. This works only while nothing serious happens. Two wolves find a hostile coven, call for help, and wait while everyone decides whether school, work, or distance matters more than the attack. The parents nearest him drew back from the page. Jacob felt the room change before anyone spoke. Sam hadn't dismissed the ordinary lives written into the rota. He'd placed a body beside every protected hour and asked who would arrive too late. Jacob kept his hands flat on the table. Nobody decides whether class matters more than an attack. You just said off-duty wolves choose where they go. They choose until an emergency is declared. Jacob pulled a blank council sheet from beneath the rota and reached for the pencil beside Old Quill. Then the rules change. Sam watched him draw a line across the top. You can't divide command and expect it to become whole because someone uses the right word. Jacob wrote Emergency Union beneath the line. The patrol that confirms a vampire threat sends the call through the pack. Everyone available phases. School, work, travel, all of it stops for the declared emergency. And who commands? One elder asked. The wolf closest to the threat controls the first response. Jacob wrote as he spoke, forcing the idea into rules the council could question. When Sam arrives, he commands the united defense because he has the experience and the alpha voice. Sam's expression changed, suspicion giving way to a quieter resistance. You'd give me authority only after danger is confirmed. I'd recognize the authority the emergency needs. Jacob placed the pencil down. That doesn't require you to command every hour before it happens. Billy leaned closer to read the page. How does the union end? Jacob hadn't expected the question so quickly. He looked at Sam, imagining an order given during a fight remaining in place after the blood and scent were gone. Temporary power needed an ending as clear as its beginning. When the threat leaves, dies, or is contained, Sam declares the emergency over, Jacob said. If he can't, the council or the wolves present do it at dawn. Sam stood. His chair legs scraped against the floor. You're proposing that the pack become separate groups until danger forces them back under me. I'm proposing one community that doesn't have to live in battle formation. Jacob turned the written page so Sam could read it. The old law protected 5 wolves because losing one could break the defense. We aren't 5 anymore. Keep what saves us during an attack. Stop using it to own everything between attacks. No one moved for several seconds. Then Old Quill drew the emergency proposal beside the rota and began reading both from the beginning. He read the rota twice, then placed the emergency proposal beside it. The room remained quiet while he compared the 2 pages, tracing the patrol pairings, protected hours, and conditions Jacob had written for uniting the wolves under Sam. An elder beside Billy adjusted his glasses. You're asking us to replace established law after 1 week of testing. Jacob shook his head. I'm asking you to test whether the established law still fits. Sam remained standing near the table. Once people grow accustomed to refusing ordinary orders, they won't return easily when danger comes. No's father stepped forward before Jacob could answer. My son didn't refuse danger. He went to school after Leah proved the boundary was covered. He looked toward Sam without lowering his voice. Those aren't the same thing. Several parents murmured agreement. Sophie's mother kept one hand on her daughter's shoulder, while Paul shifted near the rear wall with his arms folded. Jacob couldn't hear the pack from inside the hall, but he didn't need shared thought to recognize which wolves were waiting for the council to make ordinary life possible. Old Quill lifted the rota. The council won't call this new law. Jacob's jaw tightened. He'd known a clean victory was unlikely, but disappointment still struck before the elder finished. We also won't forbid the schedule, Old Quill continued. For 1 month, patrols may follow this rota. School and work remain protected unless a confirmed threat activates the emergency union. Sam turned toward him. A month is enough time for the Cullen's presence to trigger more wolves. Then the trial will face the conditions it claims to manage, Old Quill said. He set the page down between them. You'll retain command during a declared emergency. Outside 1, patrol assignments stand as written unless the council changes them. Jacob looked from the unsigned rota to the families around the room. No law had fallen. Sam hadn't accepted divided authority, and the elders hadn't admitted the old structure was failing. Still, Noah would attend school Monday. Sophie would eat dinner at home. Paul could finish a paid shift without expecting a command to drag him away. Billy reached for the pencil. Someone should record the starting date. Jacob placed it in his father's hand. Tomorrow. Sam held Jacob's gaze across the table. One failure ends the trial. Jacob folded the emergency proposal beneath the rota. Then we make sure the trial works. He hadn't won the argument. He'd been given 30 days to prove it. 14. Arrow counts the impossible. The report arrived beneath a plain black cover, carried into Arrow's study by Dmitri rather than one of the human secretaries. That choice alone gave the pages greater weight. Arrow closed the older Cullen file before him and extended one pale hand. Dmitri placed the folder across his palm. The family has returned to Forks. Carlisle Cullen resumed hospital work within days. Rosalie Hale has registered through an engineering consultancy, and the others have begun rebuilding their former public routines. Arrow opened the cover. Photographs had been arranged beside dates, locations, and the names under which the Cullens had presented themselves. Carlisle stood outside Forks Community Hospital beneath weak morning sun. Esme spoke with a contractor beside the restored house. Bella and Edward entered a shop beneath fluorescent light, while Lucas and Alice crossed a rain-bright street without hats, umbrellas, or any attempt to avoid the open sky. They aren't hiding, Arrow said. He lifted the photograph of Lucas and tilted it toward the lamp. The young vampire's face held human color, softened eyes, and none of the crystalline brilliance sunlight should have drawn from his skin. Were these images altered? No. Taken through specialized equipment? Ordinary cameras and telephones. The observers purchased one device afterward and found nothing unusual in its construction. Arrow laid the image beside Victoria's letter. Her account had described vampires made human, daylight conquered, and mortality's appearance worn without flaw. The photographs proved something narrower and, therefore, more credible. Did anyone touch them? He asked. Dimitri's expression remained neutral, not closely enough to test temperature. Carlisle shook hands at the hospital. Witnesses noticed nothing beyond his usual manner. His usual manner has concealed cold skin for more than 3 centuries. Arrow turned to an image taken beneath harsher light. The correction remained stable across Lucas's face and hands, yet no breath clouded the cold air before him. The ring doesn't make them alive. No. It teaches light to lie. Dimitri glanced toward Victoria's letter. Her claims were exaggerated. Her conclusions were. Arrow slid the letter beneath the photographs, leaving only its final lines visible. She saw freedom and named it humanity because envy rarely troubles itself with precision. He returned to the first image. The Cullens had resumed work, family visits, and public movement without retreating from changing light. Lucas hadn't made immortals human. He had removed one of the oldest limits governing how openly they could live among humans. Arrow closed the folder with careful hands. Continue observing. No approach, no warning, and no gesture that tells Carlisle how closely we're looking. Dimitri bowed his head. And the maker? Arrow rested his fingertips on Lucas Swan's concealed face. Especially the maker. Dimitri withdrew, leaving the folder behind. Arrow reopened it once the door closed and spread its contents across the desk. Victoria's letter occupied the center, its hurried claims crowded beside observation reports written in cleaner hands. He placed Carlisle's oldest Volterra record to the left and the Cullen family's modern public history to the right, creating a sequence that stretched across centuries. The first photograph showed Carlisle leaving the hospital beneath open daylight. A witness had described healthy color, tired eyes after a long shift, and no discomfort beneath the sun. The same report noted that Carlisle's hand remained cool when he returned a dropped glove. Arrow drew a narrow line beneath the sentence. He appeared human, Keyes said from the doorway. He entered without waiting for invitation and stopped opposite the desk. Yet the witness felt the cold. He appeared alive at ordinary distance, Arrow corrected. Contact exposed what sight concealed. Keyes picked up Victoria's letter. She said the rings gave them human bodies. Victoria wanted us alarmed. Arrow slid a second photograph toward him. Bella stood beside Edward beneath bright shop lighting, her face softened by believable color while her posture remained too exact for anyone trained to notice it. The witnesses described beauty, health, and familiarity. None reported warmth, pulse, scent, or breath. He opened Carlisle's older file. Entries from Rome, London, Rochester, and Forks recorded the same discipline repeated across different lives. Carlyle had maintained human work without magic by controlling distance, touch, movement, and exposure. Lucas's craft hadn't replaced those habits. It had removed the visual signs most likely to make strangers examine them closely. Keyes set the letter down. That still gives them unrestricted access to human society. Not unrestricted. Arrow turned over an account from a hospital porter who had noticed Carlyle never ate during long shifts. Only improved access. They must still perform every ordinary habit the ring cannot supply. He aligned the photographs by lighting conditions. Clouded daylight, direct sun, fluorescent interiors, warm household lamps. The correction held in each, though the observers noted small variations in complexion and eye color between wearers. Personalized, Arrow murmured. Keyes looked toward him. You assume that from photographs? I concluded from inconsistency. Arrow tapped Alice's lighter complexion, then Rosalie's warmer tone. A single disguise would repeat itself. These have been judged separately. That made Lucas more valuable than the finished objects. Metal could be taken. A method could be copied if properly understood. Judgment tied to each wearer required the maker's continued participation. Arrow gathered Victoria's letter and placed it beneath the witness reports. Her warning had contained truth, but not the truth she believed she was sending. The rings don't grant humanity, he said. They grant credibility. Keyes left Victoria's letter where Arrow had placed it, but his fingers remained spread across the page as though possession of the paper might restrain the invention described within it. You've confirmed enough. Send Dimitri and Felix before Cullen distributes another ring. Arrow leaned back in his chair and regarded the photographs between them. To seize what? The maker, the records, and every finished piece. Marcus spoke from the alcove near the shuttered windows. He had remained silent long enough that Keyes turned with visible irritation. Finished pieces won't give you the maker's judgment. Keyes removed his hand from the letter. Metal can be studied. Metal can be broken, Marcus replied. He crossed the chamber without hurry and stopped beside Arrow's desk. His gaze passed over the different faces recorded beneath changing light. The reports show variation by wearer. Someone shows how much color, how much correction, and what appearance remained believable for each person. Arrow watched Keyes absorb the argument and reject its conclusion before speaking. A ring may be copied once we understand its construction. Marcus lifted the photograph of Carlyle outside the hospital. Who decides whether the copy suits another face? Who corrects it when the wearer changes cities, occupations, or habits? Who repairs it without damaging the work? Keyes's mouth tightened. A captive craftsman can still use his hands. Hands aren't the scarce part, Arrow said. The room quieted around the sentence. Arrow gathered the photographs into pairs, placing Carlyle beside Esme and Lucas beside Alice. The glamour didn't repeat a single human pattern. It preserved each wearer closely enough that people who knew them still recognized the same person. Arrow tapped Alice's photograph. The maker observes, judges, calibrates, and returns to the work when experience exposes a flaw. Seizing him might secure the existing method while destroying the cooperation that improves it. Keyes faced him fully. You're allowing one talented boy to make himself untouchable by claiming only he understands his own craft. I'm refusing to mistake custody for control. Arrow slid the photographs back into the folder. We could carry Lucas Swan into this chamber. We couldn't compel honest judgment, prevent deliberate weakness, or know whether every correction served us rather than merely appearing to. Marcus returned Carlyle's photograph to the desk. Possession of the maker would also unite the Cullens against renewal. And perhaps Denali, Arrow added. He closed the folder beneath one hand. Force remains available. That doesn't make it the wisest first instrument. Keyes looked from Marcus to Arrow, finding no support for immediate action. Delay gives the invention time to spread. Then we learn where it's spreading, Arrow said. Before we teach its creator that secrecy is his only defense. Keyes remained beside the desk after Marcus returned to the windows. His silence carried no agreement, only the patience of someone waiting for Arrow's caution to become an error. Arrow opened a clean ledger and wrote 3 headings across the page. Forks, Denali, Quileute. Dimitri. The tracker entered before the final stroke dried. He stopped several paces from the desk and waited, his attention moving once toward Keyes before settling on Arrow. The Cullens aren't the only movement that concerns us, Arrow said. He turned the ledger so Dimitri could read it. Record every Denali journey south. Dates, travelers, duration, and whether they hunt before returning north. Dmitri glanced at the second heading. You believe Lucas has supplied them? I believe friendship, family, and need create opportunity. Belief isn't evidence. Arrow placed Alice's photograph beside the Denali column. You'll observe. You won't approach, follow closely enough to be detected, or manufacture a reaction merely to prove they're alert. Keys moved nearer. And if one of them wears a ring? Then we learn what it does in use. Arrow looked toward him. Taking it would answer only whether we can provoke Denali. Dmitri inclined his head. The Quileutes? Arrow drew the old territorial map from Carlyle's file and unfolded it across the photographs. The reservation boundary had remained politically inconvenient for decades, but Victoria's letter had mentioned wolves as though they were merely Cullen allies. Recent reports suggested something less stable. Count unusual movement along the Western Peninsula, Arrow said. School absences, unexplained injuries, large animals reported near roads, and changes in patrol patterns. No one enters their land. Keyes gave a quiet, humorless laugh. We're respecting an animal boundary now? We're respecting an unknown force until we understand its size. Arrow pressed one finger to the marked line. The Cullens have returned. Denali visits. Outside interest may follow. If each vampire presence produces more defenders, then Lucas's work is altering more than vampire society. Dmitri studied the map. Do you want names? Only when they can be gathered without contact. Numbers and patterns matter first. He closed the ledger and passed it across the desk. Observation would tell him what Victoria's envy had blurred, but facts alone wouldn't bring Lucas willingly within reach. For that, desire had to look like respect, and invitation had to arrive before command. When the first reports return, Arrow said, I'll write to Carlyle. Keyes's expression hardened. You intend to ask? Arrow smiled faintly. I intend to learn what they refuse when refusal is still permitted. 15. The courtesy of a crown. Arrow placed the first sheet beside the observation ledger and read what he had written. Carlyle, your family's return to Forks has drawn our attention. He lifted the page by one corner, carried it to the brazier, and released it into the flame. The sentence accused before it welcomed. Carlyle would recognize surveillance in any wording, but there was no advantage in making the watching sound like a charge. Dmitri stood near the closed doors with the latest reports held against his side. Keyes had declined to attend, which spared the room his preference for demands disguised as clarity. Marcus sat beneath the shuttered window, watching the paper curl into ash. You've already drawn their attention, Marcus said. Pretending otherwise won't make the letter courteous. I don't intend to pretend. Arrow selected another sheet and dipped his pen. Courtesy isn't the concealment of power. It's the choice not to display all of it at once. He began again, this time with Carlyle's name and nothing before it. The next lines acknowledged 3 centuries of restraint, a household built without public disorder, and the difficult discipline of returning to a human community that remembered them. Arrow paused over the final word. Praise could become flattery if it asked the recipient to forget who offered it. Dmitri placed the reports on the desk. Carlyle may read admiration as an attempt to divide him from Lucas. Then we won't divide them. Arrow drew a clean line through a sentence praising Carlyle alone. The father's discipline gave the maker a place in which his craft could develop. The maker's work has widened what the father's discipline can preserve. Marcus's gaze shifted toward the page. You're recognizing Lucas as more than a dependent member of Carlyle's coven. He is more. Arrow wrote Lucas Swan's full name beside Carlyle's, refusing to name that would insult both of them. He described the observed achievement without claiming it had been surrendered for inspection. Light now served concealment with a precision no ordinary disguise had approached. Each ring preserved its wearer rather than imposing one repeated face. The craftsmanship deserved recognition, and recognition carried fewer hidden teeth than accusation. Arrow finished the paragraph, sanded the ink, and passed the sheet to Dmitri. Read it as Carlyle would. Dmitri studied the page. You know what we've made. You know where we live. You approve of our restraint, and you've chosen not to call our work a violation. Good. Arrow drew a fresh sheet toward him. The opening now offered honor without innocence, and admiration without surrender. Now we may invite them. He began with the offer rather than the request. Volterra's oldest collections contained metals no modern market could replace, stones removed from crowns before human histories recorded their setting, and records of gifts that had vanished with their owners. Lucas Swan might recognize opportunities within them that generations of Volturi scholars had only catalogued. Dmitri returned the first page to the desk. Offering the collections tells him you expect work. It tells him his knowledge will be respected. Arrow wrote access subject to mutual agreement, then paused. Unrestricted access would sound false, while supervised access made the invitation resemble an inspection. He'll know the rooms are guarded. There's no need to insult him by pretending otherwise. Marcus crossed from the window and read over Arrow's shoulder. Ancient materials, private archives, protected passage, and an audience before the ruling three. You're offering him the privileges of a court artisan without naming the office. An office creates duties before trust exists. Arrow added that Lucas might examine the collections without accepting a commission. The freedom cost nothing until Lucas arrived, and arrival itself would answer several questions. Dmitri rested one finger beside the next blank line. Carlyle won't send him alone. I wouldn't ask him to. Arrow wrote that the Cullen family might choose appropriate companions, then stopped before the sentence became too generous. Carlyle would come. Alice would come if Lucas did. Edward's presence remained likely, though less useful. Arrow began a separate paragraph. Alice Cullen's foresight, he wrote, had long distinguished her even among gifted immortals. Volterra would welcome the benefit of her observations during any discussion of craft, secrecy, and the future consequences of wider use. Marcus's expression changed before he spoke. You've placed her beside Lucas, not among his companions. Because she isn't merely a companion. Arrow sanded the wet ink. She sees consequences before craftsmen, rulers, or frightened recipients can create them. She may read that as a claim. She should read it as recognition. Arrow lifted the page and examined the balance of names. Lucas offered invention. Alice offered foresight. Inviting one while treating the other as decoration would reveal poor judgment. Dmitri read the paragraph in silence. And if she refuses because she understands exactly why you named her, then the refusal teaches us what she fears. Arrow set the page beside the first. An honor declined still provides an answer. He took up his pen again and wrote the formal promise of safe passage. No guard would obstruct their journey, no petitioner would be permitted to approach them under Volturi protection, and every guest would remain free to depart after the audience. Marcus looked toward him. Provided they arrive voluntarily. Arrow smiled faintly. That is the question the letter is designed to ask. Keyes entered before Arrow could seal the final page. His brother's gaze moved from the open inkpot to the paired sheets and stopped on the promise of safe departure. You've offered them our roads, our collections, and the dignity of invited guests. Keyes lifted the second page without asking. Will you give them seats beside us as well? Arrow capped the ink before answering. No seat has been offered. You've named the maker as though he were a sovereign craftsman and Alice Cullen as though her sight stands equal to our judgment. Keyes placed the letter back on the desk with enough force to disturb the sand. Honor concedes rank. They'll read this as proof that resistance has raised them. Marcus remained beside the window, but his attention sharpened. Dmitri took one step away from the desk, leaving the brothers the center of the room without pretending the disagreement was private. Arrow brushed the loose sand from the page. They already know force exists. Repeating that fact teaches us nothing. It teaches obedience. It may produce flight, sabotage, or a battle fought around work we intend to preserve. Arrow turned the letter so Keyes could read the names again. Voluntary arrival reveals who Carlyle trusts to speak, who Lucas refuses to travel without, and what protection Alice believes she requires. A raid destroys those answers beneath panic. Keyes's mouth hardened. A raid places Lucas in this fortress. It places his body here. Arrow rose and crossed to the long table where Dimitri's reports remained stacked by region. He selected the Cullen file and opened it between them. His records may be seized. His tools may be collected. Finished rings may be stripped from their wearers. None of that secures honest calibration, repair, or judgment. Pain secures cooperation. Pain secures visible motion. Arrow tapped the report describing personalized work. A maker ordered to complete a delicate object can obey in every way we recognize and still leave behind a flaw no guard understands until years later. Marcus spoke without leaving the window. and the Cullens would unite around his captivity. Denali might join them, Arrow said. The wolves may interpret an invasion as another reason to multiply. We would trade one invitation for several enemies and still remain uncertain whether Lucas's hand served us. Keyes looked down at the letter. So we flatter him and wait. We invite him and observe. Arrow returned to the desk and placed the final sheet over the draft. If Lucas comes freely, we learn what he values enough to bring into our halls. If he refuses, we learn which fear outweighs materials, recognition, and protection. Keyes's stare lingered on the promise of departure. And if he accepts because he believes himself our equal? Arrow pressed the seal into the waiting wax. Then Volterra will have taught us something a raid could never reveal. The wax cooled beneath Arrow's seal while Keyes left without offering agreement. Marcus remained long enough to watch Arrow test the impression with one fingertip, then followed him from the chamber. Dimitri waited beside the desk with the patience of a man who knew the next order had already been considered. Arrow folded the letter into a cream envelope and sealed that as carefully as the pages within it. This won't travel through one of our guard. Dimitri's attention shifted to the finished packet. A human courier can be delayed, questioned, or robbed. A guard arriving at Carlyle's door would turn an invitation into a threat before he opened it. Arrow placed the envelope inside a slim leather document case. Send it through the Milan office. Their senior partner will arrange private delivery by an established international courier, with signature required from Carlyle Cullen or Lucas Swan. The human office believes it handles heritage disputes. It does. Arrow closed the case and fastened its brass clasp. They simply misunderstand the age of the heritage. Dimitri accepted it with both hands. The formal route would leave records, names, and ordinary stages of passage. That was part of its value. Carlyle could receive the letter without a stranger appearing from the forest, and every visible courtesy would make a refusal more deliberate. Arrow drew a regional map of Washington from beneath the report ledger. Now the second matter. Dimitri returned the document case to the desk and opened the map between them. Arrow marked Forks, the Cullen property, and the roads leading east and south. The western land required greater care. Reports named the Quileute boundary but offered no reliable internal map, which was reason enough not to test it. No approach crosses tribal territory, Arrow said. No scout enters it, no human contractor is sent through it, and no route is shortened because the road appears convenient. Dimitri placed 2 fingers on the northern highway. This approach avoids the reservation but passes close to the Cullen house. Record it. Don't use it. Arrow traced a longer southern route toward neutral public land beyond both territories. Study airports, public roads, lodging, fuel, communications, and places suitable for a formal meeting. Observation only. You expect the invitation to fail. I expected to produce a decision. Arrow selected a clean sheet and wrote the study order himself. If they accept, protected travel must be credible. If they refuse, we'll need to understand which approaches remain lawful before anyone proposes less courteous measures. Dimitri read the completed instructions. No contact with the wolves? None. Arrow signed beneath the final line. Their boundary is information, not an obstacle to be tested. He handed over both documents. The invitation would travel openly through human hands. The reconnaissance would remain unseen. Admiration and preparation left Volterra together, each serving the other without sharing a name. 16. What protection buys? A week after the leather case left Volterra, its place on Arrow's desk had been taken by 3 thinner reports. He opened the first beneath the same lamp that had warmed the sealing wax and found a nomad's question recorded in careful Italian. The man hadn't asked whether the Cullens walked in daylight. He'd asked what payment would purchase the means to do it himself. Dimitri stood opposite the desk while Arrow turned to the next page. How many separate inquiries? 5 that reached people who report to us, Dimitri said. He shifted the remaining reports beneath his hand. 2 used the phrase daylight rings. 1 knew Lucas Swan's name. The others believed Denali had found a jeweler willing to work for vampires. Arrow traced the margin beside the names. None of the petitioners possessed enough information to reach Lucas directly, yet everyone had already moved beyond idle curiosity. They'd asked traders, hosts, and old acquaintances, testing whether the rumor could be bought before authority noticed it. And the Denali movements? Arrow asked. Dmitri unfolded a map over the cleared half of the desk. 3 black marks descended from Alaska through western Canada, ending short of Washington. A small coven followed 2 Denali journeys south. They kept their distance, but they questioned a human employee at a fuel stop and searched the road after the vehicle left. They searched for dropped objects, Arrow said. The assumption required no imagination. A ring was easier to steal if one could persuade oneself it had merely been found. Most likely, one of them later asked whether every Denali member wore the same ring. Arrow placed the report beside the invitation copy. The letter offered Lucas protected roads, guarded collections, and the dignity of recognized work. Beyond Volterra, strangers were already reducing that work to something that might fall from a hand or be taken from a traveler. Did they reach Forks? Arrow asked. No. The Denali vehicle changed routes twice, and the coven turned east after losing the trail. Not failure, then. Delay. Arrow moved 1 black marker south until it rested near the Washington border. The next group may be more patient. Dmitri watched the marker beneath Arrow's finger. Do you want them warned away? Arrow looked again at the 5 inquiries. Intervention now would protect Lucas before he'd accepted any protection, while revealing how far Volterra's attention extended. Leaving the rumors alone would allow desire to become movement, and movement produced evidence no argument could equal. Not yet, Arrow said. He returned the marker to the map. Record every question, every offered payment, and every journey toward Denali or Forks. I want to know who merely envies the rings and who has begun traveling to claim one. Dmitri gathered the duplicate pages but left the map open. Arrow kept the invitation copy beside it. Courtesy was crossing the ocean by human hands. Demand was already moving faster. Arrow drew a blank sheet across the open map. 5 inquiries became 5 names in the left margin. Beside each, he wrote what the petitioner knew, what they had offered, and whom they had questioned. None possessed enough information to reach Lucas directly, yet everyone had begun building a path toward him. Suppose the first is refused by Denali, Arrow said. He handed Dmitri the pen and pointed to the empty center of the page. What does he do next? Dmitri considered the reports before writing. He offers more. If that fails, he follows the next journey south or pays someone else to follow it. And when the Cullens tell him no, Arrow moved the second report beneath Dmitri's hand. Its subject had lost 2 companions to sunlight in different centuries and had asked whether wealth could purchase safer travel. Desperation didn't make him harmless. It merely made restraint more expensive. Does refusal remove the knowledge that such rings exist? No. Dmitri added Forks beneath Denali. It gives him a place to direct the grievance. Arrow took back the pen. From Forks he drew lines toward the hospital, the roads used by the Cullen family, and the human town surrounding them. A petitioner might arrive courteously and remain outside the house. Another might question hospital staff, watch Charlie Swan, or seize a wearer whose ring seemed easier to take than Lucas himself. Private distribution had protected the craft only while outsiders doubted the rumors. The Cullens may refuse every request, Arrow said. He added another line toward the reservation boundary without crossing it. They cannot prevent every request from reaching their door. Each visitor risks a witness, a hunt too near the town, or a frightened response from the wolves. One careless applicant could create the secrecy breach Carlyle has avoided for centuries. Dmitri's gaze followed the spreading lines. You're treating petitioners as a threat before they've committed an offense. I'm treating demand as movement. Arrow circled Forks once, then placed Volterra above the page. Some will ask honestly. Some will steal. Others will convince themselves that survival grants entitlement. Lucas's wishes won't decide which kind arrives first. The chamber door opened while the ink remained wet. Marcus entered, looked from the reports to the ring of lines surrounding Forks, and stopped beside the desk. Arrow turned the page toward him. Private caution can limit supply. It cannot govern demand. Marcus read the page without touching it. His gaze followed the lines from Denali and Forks toward Volterra, then settled on the circle Arrow had drawn around the Cullen home. You call this protection, Marcus said. He rested one hand against the edge of the desk. Would it protect Lucas or make every applicant dependent upon us before they're permitted to speak with him? Arrow capped the ink and moved the 5 reports into a straight row. Marcus had found the ambition beneath the argument, but exposing ambition didn't make the danger false. Dependence already exists. They depend on rumor, bribery, pursuit, or the patience of a maker they've never met. None of those can keep them from gathering around Forks. Marcus rested one hand beside the first report. So Volterra becomes the only acceptable road. The recognized road. Arrow drew a second circle around Volterra, smaller and cleaner than the one surrounding Forks. An authority is useful because others recognize it. A refusal from Lucas may become a private insult. A refusal delivered under Volturi law becomes a boundary most covens understand the cost of crossing. And those who don't? Marcus asked. They give us an offense we can name. Arrow turned the report concerning the coven that had followed Denali. Following a traveler isn't yet a crime under our law. Attempting to seize protected work, coercing its maker, or approaching his human community after formal prohibition can be. Marcus's eyes lifted. You would create the law after learning what you want from it. All law answers a pressure that has become too costly to ignore. Arrow placed the invitation copy beside the map. The Cullens cannot punish every coven without turning private defense into open conflict. Denali cannot carry Lucas's refusals across the world. We can. Marcus moved one finger from Forks to Volterra. And every vampire who wants a ring must ask you first. Arrow allowed the silence to hold the accusation. Gatekeeping would provide names, intentions, alliances, and obligations. Protection that yielded no authority would be charity, and Volterra hadn't endured by offering charity without return. Yes, Arrow said. He aligned the 5 reports beneath the map. They would ask us before they traveled, threatened, bargained, or stole. Lucas would remain free to refuse the work. We would decide who was permitted to place the question before him. Marcus studied him for another moment. Then your protection guards his door by placing your hand upon the gate. Arrow looked toward Dmitri. Prepare another letter. This one will explain what unauthorized petitioners may soon cost them. Dmitri drew fresh paper toward him, but Arrow placed one hand over the empty sheet. Another warning to Carlyle would describe a danger without proving Volterra could restrain it. He selected the report concerning the coven that had followed Denali south and turned it so Marcus could read the recorded questions. We begin with them, Arrow said, not with the Cullens. Marcus remained beside the desk. You intend to punish curiosity? I intend to give curiosity a lawful boundary before it becomes pursuit. Arrow uncapped the ink and wrote the coven's known names across the top of the page. Beneath them, he set 3 instructions. They were to cease following Denali travelers, make no approach toward Forks or the humans associated with the Cullen family, and submit any request concerning Lucas's work directly to Volterra. Dmitri read the first lines as Arrow continued. What must the request contain? The name of every intended wearer, the purpose for which the ring is sought, the petitioner's feeding practice, and the place they propose to use it. Arrow added that incomplete petitions would receive no answer. Anyone asking for concealment should be willing to explain what they intend to conceal. Marcus's attention sharpened, and Lucas has agreed to none of this. He hasn't agreed to make anything. Arrow sanded the wet ink before writing the final paragraph. This notice doesn't command his labor. It commands strangers not to surround his home while seeking it. Dmitri touched the line prohibiting approach to Forks. If they obey, do we forward their petition? Not yet. We record it. Arrow wrote that submission created no promise of access, audience, or commission. Compliance tells us they recognize authority. Their purpose and conduct will tell us whether they deserve anything more. And if they ignore the notice? Marcus asked. Arrow signed beneath the order. Then they will have chosen pursuit after receiving a clear prohibition. We'll no longer be guessing whether they're merely curious. He passed the page to Dmitri and selected 4 more sheets. Each enquiry would receive the same route before any petitioner came near Denali or Forks. For the Cullens, Arrow prepared a shorter message enclosing a copy of the order already issued. He offered no vague assurance and asked for no travel habits. The proof of protection would be whether the first coven stopped. Dmitri gathered the notices. You're making every applicant identify themselves to Volterra before Lucas knows they exist. Yes, Arrow said. Protection begins by removing the safety of anonymity. 17. The signet they chose. Lucas heard the Denali cars before they reached the Cullen Drive. 2 engines moved through the forest from the east, following the longer route Jasper had planned to keep every mile well away from Quileute land. Lucas set down the engraving tool and crossed the forge as Alice opened the outer door. They stayed on the approved roads, she said. Her smile appeared before the first car came between the trees. Jasper checked the route twice. That sounds restrained for him. He checked the fuel stops 4 times. Tanya's car stopped beside the carriage house, with Jasper's following close behind. Kate climbed out carrying a narrow wooden case, while Tanya removed 2 document folders from the rear seat. Anya emerged from Jasper's car with a smaller case held against her coat. Jasper reached for it, but she turned neatly away. You carried the luggage from Alaska, Anya said. I can manage 40 feet. Jasper closed the car door instead. I was opening it for you. You were taking it. Lucas stepped into the drive before the disagreement could become a familiar performance. The workshop's ready. Rosalie cleared the central bench, and I've got separate consultation notes for each of you. Tanya offered him one of the folders. We brought the final emblem agreement and individual statements. No one signed for anyone else. That already puts you ahead of most committees. Lucas accepted the papers, then looked toward the road as Alice's expression changed. Her attention moved beyond the arriving visitors, toward a future none of them could see. The brightness left her face. How many? Lucas asked. 3 fevers by tonight, Alice said quietly. Possibly 4 before morning. The cases in Denali's hands seemed heavier after that. No one had crossed the treaty line. They hadn't hunted near it, shortened the route, or arrived without warning. Yet their presence still reached children who might wake burning and frightened miles away. Kate glanced toward the western forest. We followed every restriction. I know, Lucas said. The answer didn't reduce what Alice had seen. Jasper closed the distance between them. Do we leave? Lucas looked at the cases containing months of design choices, then toward the forge where the first Denali signet was meant to become real. Sending them north immediately wouldn't prevent fevers already beginning, but treating the consequence as irrelevant would make every future visit easier to excuse. We finished the consultations today, Lucas said. No hunting here, no extended stay, and Jacob gets the numbers before anyone opens those cases. Anya held his gaze, then nodded. Call him. Lucas took out his phone while the Denalis waited in the drive. The signets would declare who they were. Their arrival had already reminded him that identity carried consequences long before metal made it visible. Jacob answered on the 4th ring. Lucas remained beside the forge doors while the Denalis waited behind him, close enough to hear only his side of the conversation. Alice sees 3 fevers tonight, Lucas said. Possibly 4 by morning. Tanya, Kate, Anya, and Jasper have arrived, and they'll leave before the day's over. Jacob was silent long enough for Lucas to hear an engine passing near him. No hunting? Not here. We're limiting the visit to the signet consultations. Tell me when they leave, Jacob said. I'll tell the families what caused the change. The words left no place for Lucas to soften the connection. I will. Inside the forge, Rosalie locked the outer door and cleared the central bench. Tanya opened the first document folder while Anya placed the narrow wooden case beside it. The final emblem appeared on heavy white paper, a northern star above 3 low mountain peaks, enclosed by a simple circular border. We chose the star together, Tanya said. She turned the page so Lucas could see the signatures beneath it. Not because it commands the mountains. It marks the direction home. Kate set her own drawing beside the shared design. A narrow broken line crossed the lower border. Mine represents the glaciers near the southern ridge. I want the signet recognized by vampires who know Denali, but I don't want it drawing human attention. Lucas opened his consultation notebook. Which parts of the glamour? Living color, moderated eyes, softened stillness, and reduced predator unease, Kate said. No adjustment to beauty beyond what's necessary to stop people staring. Tanya placed a second variation beside hers. Her border remained unbroken, but a small open circle sat beneath the central peak. I want the mature glamour we've already tested. Full social presentation, including softened beauty. I speak with humans more often than Kate does, and I'm willing to be remembered as attractive. I'm not willing to be remembered as impossible. Lucas recorded every function separately, then turned to Anya. She opened the wooden case and removed a wax model. The shared northern star remained, but beneath the mountains a small branching line divided and joined again. This is mine, Anya said. Her fingers rested beside the mark. It represents two homes without pretending one replaced the other. Jasper stood across the bench, his attention fixed on the branching line. Denali and Forks? Denali and the life I chose with you, Anya replied. Forks belongs to your family. I won't claim their home as mine because I visit it. Lucas looked down at the blank function column. And the glamour? Anya met his eyes. Mature social glamour, exactly as currently approved. Nothing added because Jasper wears a different coven name. The ring identifies me. It doesn't explain our relationship. Lucas wrote the final limit beneath her answer. Shared emblem, personal meaning, separate consent. Only then did he draw the wax models toward his side of the bench. He arranged the 3 models beneath the task lamp and laid a plain silver practice band beside them. Rosalie secured the band in the engraving block while Lucas transferred the northern star and mountain line onto its surface. The shared emblem looked decorative until his first controlled touch of power entered the metal. The inscription answered through more than the lines he'd cut. The star drew recognition from the mountain border, and the border returned it, creating a clear impression that the ring belonged to a larger declared identity. Lucas lifted his hand before the response could settle into a finished enchantment. Rosalie leaned closer without touching the band. Something changed. The emblem isn't only carrying appearance, Lucas said. He turned the block slowly beneath the lamp. It recognizes itself as Denali work. Not the maker. The coven. Tanya moved to the bench. Would another Denali signet recognize this one? Yes, but recognition isn't control. Lucas reached for his notebook and drew 2 separate circles. Inside each, he marked an individual wearer line. Around them, he added the same northern star symbol. The shared mark can declare common provenance while every glamour remains bound to one wearer. Alice rested her hands against the opposite edge of the bench. You could make them react together when the family's threatened. Her light tone drew a glance from Jasper. React how? A warning, Alice said. One wearer senses danger, and the others receive something small. Warmth, pressure, perhaps a tug toward home. The idea opened easily beneath Lucas's understanding. A shared emblem could provide the bridge. Once established, the rings might exchange signals, strengthen one another, or answer a central instruction attached to the coven mark. The possibilities arrived faster than the reasons to refuse them. Lucas drew a firm line between the circles. No linked response. Alice's smile faded into attention. Even if every wearer asks for it? Not in these signets. Lucas tapped the shared emblem on the page. The mark says where the work belongs. It doesn't turn separate wearers into parts of one enchantment. Tanya studied the practice band. You're afraid one ring could become the leader. Or the weakness. Lucas removed the band from the block and placed it apart from the wax models. A shared warning creates shared access. Shared access can become command, surveillance, or failure passing from one ring to another. Anyone who steals or studies one signet gains a path toward the rest. Jasper looked at Anya's wax model. Then Denali identity remains visible, but the ring answers only to her. That's the rule. Lucas drew 3 separate wearer lines beneath the shared star. Common provenance. Independent function. No ring reports to another, and no wearer becomes reachable through someone else's jewelry. Alice nodded and nudged the unused practice band toward him. Then build the boundary before you build the signet. Lucas returned the silver to the block. This time, he cut the northern star as a declaration without giving it any road inward. Once the boundary was fixed, Lucas cut the personal variation beneath the mountains. Anya's branching mark divided cleanly, joined again, and ended without touching the shared provenance inscription. He changed tools for the finer work, then steadied the white gold band beneath his fingertips as he bound the mature glamour to the wearer standing across from him. Your hand, Lucas said. Anya offered her right hand across the bench. Lucas slid the signet onto her finger and felt the enchantment recognize her before it settled. The northern star remained visible against the polished metal, but the deeper function closed around Anya alone. Color warmed her pale face beneath the task lamp. Her golden eyes softened to a believable brown, and the severe perfection of her stillness eased without changing how she stood. Kate moved closer and examined her from both sides. You look like yourself. That was the intention, Anya said. She turned her hand beneath the light, studying the emblem rather than her reflection. Denali is visible. The rest still belongs to me. Lucas opened the inspection record and wrote the wearer's name, approved functions, personal variation, and explicit absence of linked response. Remove it. The glamour vanished the moment Anya drew the ring over her knuckle. Her true pallor returned beneath the lamp, and the sharpened gold of her eyes caught the metal's reflection. She held the signet in her palm for several seconds, but it remained quiet. Jasper watched from beside her. Now me? Anya placed the ring in his hand. That's the test. Jasper pushed it onto his smallest finger. The band fitted poorly, but physical size wasn't the important failure. A brief suggestion of color crossed his skin, uneven and weak enough to resemble reflected light rather than a functioning glamour. His eyes remained unmistakably golden, and the effect collapsed when he lifted his hand away from the bench. Rosalie leaned toward him. Try holding still. Jasper did. Nothing returned. Lucas released the breath he'd copied out of habit. It recognizes the Denali provenance, so the metal isn't entirely silent to him. But it can't establish stable function without Anya. Could I force it? Jasper asked. Not without breaking the wearer binding, and then you'd destroy the approved glamour with it. Lucas held out his hand. The coven mark identifies where the signet belongs. It doesn't make every member an owner. Jasper removed the ring and returned it directly to Anya. Good. She slid it back onto her finger. The glamour settled smoothly this time, restoring every approved correction without reaching toward anyone else in the room. Anya looked at the branching line beneath the mountains, then closed her hand around the signet. It names my family, she said. It doesn't surrender me to it. Lucas signed the completed record beneath her words. 18. Visitors in the wrong forest. Lucas had just closed Anya's inspection record when Tanya looked through the forge windows at the darkening afternoon. We should hunt before we start north. The drive's too long to leave it until tomorrow. Jasper opened the road atlas on the cleared end of the bench. He traced a route east, then north, keeping his finger well away from the roads that bent toward La Push. There's a remote forest tract beyond the northern logging roads. We enter from the east, hunt farther inland, and rejoin the highway without coming near treaty land. Lucas checked the marked roads against the map they'd given Jacob. The hunting ground lay north of Cullen Land and far outside the reservation. It obeyed every boundary they had agreed upon. Stay beyond this ridge, and don't follow prey west if it runs. Kate fastened the wooden case containing the unused wax models. We know how to read a map, Lucas. I know. He slid the atlas back toward Jasper. I'm saying it because the cost of being wrong doesn't land on us first. Alice's hand stopped on the practice band she'd been returning to its tray. Her eyes lost focus before the metal touched the felt. Lucas caught her wrist as the band slipped from her fingers, and Rosalie trapped it against the bench with one hand. How many? Lucas asked. Alice stared past him toward futures none of them could see. The three fevers don't settle. I see more families calling the council, more heat, more shaking. Her gaze shifted toward the map. It changes when they begin the hunt. Tanya stepped closer, her expression tightening. We won't be on Quileute land. I know, Alice said. She laid her free hand over Lucas's S. The scent won't stop at a legal boundary, and neither will whatever their bodies are responding to. Jasper looked down at the route he'd chosen. If we leave without hunting, does it change? Alice searched again, then shook her head. Some futures improve, others only delay. You've already been here long enough to affect what happens tonight. The answer left Lucas facing a rulebook that had worked exactly as intended and children who might still wake burning. He took out his phone before he could defend the route simply because he'd approved it. Anya closed her hand around the new signet. Jacob should hear this before we move. He will. Lucas selected Jacob's number and looked toward the waiting cars beyond the forge doors. Nobody leaves until he knows where you plan to hunt and what Alice saw. Jacob's motorcycle reached the Cullen Road before Lucas finished explaining the planned hunting route over the phone. He ended the call when the engine cut out near the property edge, then crossed the drive alone. Behind him, the Denali cars remained beside the forge, loaded but motionless. Jacob stood beside the motorcycle with his helmet hanging from one hand. His eyes moved past Lucas toward Tanya, Kate, Anya, and Jasper, who had gathered near the workshop doors rather than approaching him. You knew they were coming today? Lucas stopped several paces away. The visit was planned. They used the eastern roads, stayed clear of the reservation, and intended to hunt north of Cullen Land before leaving. That wasn't what I asked. Jacob set the helmet on the seat. Did you know before today? Lucas held his gaze. Yes. Jacob's jaw tightened. Then why did I hear about it after they arrived and kids were already running fevers? Lucas glanced toward the forge. Anya's new signet caught the afternoon light when she folded her hands, the successful work sitting beside a cost no inspection record could measure. We thought keeping the route outside treaty land was the warning that mattered. It mattered to the treaty. Jacob stepped away from the motorcycle, though he didn't cross farther onto Cullen property. It didn't give parents time to watch for shaking or explain why half the council suddenly appeared at their house. Tanya spoke from beside the forge, keeping her voice calm and the distance intact. Would advance notice have prevented the changes? No, Jacob said. It would have stopped families learning about your visit from a broken sink or a teenager waking up hot enough to frighten everyone. Jasper looked toward Lucas rather than answering. They had planned fuel stops, approach roads, departure time, and a hunting ground, but nobody had treated Quileute preparation as part of the visit. Jacob faced Lucas again. I need notice before vampires arrive. The day, the number, and how long they're staying. For visits we know about, yes, Lucas said gently. But I can't warn you beforehand about strangers who appear without invitation. We won't know they're coming either. Jacob's expression tightened, but Lucas didn't retreat from the distinction. I can promise advance notice for planned arrivals, Lucas continued. For anyone unexpected, I'll call the moment we know they're here. I won't promise knowledge I don't have. Jacob looked toward the waiting Denali's, then back at him. Planned visits before they arrive. Strangers the moment you detect them. That I can do. Jacob picked up his helmet. Then start with the hunt. They don't go anywhere until we decide what Alice's vision means for tonight. Lucas turned toward Alice. Show us what changes if they hunt where Jasper planned. Alice stepped closer to the road and closed her eyes. The Denali's remained beside the forge, far enough from Jacob that no one could mistake the discussion for an attempt to crowd him. For several seconds, nothing moved except the branches above them. Then Alice's fingers tightened around Lucas's hand. The futures are clear until the hunt begins, she said. After that, one of the three teenagers becomes difficult to follow. His future goes hazy around midnight, then disappears completely. Jacob's attention sharpened. Which one? I can't see enough to identify him. Alice opened her eyes and looked directly at Jacob. I can't see wolves, and I can't see anyone who's already part of the pack. These teenagers are still visible because they haven't changed yet. When one of them grows fuzzy and vanishes from every future, I think that's the moment he becomes something my sight can't follow. Jasper opened the atlas against his palm. The hunting ground is outside Quileute territory and farther from La Push than this house. That's what we agreed, Lucas said. He kept his voice controlled, though the approved route lay between them like evidence that no longer answered the important question. They stayed off reservation roads, limited the visit, and chose a legal hunting area. We can't treat every mile outside the treaty as though the reservation controls it. Jacob's expression remained tired rather than angry. I didn't say we controlled it. Then what are you asking? Lucas gestured toward the waiting cars. They haven't crossed the line or broken any agreement. Jacob lowered his helmet to his side. You keep answering whether they're guilty. I'm asking who deals with the result. Alice searched again before Lucas could respond. If they hunt, the first teenager disappears before midnight. After that, I see two other human futures becoming unstable tomorrow. They don't vanish yet, but the possibilities begin breaking apart around them. Tanya stepped away from the forge. And if we leave now? The first three remain uncertain, Alice said. The later changes become less likely once you're moving north, especially if you don't hunt until you're well beyond Washington. Kate glanced toward the loaded cars. That means traveling hungry. It means traveling hungry, Jacob replied. Those teenagers don't get to travel out of what's happening to them. Lucas looked at Jasper's map. The route proved Denali had obeyed every boundary. It couldn't prove their presence was harmless. You're right, Lucas said. The rules matter, but they don't erase the consequences. We need terms that recognize both. Jacob raised the helmet again. Then stopped defending today long enough to decide what changes tomorrow. Lucas nodded toward the atlas. Stay. We'll work it out before anyone leaves. Lucas took the small notebook from his coat and opened it against the motorcycle seat. The page still carried workshop dust along one edge. He wrote planned notice, visit length, hunting distance, and unexpected arrivals, then turned it so Jacob and the others could see. For anyone we invite, you'll get the day, the number coming, and the expected departure before they travel, Lucas said. If someone appears without warning, we call as soon as we detect them. We can't promise more than we know. Jacob read the lines without reaching for the notebook. And hunting? Tanya stepped closer, stopping well short of the property edge. We'll feed before entering western Washington whenever possible. If a visit runs longer than expected, we'll travel north before hunting rather than use the nearest legal forest. Kate glanced at the loaded cars. Far enough north that Alice no longer sees the human futures worsening? Alice nodded slowly. That's the clearest limit I can give you. I still won't see anyone after they join the pack. Lucas added the condition, then wrote that planned visits would end when their stated purpose was complete unless both communities received new notice. Shorter visits can't guarantee nobody phases. They reduce the time and number of vampires, adding pressure. Jacob finally took the notebook and read the page from top to bottom. I'll bring this to the council. Until they answer, it's a promise between us, not treaty law. That's enough to start, Lucas said. Jasper closed the atlas and carried it toward his car. Anya and I plan to remain until evening. We'll leave with Tanya and Kate now. Anya looked toward the Cullen house, then at the signet on her hand. We came for family and the ring. Neither gives us an exemption from what our presence does here. Lucas felt the loss behind her choice. Jasper had only recently gained a life that could move between Forks and Denali without belonging entirely to either. Asking him to leave early felt cruel, but pretending his happiness carried no cost would be crueler to people who'd never chosen a place in it. Jacob handed back the notebook. Call when the cars cross out of the area. I will. Lucas closed the cover as Tanya and Kate entered the first car. Jasper opened Anya's door, waited until she chose to get in, then took the driver's seat. The engines started together. Lucas stood beside Jacob while both cars followed the eastern road, carrying the first Denali signet north without stopping to hunt. 19. The letter on Esme's table. Lucas had called Jacob when the Denali cars crossed east of Port Angeles, then spent the night waiting for another update. By morning, 3 teenagers still had fevers, 1 had begun shaking, and none had phased. Jacob's final message remained open beside Lucas's plate while Esme carried fresh toast to a table where nobody needed it. Carlisle had just returned from the hospital, and Bella and Edward had come from the cottage before he'd changed out of his work clothes. Emmett was describing the gutter he'd nearly torn from Bella's roof, with Rosalie correcting every version of the accident when the doorbell sounded. Esme reached the hall first. A courier in a navy jacket stood outside holding a slim leather case and a signature pad. Delivery for Carlisle Cullen or Lucas Swan, he said. Identification required. Lucas showed his license and signed. The courier handed over the case, returned to his van, and drove away without giving the house another glance. Lucas unfastened the brass clasp. A cream envelope lay inside, addressed to Carlisle and Lucas in precise black ink. An Italian courier label covered one corner. Dark red wax sealed the flap, bearing the same impression Arrow had used on the notice sent after the coven following Denali. Edward appeared in the dining room doorway. Open it. Esme took the envelope before Lucas touched the seal. She carried it to the table and placed it beside the untouched fruit. No. Carlisle removed his hospital identification card and sat down. Esme, if it came from Volterra, we should know what it says. We will. She turned the toast basket toward him. After breakfast. Rosalie looked at the sealed envelope. None of us are eating. That hasn't stopped everyone gathering here every morning. Esme waited until Edward returned to his chair. Yesterday this house became a place where visitor terms were negotiated beside the drive. Today Volterra has sent business to our breakfast table. We're finishing one family conversation before we begin another. Alice's eyes briefly lost focus, then returned to Lucas. Waiting 10 minutes doesn't change the letter. Lucas sat beside her again. The seal remained visible beyond Carlisle's cup, close enough to take over the room if they allowed it. Esme pointed toward Emmett. You were explaining the gutter. Emmett leaned back. In my defense, Bella chose a very fragile roof. Bella folded her arms. Continue, and Arrow's letter won't be the first thing opened this morning. When Esme finally collected the breakfast plates, she left the sealed envelope where it had rested between the fruit bowl and Carlyle's cup. Lucas moved the leather case aside while Carlyle broke the dark wax with a table knife. The paper inside was thick, cream-colored, and covered in careful handwriting that made the invitation feel older than the courier who had delivered it. Carlyle read the first page in silence. His expression remained composed, but his thumb paused beside Lucas's name before he turned the sheet toward the light. Arrow begins by recognizing the family's restraint and the craftsmanship of the glamour rings. He states that Volterra doesn't regard their existence as a violation of secrecy. Rosalie leaned forward. That's generous of him. It's deliberate, Carlyle said. He continued reading aloud, describing protected passage to Italy, an audience before the ruling three, and access to ancient metals, unset stones, private archives, and records of supernatural gifts whose owners had died centuries ago. Lucas pictured locked rooms filled with materials no living goldsmith could purchase. The offer touched every part of him that still wanted to learn what his inherited knowledge might accomplish with the right metal in his hands. Carlyle reached the second page. Lucas may examine the collections without accepting a commission. Appropriate companions may accompany him. Volterra will provide a private residence for Lucas and Alice for as long as they choose to remain, and they'll be free to depart after the audience. Alice took the page when Carlyle offered it. Her eyes moved across the lines, then returned to the paragraph bearing her name. He hasn't listed me as Luke's companion. Lucas shifted closer until their shoulders touched. What did he call you? Alice laid the letter flat and pointed to the wording. My foresight is described as equal to his craft in any discussion of wider use. He wants my observations on secrecy, recipients, and future consequences. She traced the space between their names without touching either. He's paired us by function. Edward looked over her shoulder. Recognition can still be sincere. It can, Alice said. She turned the page so the family could see the balanced paragraphs. But he's written about Luke as the person who makes possibilities and me as the person who tells him which possibilities survive. Lucas looked from the promised archives to the offer of rooms inside Volterra. Arrow had praised their choices, protected their route, and promised they could leave. He'd also arranged their value neatly enough to catalog. Alice slid her hand into Lucas's beneath the table. He didn't invite a married couple, she said quietly. He invited two resources that work better together. Then the answer's no. Lucas pulled the letter away from the promised collections and folded the second page over Alice's name. The motion was sharper than he intended, creasing the heavy paper beside Arrow's signature. We're not walking into Volterra so he can decide whether we're useful enough to let back out. Carlyle placed 2 fingers on the folded page but didn't take it from him. That isn't what the letter says. Edward remained behind Bella's chair, his attention fixed on the envelope. It's what Arrow wants us to fear he could do. Possibly, Carlyle said, fear may be part of the invitation, but we shouldn't answer a demand he hasn't made. Lucas, what has he actually offered? Lucas looked down at the lines he'd covered. Ancient metals, private records, protected passage, an audience, and the right to leave without accepting a commission. Each promise had been chosen carefully enough that accusing Arrow of open coercion would make Lucas sound unreasonable. He's offered access to things I couldn't find anywhere else, Lucas said. He's offered protection while we travel in a formal meeting with the ruling three. Alice smoothed the folded page with her palm. He's also offered my judgment to himself without asking me. Carlyle nodded. Then that should be answered plainly. Not on your behalf, and not as an accusation that he has already imprisoned either of you. Lucas released the page. Carlyle wasn't asking him to trust Arrow. He was asking him not to let distrust write a less honest letter than the one they'd received. What if the courtesy is only there to make refusal look insulting? Lucas asked. Then we refuse courteously, Carlyle said. He turned the first page back toward Lucas. Arrow has left you room to say no, use it while that room exists. Alice linked her fingers through Lucas's beneath the table. I don't want you refusing because you think I need you to speak for me. My site isn't available to Volterra, and I'll say that myself. Lucas read the invitation again, this time separating each offered privilege from the future Arrow might hope to build around it. The materials tempted him. The archives tempted him more. Neither outweighed taking Alice into a fortress where every courtesy depended upon the people holding the doors. I won't travel, Lucas said. He drew a clean sheet from Esme's writing desk and placed it beside the invitation. But I can answer his questions without pretending the offer itself was a threat. Carlyle slid a pen across the table. Then answer what he wrote, and make your boundaries just as clear. Lucas set the pen against the clean page, then stopped before the first line. A refusal written in anger would tell Arrow more than Lucas intended. He placed the invitation beside his reply and copied the formal address from its opening, keeping his handwriting measured even when the promised archives remained visible near his wrist. Your invitation honors both my work and my family, Lucas read as he wrote. I'm grateful for the offer of protected travel, access to your collections, and an audience with the ruling three. He looked toward Carlyle. Too much? Carlyle shook his head. Courtesy doesn't weaken the answer. Lucas continued. He declined residence and travel to Volterra without claiming illness, timing, or family obligation might change the decision later. The refusal needed to belong to him, not to circumstances Arrow could solve. When he reached Alice's name, he lifted the pen. Alice drew a second chair beside him. Write that I don't accept any position, formal or informal, in which my sight becomes part of another person's authority. Lucas turned the page toward her. You should write it. She accepted the pen and added the sentence beneath his paragraph in her own narrow hand. My choices and visions remain mine. Peace between our families can't depend upon access to them. Alice returned the pen without asking him to soften the words. Edward read the line from across the table. Arrow may treat that as rejection of cooperation. It is rejection of compulsory cooperation, Alice said. She rested her hand beside Lucas's S. He can ask questions. He can't make my availability the price of leaving us alone. Lucas added that he would answer written questions about the glamour ring's visible limits, wearer binding, maintenance, and secrecy risks. He offered no construction details, personal records, samples, inspections, or promise of future commissions. The distinction took 3 drafts before Rosalie stopped circling phrases that could be read as broader consent. At last, Lucas wrote the final paragraph. We welcome continued peaceful correspondence. That correspondence must not require our residence, service, custody, or separation from the family and lives we've chosen. Carlyle read the completed letter before signing as witness rather than author. Alice added her signature beside Lucas's S. Esme brought the original leather case back to the table, and Lucas placed the refusal inside without removing Arrow's invitation. He fastened the brass clasp and copied the Milan return address onto a courier label. The reply offered knowledge, but not obedience. It preserved a channel, but not a road into their home. 20. A ring for the north. Tanya sat across from Lucas at the carriage house bench with her right hand resting on black felt. Beside her fingers lay 2 white gold bands, identical only until someone looked closely. Her ring carried the Denali star within a circle of fine northern lines. Kate's had the same shared mark set between sharper angles chosen to suit her. Lucas turned Tanya's band beneath the task lamp. The coven emblem records where the ring belongs. It doesn't bind you to Denali, report your movements, or answer to another wearer. Tanya glanced toward Kate, who waited beside Rosalie with a folder open across her knees. And if I leave the coven? The provenance remains true, Lucas said. You wore it as Denali when it was made. The glamour stays yours unless you ask me to remove or alter it. Kate leaned forward. So the symbol isn't a leash, but it isn't temporary either. No. Lucas placed the ring beside Tanya's hand. History doesn't become false because a relationship changes. The empty chair near the end of the bench had remained untouched through both consultations. Nobody had suggested placing Irina's name in the records or creating a 4th design to complete the set. Her absence belonged to Denali more honestly than any ornamental symmetry Lucas could provide. Tanya picked up the ring but didn't put it on. Irina would have chosen yellow gold. Kate's expression tightened, and complained that the star was too restrained. She would have redesigned it after Lucas finished. Tanya's smile faded as she turned the band between her fingers. Thank you for not making one for her. Lucas looked toward the blank line he'd left beneath the 3 living wearers' names. A finished set doesn't have to pretend nobody's missing. Tanya slid the signet onto her finger. The inscription accepted her touch at once, warming beneath the metal before settling. Nothing changed to Lucas's sight, but Rosalie lifted the human camera and took 3 photographs under different lamps. Kate crossed behind Tanya and examined the screen. Your eyes are softer. The color's right. Tanya stood, walked toward the window, then returned beneath the fluorescent strip without the glamour slipping. Lucas watched her movements rather than the invisible effect, listening for any hesitation from the ring. It remained steady because every line had been calibrated to her alone. Kate held out her hand. My turn. Lucas didn't reach for the second band. He turned instead to the consultation page beneath it. First, you confirm the same limits in your own words. Tanya's agreement doesn't cover you. Kate looked at the waiting ring, then drew the page closer. Good, she said. Denali chose the star together. I still choose what goes on my hand. She read the limits once, signed beneath them, and pushed the page back across the bench. Lucas checked the fit of her band, eased it over her finger, and waited while the inscription recognized the person it had been made to serve. Warmth passed through the white gold. Kate's glamour settled without any visible change to Lucas, but Rosalie raised the camera and took photographs beneath the task lamp, the overhead strip, and the gray daylight reaching through the carriage house window. Tanya leaned over Rosalie's shoulder. Your eyes look less severe. Kate turned her head toward her. My eyes have never looked severe. Anya smiled from beside the bench. They do when someone's wasting your time. Rosalie enlarged the final photograph. The color holds, the eyes are moderated, and the coven mark hasn't interfered with the personal binding. Kate crossed to the window, then back beneath the harsher light. She examined her hand as though she might catch the ring making a mistake. And Tanya can't use it? No. Lucas held out his hand. Take hers off and give it to Kate. Tanya removed her signet and placed it in Kate's palm. Kate exchanged the rings, sliding Tanya's onto her finger. The metal remained cold and ordinary. No glamour answered, and the Denali emblem carried nothing beyond the history engraved into it. Kate returned the ring. Good. Lucas opened the commission book and wrote the wearer, metal, agreed function, and date beside each finished piece. He tore out the matching receipt copies and handed one to Tanya, one to Kate, and one to Anya. Keep these somewhere safe, he said. They prove what you commissioned and what the rings were made to do. I'll keep the originals in case one ever needs repair. Tanya folded hers and slipped it into her handbag. That's all? That's all. Rosalie closed the commission book before Lucas could add anything else. You heard him. Finished. Kate looked at the signet on her finger, then toward Anya's matching band. 3 living members of Denali now carried the same star without sharing control, function, or ownership. Tanya rested her hand beside theirs on the bench. Irina would have mocked us for needing receipts. Anya touched the edge of Tanya's ring. She would have kept hers. Lucas watched the 3 white gold stars catch the light together. The set remained incomplete, and nobody tried to make it otherwise. Anya compared the signets beneath the task lamp, turning her hand until the branching personal mark caught beside the Denali star. Tanya's and Kate's rings shared the same emblem without repeating the rest of her design. Together they looked related rather than identical. She glanced toward Lucas. If Denali takes in someone new, can we commission another? Of course. Lucas returned the unused sizing tools to their case. Send me their measurements, preferred metal, and what they want from the glamour. I'd still need to speak with them before I finish the binding, but Denali doesn't need my permission to welcome anyone. Kate lifted one eyebrow. That sounded almost uncomplicated. It is uncomplicated. Lucas closed the case. You decide who belongs to your coven. I make the ring for the person who will wear it. Tanya touched the white gold star on her finger. And the emblem? If Denali authorizes them to wear it, I'll use it. Lucas looked across the 3 women. The only part one won't do secondhand is decide someone's personal mark or bind a ring without their agreement. Anya nodded as though that answered the matter. Good. I didn't want this set to become a memorial that could never grow. The words drew Tanya's attention back to the empty space beside their hands. She didn't hide the pain that followed, but she also didn't remove her ring. Irina belongs to our history. She doesn't have to become the last shape Denali is allowed to take. Kate placed her hand beside Tanya's. She'd object to us becoming solemn every time we bought jewelry. She'd object to white gold, Tanya said, and the small smile that followed reached Anya before it reached anyone else. Rosalie gathered the camera, rejected practice bands, and polishing cloths from the bench. Then wear them somewhere beyond this workshop before you decide they're perfect. Jasper moved away from the carriage house doors. His gaze settled on the 3 matching stars, and Lucas remembered the warning he'd given when the designs were still sketches. Other vampires would see more than jewelry. They would see Denali carrying Lucas's work openly and naming itself through a shared sign. Tanya noticed his attention. "You still think these will attract notice?" "I know they will," Jasper said. "I also know you chose that before Lucas began." Anya linked her fingers through his. "Then we'll leave wearing them." Lucas looked at the 3 completed signets. Denali hadn't received a closed set or a promise that ended with its current members. It had received rings that could follow the Coven's life without deciding what that life had to become. The Denalis carried their cases to the waiting cars before dusk. Lucas stood beside Alice near the drive while Jasper loaded Anya's suitcase, then checked the northern route on his phone. Tanya and Kate had chosen to travel east of Port Angeles before turning inland, keeping their departure well away from the reservation. Lucas sent Jacob the promised message with the number of travelers, route, and expected time beyond the peninsula. Jacob replied with a brief acknowledgement before Tanya closed her boot. Anya looked down at the signet on her hand. "You could still come north with us." "Not while 3 teenagers are waiting to see whether their fevers break," Lucas said. "Remote adjustments should cover anything minor. Call before changing your route south again." Jasper closed the boot beside her. "We will." Kate leaned against the second car. "That sounded almost like you expected us to obey instructions." "I expect you to remember the agreement you helped make." Tanya smiled as she opened the driver's door. "We'll feed farther north, warn you before returning, and avoid creating emergencies for Jacob to explain. You may stop looking worried." "I'm not worried about you forgetting." Her smile faded slightly. She followed his gaze toward the road beyond the trees, where Arrow's invitation had arrived from one direction and rumors of the rings were spreading from every other. The cars left together, their rear lights disappearing beyond the wet branches. Lucas remained beside Alice until the last engine faded. The Denalis were carrying 3 visible signs of alliance into a world already asking who had received his work and why. Alice's fingers tightened around his. Her gaze lost focus before Lucas could ask what had changed. She turned toward the eastern road as though she could see beyond the forest, following choices made miles away. "What is it?" Lucas asked. "A car leaves a lay-by after Tanya passes." Alice's voice sharpened as the vision continued. "It stays behind them through 2 turns, then pulls back when Jasper changes speed." Lucas took out his phone. "Human?" "No." Alice shook her head once. "A vampire alone. I can't see a confrontation." He called Jasper. Anya answered through the car's speaker before the second ring. "Someone's following you," Lucas said. "1 vampire, several miles back. Alice saw them leave a lay-by after Tanya passed." Jasper's answer came without alarm. "We noticed the repeated scent near the last junction. We're not stopping." Alice watched the future shift again. "They break away once you turn inland, but they remember the route." Lucas looked toward the empty drive. Rumor had wanted proof. Now someone had seen Denali leave Forks wearing matching signs of his craft, and curiosity had become pursuit. 21. The beach that belonged to no one. Jacob led them west without crossing the reservation, leaving the road where the forest thickened above the coast. Bella carried her camera at her side, stopping twice when the trees opened enough to show the sea between their trunks. Lucas followed Jacob's pace and listened to the surf grow louder until the land fell away before them. The beach curved between 2 rocky headlands, empty except for driftwood and gulls. Broad shelves of stone reached into the retreating water, holding tide pools bright with anemones, shells, and strips of kelp. Bella crossed the dark sand before Jacob finished pointing out the far end of the cove. "This is outside the reservation?" Lucas asked. Jacob nodded toward the northern headland. "The line's several miles south. Cullen Land is east of the highway. Nobody had to cross into anyone else's territory to get here." Bella turned slowly beneath the open sky, taking in the cliffs and reflected light. "How did you find it?" "I remembered coming near here with Billy when I was little." Jacob pushed his hands into his jacket pockets. "I checked the maps after you asked about neutral places." Lucas looked back toward the forest. Jacob had searched for somewhere that required effort from both sides, then brought them without presenting the choice as a favor. "Thank you." Jacob's attention remained on Bella. "It isn't First Beach." "I know," she said. She raised the camera, then lowered it again before taking the photograph. I didn't come here expecting it to be. Jacob studied her face, perhaps waiting for grief to become comparison. Bella gave him neither apology nor reassurance. She simply walked toward the nearest tide pool and crouched beside it, her concentration narrowing around the image. Lucas stopped beside Jacob. Does anyone from La Push use this place? Sometimes. It isn't ours. Jacob glanced at him. That's the point. The answer settled cleanly between them. Lucas had spent weeks thinking about the unequal journey Jacob made whenever he visited the Cullens. He'd imagined neutral ground as a solution, but standing there revealed the limit of that idea. The beach couldn't restore Jacob's access to Bella's cottage or return First Beach to her. It could only give them somewhere none of them arrived as host. Bella pressed the shutter. The quiet click carried across the pool. Jacob's mouth lifted slightly. She likes it. Lucas watched his sister move to another angle, her camera reflecting the pale sky. She does. They followed her across the sand without asking the beach to become anything more. Bella worked along the tide pools, photographing the small worlds left behind by the retreating sea. She moved from stone to stone with vampire ease, but the camera slowed her. Each image required her to stop, examine the light, and decide what deserved to remain inside the frame. Lucas stood beside Jacob near a weathered trunk of driftwood. She used to take pictures because she was afraid she'd forget people. Jacob watched Bella lean over a pool where a red starfish clung beneath the surface. Now she can remember everything. She still takes them. Maybe remembering isn't the same as choosing what to keep. Lucas glanced at him. Jacob's tone held no accusation, but his gaze stayed on Bella rather than the sea. The old photograph Charlie had given her now hung inside the cottage, preserving a beach she couldn't revisit and a human life she no longer possessed. Bella looked up from the camera. You two know I can hear you. Jacob raised his voice slightly. Then stop pretending you're busy. I am busy. She crossed toward them and turned the camera screen outward. Look. The photograph held the tide pool beneath a broken reflection of the headland. The stone above appeared dark and solid, while the water divided it into shifting pieces. Lucas might have framed the coast itself. Bella had chosen what the coast became after the sea disturbed it. Jacob studied the image longer than Lucas expected. It doesn't look like La Push. Bella lowered the camera. I wasn't trying to make it look like La Push. What are you trying to make it look like? Here. Her answer came without hesitation. I don't want a replacement for somewhere I lost. I want to learn this place without making it carry that job. Jacob's shoulders eased. Good. Lucas looked along the cove. We could bring Alice and Edward next time. Jacob's expression changed at once. Maybe. The single word stopped Lucas from building the future further. He'd imagined shared ground growing through use, each visit proving the idea worked. Jacob heard additional vampires, more Quileute attention, and another place where Cullen numbers might quietly decide the shape of the gathering. Bella closed the display screen. Next time can still be the three of us. Jacob nodded. I'd come back for that. Lucas accepted the boundary without treating it as rejection. Then the three of us come back. Bella returned to the water, leaving the two men beside the driftwood. Jacob had found the beach, but he hadn't claimed the right to govern it. Lucas had asked for shared ground, but asking hadn't made him responsible for expanding it. Ahead of them, Bella lifted the camera again. Lucas and Jacob moved closer from opposite sides, entering the edge of her frame only when she waved them forward. Bella lowered the camera after several more photographs and joined them beside the driftwood. She turned the display toward Jacob, letting him move through the images at his own pace. Lucas watched Jacob's attention pause on a frame where the headland had broken apart across moving water. You made it look older, Jacob said. Bella leaned closer to the screen. Older than what? Than us. He handed the camera back carefully. Like it was here before anyone decided where the lines went. Lucas looked toward the forest above the cove. The beach's distance from both territories had made the morning possible, but distance also limited what the place could become. Every visit would begin again, with nothing left behind to say that they'd found something worth sharing. There's enough driftwood above the tide line, he said. We could build a simple shelter before winter. Nothing large, just somewhere all three of us could use. Jacob's earlier ease disappeared. No. Lucas turned toward him. You haven't heard what I mean. I heard, build. Jacob rose from the driftwood. Then somebody owns what gets built, decides who uses it, and starts acting as though arriving first gives them more right to be here. It wouldn't belong to the Cullens. Who pays for it? Lucas hesitated. Money had seemed irrelevant when the work itself would take little effort. I could. Then it's yours, even if you keep calling it shared. Bella held the camera against her coat. Jacob's right. Lucas looked at her. I'm not trying to claim the beach. I know. Bella glanced across the empty cove. You're trying to make the next visit easier. But the reason this works is that none of us has prepared it for everyone else. Jacob stepped closer to the water, then turned back. At First Beach, you'd be visiting my home. At the Cullen house, I'm visiting yours. Here, all of us carry in what we need and leave with it. The answer stripped the shelter of every generous intention Lucas had attached to it. A roof built by one side would become a center without anyone voting for one. Repairs would create obligation. Keys, stored supplies, and invitations would follow until the beach had another invisible boundary. Lucas nodded toward the bare sand. Then nothing permanent. Jacob studied him before answering. Nothing one side can point to and call theirs. Bella lifted the camera again, framing both men with the untouched shore behind them. Stay there. Lucas didn't move. Jacob remained opposite him, the space between them belonging to neither, while Bella took the photograph. Bella studied the photograph she'd taken, then looked over the camera at the two men still standing where she'd left them. You both look miserable. Jacob glanced at Lucas. He wanted a roof. You said no as though I'd proposed a shopping center. You were thinking about it. Lucas bent, picked up a smooth stone, and sent it skimming across the nearest pool. It touched the surface 6 times before striking the far shelf hard enough to split. Bella lowered the camera. Very natural. I misjudged it. Jacob chose another stone and weighed it in his palm. You threw it like a vampire. I am a vampire. You're also losing. Jacob snapped his wrist. His stone crossed the pool in a blur, skipped onto the open water beyond it, and vanished between 2 waves. He turned with a grin that belonged to the boy Lucas remembered from Forks High. That didn't count, Lucas said. You missed the pool. I passed the pool. You threw it into the Pacific. Bella raised the camera as Lucas searched the sand. This is already better than the photograph where you looked ready to divide the county. Lucas found a flat piece of slate and held it up. Watch carefully. Jacob stepped beside him. Your elbow's wrong. My elbow's fine. It's decorative. Lucas threw. The slate struck the water once, rose at an impossible angle, and buried itself in the sand near Jacob's foot. Jacob stared at the hole, then laughed so hard he had to bend forward. Bella caught the moment with 3 quick clicks. Lucas crossed the distance before Jacob straightened and shoved him into the shallow water. Jacob caught his coat, twisted, and pulled Lucas down with him. The impact sent a sheet of cold water over both of them. Bella retreated from the spray without lowering the camera. I'm not helping either of you. Jacob surfaced with wet hair across his forehead. He attacked first. You insulted my elbow. It deserved it. Lucas swept one arm through the water and drenched him again. Jacob lunged, and they crashed back into the shallows while Bella circled them, laughing as she took photographs no human camera should have been quick enough to catch. When they finally stopped, Lucas sat in the water beside Jacob while Bella reviewed the images on the sand. She turned the screen toward them. The final frame showed Jacob grinning, Lucas reaching to drag him under, and the empty beach behind them. That one stays, Bella said. Lucas looked at Jacob, who was still laughing beside him. Yeah, it does. 22. The name on the application. 3 days after the beach, Lucas found an envelope waiting on the forge bench beneath Rosalie's brass paperweight. The return address belonged to Denali, but Tanya's handwriting appeared only across a smaller note clipped to the front. Alice stood beside him while he opened it. Anya called Esme before it arrived. Tanya wanted the request on paper so nobody could pretend later that the wording changed. Lucas unfolded the first page. The applicants called themselves the Alder Coven, 3 vampires living outside Portland under human identities. They described their animal diet, occupations, and reasons for seeking glamour with a restraint that felt rehearsed rather than careless. One worked as a veterinary surgeon. Another managed a small historical archive. The third taught evening classes at a community college. Rosalie leaned against the opposite bench. They chose professions designed to make refusal feel cruel. That doesn't make the work false. Lucas read the next paragraph, where they promised not to travel north without invitation and offered references from 2 covens Denali knew. They're asking for the same basic correction we use every day. Color, eyes, sparkle, stillness. Nothing personalized. Alice rested one finger beside the final name. Dr. Miriam Alder had signed for the coven, but each member had added a separate statement beneath hers. No demand, no offer of money, and no suggestion that Denali's recommendation entitled them to anything. Lucas turned to Tanya's note. We know them by reputation, not by close friendship. They've kept their diet for 14 years and have human work they don't wish to abandon. We have promised nothing. We're forwarding the request because refusing to let you see it would also be a decision made on your behalf. Rosalie read over his shoulder. Tanya's learning your language. She's making sure I can't blame Denali for the choice. Lucas set the note beside the application and looked again at the 3 occupations. The request reached directly into everything his work had been meant to protect. Human lives, chosen restraint, and the ability to remain near people without turning every room into suspicion. Alice watched his face. You want to say yes? I want their reason to be enough. Lucas closed the folder without signing anything. That's not the same as knowing they're safe. Rosalie lifted the paperweight and placed it over the application. Then don't decide from the letter. Lucas looked at Miriam Alder's name beneath the brass edge. Flattery hadn't entered the request, but need carried pressure of its own. Before he offered 3 strangers a way to pass more easily among humans, he needed proof stronger than careful sentences and borrowed trust. Carlyle read the Alder Coven's statements at the forge bench, turning each page without hurrying. Lucas remained opposite him while Alice stood near the window, her attention moving between the application and futures no one else could see. Miriam's work matters, Carlyle said. He rested one finger beside the veterinary practice named in her statement. A vampire capable of treating frightened animals without alarming their owners could preserve a useful life through glamour. The archivist and teacher aren't asking for amusement either. Lucas looked at the 3 signatures. A good reason doesn't prove good judgment. No, Carlyle agreed, but fear of being deceived doesn't prove they're dangerous. Their request deserves investigation rather than automatic refusal. Alice's eyes lost focus. Her hand tightened around the window frame before she turned back toward them. Every answer branches too quickly. If you invite them here, I see visitors on the property, more strangers following their route, and several futures around La Push disappearing. Phasing? Lucas asked. Possibly. Alice crossed to the bench and touched Miriam's name. When I look for a meeting somewhere else, the futures stay clearer, but I still can't see whether the Alders bring trouble with them or trouble follows afterward. Carlyle folded the application closed. Uncertainty can't become guilt. No, Alice said, it also can't become permission. Lucas took out his phone. Jacob had asked him to notice who carried the consequences before making another decision. Calling after the applicants arrived would only repeat the mistake. Jacob answered on the 4th ring. What happened? No emergency, Lucas said. He placed the phone on the bench but left it off speaker. A small coven near Portland has asked for glamour rings. They haven't been invited anywhere. I'm considering whether to investigate them. Jacob remained silent long enough for Lucas to hear traffic beyond his voice. Investigate where? That hasn't been decided. Then decide before they start driving north. Jacob's answer sharpened. Every new vampire scent near Forks can wake more wolves. It doesn't matter whether they're polite, vegetarian, or carrying letters from Denali. Carlyle watched Lucas without interrupting. Alice's fingers rested beside the application, holding no future still. Lucas looked toward the forest beyond the forge. The Alders' need might be legitimate. Their presence near Forks could still force human teenagers into lives they hadn't chosen. They won't come here, Lucas said. Jacob's voice eased slightly. Good, because once they're on the road, your invitation becomes our problem too. Lucas ended the call and drew the application back toward himself. Before he judged the 3 names on the page, he would have to decide how far their request was allowed to travel. Independent verification began with Tanya contacting the covens named as references and Lucas refusing to send any answer south until she returned with proof. 2 evenings later, the investigation drew Lucas, Bella, and Jacob to a roadside diner far beyond Forks, where Denali's distant observer had finally left the northern route. The follower crossed the rear of the car park at human speed, head lowered beneath a dark hood. Families moved between the entrance and their cars, carrying paper cups and restless children. A delivery driver stood beside the service door with a cigarette cupped against the wind. Jacob stopped beside Lucas at the edge of the trees. He knows we're here. He knows I'm here. Lucas watched the stranger ignore the road Denali had taken. The vampire's attention settled on the diner windows, then shifted toward the public telephone mounted beside the entrance. He's looking for a way to approach without coming into the open alone. Bella remained several yards behind them with her camera hanging beneath her coat. There are 43 people inside. 2 more just pulled in. Jacob's weight shifted forward. I can circle behind him. No. Lucas caught Jacob's sleeve before he moved. If he runs through the diner, we don't chase. The stranger reached the telephone and lifted the receiver. He didn't insert money or dial. Instead, he turned his head toward the dark glass, using the reflection to look directly at Lucas. Lucas stepped from the trees. Jacob swore under his breath but stayed beside Bella. Lucas crossed the wet car park at an ordinary pace, passing beneath the security lights while the vampire waited beside the telephone. Human voices carried through the diner wall. Plates struck tables, a child complained about onions, and the delivery driver drew smoke into his lungs. The stranger lowered the receiver. Lucas Swan. Lucas stopped beyond arm's reach. You need to leave. I came to request your work. You followed Denali without permission, entered a crowded human business to force contact, and approached Forks after our routes were explained. Lucas kept his hands visible. There won't be a conversation or a commission. The vampire's gaze moved toward Bella and Jacob at the edge of the lot. You don't know who sent me. That doesn't improve what you chose. The stranger stepped closer. Jacob moved at once, but Lucas raised one hand without looking back. The diner door opened behind them, releasing warm air and 3 laughing humans into the car park. Lucas held the vampire's stare. Walk away now, or every person here becomes evidence that you risk secrecy to reach me. The stranger's mouth tightened. He retreated before the humans noticed either of them, crossed the road, and disappeared into the trees. Lucas didn't follow. Whatever waited beyond the crowd would receive no pursuit, no private meeting, and no proof that forcing access worked. He waited until the stranger's scent had faded beyond the road before returning to the telephone. Jacob remained near the tree line, watching the direction of retreat, while Bella examined the wall without touching it. He stood here before we arrived, Bella said. She crouched beside the concrete base and pointed behind the metal housing. There's paper wedged underneath. Lucas knelt and drew out a narrow envelope sealed with plain gray wax. His name appeared across the front in careful block letters. The stranger could have offered it during their confrontation, but doing so would have required him to admit the approach had always been a delivery. Jacob crossed the car park. Open it here. I'm not carrying an unknown vampire's message toward La Push. You won't have to. Lucas broke the seal and unfolded one sheet. The writer identified herself as Elise Marlowe of the Green River Coven, claimed 21 years without human blood, and requested a meeting to discuss daylight glamour for 4 wearers. The letter named a neutral location east of Portland and offered references from Denali. Bella leaned over his shoulder. Denali didn't mention them. No. Lucas took out his phone and called Tanya. Do you know an Elise Marlowe or a Green River Coven? Tanya answered after a brief silence. Elise exists. She lives with 2 others near Spokane, not 4 near Portland. We haven't spoken in 6 years, and she's never asked about Lucas's work. Lucas looked again at the signature. The letter contained enough truth to survive a careless check. Real name, real diet, real connection to Denali. Only the request, numbers, and proposed meeting had been manufactured. Can you contact her without traveling? Lucas asked. Yes, Tanya said. I'll use an old intermediary. Don't answer anything in that envelope. I wasn't planning to. Lucas ended the call and held the page by its edges while Bella photographed both sides. Jacob read the proposed meeting location, then looked toward the road where the messenger had vanished. They weren't trying to convince you tonight, Jacob said. They were checking whether the right name could pull you south. Lucas folded the letter along its original crease. The earlier application had asked him to judge strangers honestly seeking his help. This message had turned that process into a weapon, using another coven's history as permission to arrange his movements. He returned the page to the envelope. From now on, a name on paper proves nothing. Nobody gets a meeting until the coven confirms the request through a separate route. Bella lowered her camera. Someone just taught you why screening matters. Lucas looked toward the dark road. Arrow's offer no longer felt theoretical. 27 voices. Jacob woke to someone else screaming. He rolled from bed before his eyes opened, struck the floor on one knee, and reached for his jeans while panic tore through the pack mind. The voice wasn't carrying words yet. It came as heat, darkness, and the crushing certainty that bones were breaking inside a body that had stopped obeying. Then another frightened mind slammed into the first. Jacob ran barefoot into the hall. Billy had already turned on the kitchen light and was reaching for the telephone. "Who is it?" "I don't know." Jacob caught the doorframe as 25 familiar minds surged around the two new ones. Questions collided with warnings. Sam ordered everyone to hold position, Leah demanded a location, and 3 younger wolves shouted different names after recognizing pieces of the house through the panic. Nobody can hear anything. A bathroom mirror shattered inside the shared mind. One of the new wolves burst through a wall, stumbled into cold grass, and transformed beneath a confusion of voices telling him to stop, run, breathe, stay human, and get away from his family. Jacob dragged on his jacket as he crossed the porch. "Sam, clear everyone out except the nearest team." His thought vanished beneath overlapping answers. "We can help." "Who phased?" "I'm near the school. My sister knows him. Tell him not to fight it." The second new wolf completed the change somewhere near the eastern road. Her fear arrived with the smell of petrol, wet gravel, and her father shouting from behind a locked garage door. Every wolf in range received it at once, followed by everyone else reacting to everyone else. Jacob phased in the trees and nearly lost his footing beneath the sudden weight of 27 minds. Sam's command struck through them. "Hold." The order stopped bodies. It didn't create silence. Fear, curiosity, hunger, embarrassment, and the remembered pain of first transformation kept crossing through the pack faster than Jacob could separate one wolf from another. Leah found the new girl first. Her thought cut through the noise with practiced force. "Everyone who isn't within 5 minutes of the eastern road, go human now." Several wolves obeyed. Their voices vanished, leaving gaps that filled almost immediately when the others began arguing over whether they should remain available. Jacob ran toward the garage, following Leah's position rather than the confused flood around it. The pack had once felt like a handful of people sharing one room. Now 27 wolves were trying to speak through the same doorway, and the 2 newest among them had no private place left to be frightened. Sam gathered the wolves at the old baseball field after both newcomers had been returned to their families. Jacob remained phased near the backstop, mud drying along his legs while 26 other minds pressed against his. The newest girl sat beneath the trees with Leah beside her, still fighting the instinct to answer every thought that crossed the pack. Sam moved to the center of the field. "We divide into 4 patrol teams. North, South, Eastern Road, and the Cullen boundary. Each team reports through me." Resentment moved through the pack before anyone spoke. Jacob caught fragments from every direction. School assignments, work shifts, a missed breakfast, one wolf worrying that his mother had found claw marks across the garage door. Sam received all of it too, then pushed his authority outward. "North team, confirm." 7 wolves answered at once. Their positions, names, and half-formed questions collided. Sam ordered them silent, then turned toward the southern team before the first group had settled. Leah rose beside the new girl. "Why does every team report through you?" "Because separate patrols require central command." Jacob felt Sam reach for the eastern wolves, checking their locations through their senses. One showed him the road. Another pictured the school clock. A third remembered an argument with his father, and the memory entered everyone before he could stop it. The new girl flinched and lowered her head. Jacob stepped forward. "She doesn't need your family fight." "I didn't send it," the boy answered, humiliation spreading through the pack. "I thought about it." Sam's command struck hard enough to still him. "Control your mind." Leah's anger cut across the field. "That isn't control. You told 4 teams to keep reporting into the same head. Sam turned toward her, but 3 northern wolves called at once after catching an unfamiliar scent. The alarm raced through everyone. Jacob saw wet cedar, a passing truck, and animal tracks beside the road before the team recognized a black bear and withdrew the warning. By then, the eastern group had abandoned its assigned route to check the alert. Sam ordered them back. 2 obeyed, 1 argued, and another changed direction because he'd mistaken the command for his own team. Jacob phased back near the dugout and pulled on his shorts. "This isn't division," he said aloud. "You've drawn 4 boxes around the same pack." Sam returned to human form several yards away. "Someone has to know where every wolf is. Then every mistake, fear, and private thought still travels through everyone." Jacob looked toward the youngest wolves, several of whom had already moved away from the group without finding any real distance. "You've reduced the patrols and kept the crowd." Sam's expression hardened. "What are you proposing?" Jacob looked beyond the field toward the eastern highway. "Distance. Small groups, far enough apart that they can think without asking 26 people to leave the room." Jacob chose 6 wolves before Sam could turn the proposal into another general order. Leah took the 2 newest, while Noah, Embry, and Sophie joined Jacob near the eastern road. The remaining wolves stayed with Sam around the usual patrol lines, close enough to respond if anything crossed the boundary. Sam folded his arms beside the dugout. "How far are you taking them?" "Far enough to find out whether the voice is thin." Jacob pulled on his shoes and pointed toward the old logging road beyond the field. "We'll remain on tribal land, and Leah can turn the group back if I'm wrong." Leah stepped beside the new girl, whose hands still shook inside borrowed sleeves. "He isn't wrong. We've felt it before when a patrol stretched toward the outer roads. Nobody bothered measuring it because there weren't enough wolves to make the noise dangerous." Sam looked toward the forest. "You're separating inexperienced wolves from the main pack. I'm separating them from 20 people thinking at them." Jacob opened the truck's rear door. "Those aren't the same risk." They drove east with the windows cracked, following the logging road until wet branches scraped both sides of the truck. Jacob felt the pack mind changing before they reached the first locked gate. Sam's presence remained firm behind him, but individual thoughts had begun losing their sharp edges. Jacob parked and led the group into the trees. They phased one at a time, leaving their clothes tied above their ankles. The newest girl entered the pack mind with a burst of fear, but this time only 6 voices answered her. "Can everyone still hear me?" she asked. "Yes," Leah replied, "but not everyone back at the field." Jacob listened toward Sam. The alpha's attention reached him as distant pressure, stripped of words. Behind it came a blur of minds too faint to identify. "Keep moving," Jacob told the group. They ran another mile along the abandoned road. No's thoughts softened first, becoming presence without detail. Embry remained clear beside Jacob, while Leah and the newcomers traveled as a smaller cluster several hundred yards behind. Sophie slowed near a washed-out culvert. "I can't hear Paul anymore." Relief followed the thought so quickly that she tried to hide it. Nobody laughed. The newest boy lifted his head and searched the quiet inside his own mind. "I can still hear my group," he said. "Just us." Jacob phased behind a cedar and pulled on his shorts. Leah changed nearby, helping the new girl steady herself as she returned to human form. Jacob looked back toward La Push, where 21 wolves remained connected without pressing into this small clearing. "That's the answer," he said. "The pack mind was never meant to hold everyone at once." Leah brushed wet leaves from her sleeve. "Now we find out whether Sam can hear that without calling it rebellion." Jacob wrote the proposal at Billy's kitchen table while Leah stood over his shoulder, correcting every sentence that sounded like permission granted by Sam. Noah listed the names of wolves willing to join smaller groups, and Sophie added school and work schedules beside each one. "Don't call them assignments," Leah said. She tapped the page with one finger. "Call them choices. Otherwise Sam decides where everyone belongs before they've answered." Jacob crossed out the heading. Voluntary pack membership after training. Billy turned his chair closer and read the first page. "Who decides when training's complete?" "The trainee, the mentor, and the council," Jacob said. "All 3 have to agree. Sam can object for safety, but he has to name the risk." Leah nodded. "And anyone can leave a group after giving notice, unless there's an active emergency." By dusk, Jacob carried 3 handwritten copies into the council hall. Sam waited beside the elders with his arms folded, while more than 20 wolves crowded the benches and back wall. Several parents had come too, including the father whose garage door had been locked against his daughter's first transformation. Jacob placed 1 copy before the council and another in Sam's hands. Smaller packs. No more than 8 wolves unless there's an emergency. Membership is chosen after basic control training. Each group selects its own mentor and patrol rota. Sam read without sitting. You're creating rival packs. I'm creating room to think. Jacob looked toward the newest wolves. Today 6 of us traveled beyond the usual range. We could still hear our own group, but the rest faded. Nobody lost control, nobody missed a threat, and nobody had 20 strangers inside their head. An elder lifted the proposal. What happens when a vampire crosses the line and 4 groups argue over command? Jacob pointed to the final page. The emergency union still applies. The nearest wolf responds first. Sam commands once he reaches the threat. When the danger ends, so does his authority over the other groups. Sam's jaw tightened. You're asking the council to break the pack. The new girl rose from the rear bench before Jacob could answer. Her father reached for her sleeve, then let his hand fall. The pack broke into my head before I knew anyone's name, she said. I heard people arguing about me while I was still trying to become human again. I'm asking for 7 voices instead of 27. Silence held the room long enough for Jacob to hear the rain against the roof. Billy drew the proposal closer. Then the council debates the structure, not whether the problem exists. Sam remained standing with the paper in his hand, but he no longer faced only Jacob. The wolves behind him had begun reading the copied pages over one another's shoulders, choosing groups before anyone had granted them permission. 24. The joy they wouldn't admit. The younger wolves reached the old logging cut before Jacob and Leah had finished tying their clothes above the mud. 6 sets of paws scattered through the furs, their thoughts carrying brief flashes of wet stone, deer scent, and the delighted surprise of bodies that could clear fallen trunks without slowing. Stay together, Jacob warned as he phased. This isn't a race. The girl who'd broken through her father's garage door glanced back from the ridge. Then why are you behind us? Laughter crossed the small pack before she bounded downhill. The newest boy followed, misjudged the slope, and rolled through a bed of ferns. Sophie leapt over him, Noah swerved around a cedar, and within seconds the careful outing became a chase. Jacob ran after them without closing the distance. The terrain was unfamiliar enough to demand attention, but their bodies understood more than their minds did. They tested loose ground with quick paws, adjusted around hidden roots, and learned which moss-covered stones would hold their weight. The new girl moved with startling balance, taking narrow turns without losing speed. She caught Sophie beside the creek and knocked her into the shallows. Sophie came up snapping playfully, and the two collided in a spray of water while the others circled them. Their shared thoughts filled with laughter, mock outrage, and the simple pleasure of strength that didn't need to be aimed at an enemy. Leah stood beside Jacob on the bank. They're good. They're having fun, Jacob answered. That too. A distant mind pressed against the edge of their small connection. Sam's presence sharpened as he approached with Paul and 2 experienced patrol wolves. The younger group noticed at once. The wrestling stopped. Sophie climbed from the creek and shook water from her coat before remembering herself and holding still. The newest boy lowered his head, while the girl backed away from him as though their play had been a mistake someone might record against her training. Paul entered the clearing first. His amusement flickered when he saw the torn ferns and churned mud. You lot lose a fight with the hillside? We were practicing movement, Noah answered too quickly. Sam emerged behind him and surveyed the clearing. Control training was the stated purpose. The new girl looked down at her muddy paws. We stayed inside the marked area. Jacob felt her earlier delight fold beneath embarrassment. Yesterday she'd asked for fewer voices so she could think. Today she'd found something worth wanting inside the form, then hidden it the moment authority arrived. Leah's gaze settled on Jacob. He understood the challenge without needing her thought. The younger wolves hadn't broken control. They'd only enjoyed having it. Jacob watched them fold themselves into obedience. Tails lowered, shoulders tightened, and the new girl stepped away from the creek as though the mud on her coat proved she'd failed. He moved into the clearing and pulled off his shirt. Control training includes learning what your body can do. You learned this ground, so prove it. He tied his clothes above one ankle and nodded toward the trees. The new girl stared at him before a smile appeared. Against you? I've been a wolf for less than a week. Jacob loosened his shoes. Then embarrassing me should improve the week. Pick the finish. Noah chose a cedar split by lightning beyond a steep slope and stream. The girl studied the route, then phased beside Jacob. Her uncertainty entered the pack connection, but beneath it lay a memory of roots, loose stones, and the safest crossing. Leah gave the start, and Jacob drove forward expecting experience to carry him ahead. The girl stayed beside him. She shortened her stride on loose soil, sprang from a buried root, and landed between two stones. Jacob followed too hard, skidded, and struck the stream shoulder first. Cold water closed over his forelegs as laughter burst through the group. He scrambled onto the bank, but the girl was already climbing, her paws finding holds he hadn't noticed. Jacob gained on the straight ground. She crossed the final fallen trunk without slowing and touched the cedar a full body length ahead of him. They phased back behind separate trees and returned in borrowed clothes. Mud streaked the girl's knees, but she stood straighter when Jacob approached. She tried to sound casual and failed. You didn't let me win, did you? I'll know if you lie. Jacob dragged his wet shirt over his head. I tried to catch you. Your balance is better than mine on that slope. Laughter returned, including a reluctant sound from one older wolf. The girl looked toward the cedar, but her grin faded as she rubbed her sleeve. My dad still hasn't fixed the garage, she said. I missed 3 days of school, and everybody thinks I've got some strange flu. Winning doesn't repair any of that. Jacob wrung water from his shirt. No, it doesn't make any of it fair. It only means you're allowed to like what your body can do. The girl looked at Leah before answering. I liked it. I don't want that used as proof that I should be grateful for everything else. Leah stepped beside her and faced the older wolves. Good. Then we're finally talking about the truth instead of choosing which half is easier to repeat. She moved into the center of the clearing before anyone could turn the girl's answer into a lesson about gratitude. Water ran from Jacob's shirt onto the mud, and the younger wolves watched the older patrol members instead of one another. Leah pointed toward the split cedar above the slope. She found a route Jacob missed, controlled her speed, and reached the marker without hurting herself or anyone else. That was skill. She also lost 3 days of school, frightened her family, and had 26 people inside her head before she knew how to leave the pack mind. That was taken from her. Sam's expression tightened. No one said the disruption didn't matter. You made everyone stop the moment you saw them playing, Leah replied. She turned so the group had to meet her gaze. We keep acting as though enjoying any part of this means we've accepted every part. It doesn't. Paul rubbed mud from the heel of his hand. Running like this is better than anything I could do as a human. I'm not ashamed of saying it. The newest boy looked toward him, surprised by the admission from one of Sam's wolves. I liked hearing where everyone was during the race, he said. His fingers worked at the cuff of his borrowed sweatshirt. I hated hearing strangers argue about my mother this morning. Jacob watched several heads lift. The boy hadn't contradicted himself. He'd only refused to choose the half of the truth that made everyone else more comfortable. Leah moved beside the new girl rather than standing in front of her. The form can be magnificent. You can love the speed, the strength, the healing, the forest, and knowing you aren't helpless. Nobody had the right to decide that those gifts purchased your time before you understood what had happened to you. Sam looked across the clearing at the torn ferns and the marks left by racing paws. Power creates responsibility. Pretending otherwise puts families at risk. Jacob pulled his wet shirt away from his skin. Responsibility isn't the same as owing every hour someone asks for. They can learn control, answer a real emergency, and still own the rest of their lives. Sophie glanced toward the ridge. Could we do this again without calling it training? A few of the younger wolves laughed, but none lowered their eyes this time. Leah's smile was brief and sharp. Yes, you're allowed to run because running feels good. Sam checked the light beyond the trees, then looked toward the road home. His silence carried more disapproval than agreement, but the younger wolves had already heard the words he couldn't pull back. He looked toward the pale strip of sky above the ridge, then pulled his keys from his pocket. We're done. Everyone returns to the road now. The younger wolves glanced toward Jacob. Their earlier confidence narrowed into the familiar wait for someone older to decide whether they'd done something wrong. Jacob checked his watch. We agreed to return at 4. That gives us 35 minutes. The outing stopped being control practice. Sam nodded toward the torn ferns, muddy clothes, and wet ground beside the creek. I won't have newly phased wolves treating the form like a game. Sophie folded her arms. Nobody crossed the boundary. No one lost control either, Leah said. She remained beside the newest girl, making it impossible for Sam to address the group without addressing both of them. Name the safety problem. Sam's gaze settled on Jacob. Discipline is a safety problem. Sometimes. Jacob stepped between Sam and the route back to the vehicles. He didn't raise his voice or crowd him. What happened here that made leaving early necessary? The question held the clearing still. Paul looked toward the slope where Jacob had fallen into the stream, then rubbed one hand over his mouth as if hiding another laugh. Sam returned his keys to his pocket. I gave an order. You arrived after Leah and I set the route, the limits, and the return time. Jacob pointed toward the split cedar. If someone's injured, a scent crosses tribal land, or a wolf loses control, we leave immediately. None of that happened. You're teaching them to decide which instructions deserve obedience. Jacob felt every younger face turn toward him. This was the boundary the Rhoda and smaller pack proposal would fail without. Rules meant nothing if Sam could turn preference into emergency authority whenever someone refused him. I'm teaching them to ask whether an order protects anyone, Jacob said. We'll return at 4, as agreed. Sam held his stare, then walked back toward the road with Paul and the older wolves. He didn't repeat the command. Jacob phased beside the creek. The younger wolves followed, uncertainty entering the small pack connection until Leah bounded past him toward the lower trail. One circuit, she told them. Stay inside the marked ground. They ran without racing at first. Then Sophie passed Noah beneath the cedars. The newest boy chased her, and laughter moved through the group again. Jacob kept them within sight, checked the road twice, and turned them back when the agreed time approached. At 4, they reached the vehicles together. Sam stood beside his truck, watching as every wolf phased safely and collected their clothes. The newest girl pulled on her borrowed sweatshirt and looked at Jacob. Was that disobedience? Jacob tied his wet shoes. No, we kept the agreement. 25. The boy who wanted college. Jacob found Eli Young sitting on the hood of his mother's car outside the community hall, 3 university folders spread across his knees. One page had been folded into quarters, then flattened again until the creases had begun to split. Eli looked up as Jacob approached. Did Sam send you? No. Jacob stopped beside the car and recognized the patrol sheet beneath the folders. Eli's name had been written across the Saturday Northern Circuit, beginning at 7 in the morning and ending after dark. What happened? Eli handed him an email printed at the school library. The University of Washington moved my interview to Saturday. The program director's only in Seattle that day. Jacob read the time twice. The interview began at 11. Even with a fast drive, Eli couldn't finish the morning patrol and arrive clean, calm, and prepared. We'll change the assignment, Jacob said. Eli gathered the folders into a pile. You don't have to. I already emailed the school counselor. Jacob lowered the paper. What did you tell her? That I'm withdrawing my applications. Eli shoved the patrol sheet beneath the folders as though hiding it changed the choice. I can't explain why I keep missing things. If I get accepted, I'd have to leave anyway. The certainty in his voice bothered Jacob more than anger would have. Eli had phased less than 2 weeks ago. Somebody had already taught him that every future beyond La Push became selfish the moment his name appeared on a patrol list. Jacob pulled the sheet free. Who said you had to withdraw? Nobody had to. Eli slid from the hood and tucked the folders beneath one arm. There are vampires nearby. Sam needs everyone available, and I'm new. I can't ask other people to cover me because I want to talk about engineering for an hour. You applied before you phased. That was before people needed me. Jacob unfolded the rota against the car. Saturday's Northern Circuit carried 6 wolves across 3 overlapping shifts. 2 names belonged to adults who had requested more hours, while Leah's smaller group had left an open replacement column beside the afternoon patrol. People need you to become someone besides a wolf, Jacob said. He took out his phone and photographed the schedule. Noah can cover the first half with me. Mara asked for another weekend shift, and Leah has room afternoon. Eli's grip tightened around the folders. Sam approved that assignment. Then he can explain why protecting an empty stretch of forest requires you to abandon an interview. Eli looked toward the hall doors, where voices carried from the meeting inside. He'll say I chose duty when I stayed. Jacob handed back the email. You didn't choose anything. You assumed the answer before anyone let you ask. He opened the hall door and held it for Eli. The boy hesitated, then carried his university folders inside. Jacob followed him into the community hall and found Sam standing over the patrol map with 2 council members. Leah sat near the windows, copying route changes into a notebook, while Noah sorted fuel receipts beside a stack of emergency contact sheets. Jacob placed Eli's Saturday assignment on the table. His university interview is at 11. Noah can take the first half with me. Mara asked for another weekend shift, and Leah has space in the afternoon rotation. Sam read the interview email without picking it up. The assignment was approved yesterday. Before anyone knew about this, Jacob pointed to the northern route. We've got 6 wolves covering ground that needs 3. Moving Eli doesn't leave a gap. Leah pulled the patrol map closer. Mara can join Embry at noon. I'll cover the road approach until they meet me at the creek. Noah looked up from the receipts. I can start at 7. I don't have work until 4. Eli remained near the door, his folders pressed against his chest. Jacob could feel him waiting for the adults to decide whether his future counted as a valid inconvenience. Sam folded the email once along its existing crease. Every exception becomes an example. One wolf misses patrol for an interview, another asks for a work shift, then someone else decides a family trip matters more than service. Jacob took the paper from him before the fold deepened. Those things do matter. The boundary doesn't disappear because people have plans. Neither does the rota. Jacob spread the replacement names beside Eli's assignment. The route stays covered. Eli attends the interview. Nobody's asking the forest to defend itself. One of the council members tapped the page. The concern isn't this Saturday. It's whether assigned service remains an obligation. Leah capped her pen. An obligation to protect people isn't permission to waste their time when someone else can cover. Sam's attention shifted to her, then returned to Jacob. If every wolf chooses which duty is important enough to interrupt their life, regular patrol becomes optional in practice. Jacob heard Eli shift behind him. The folders rubbed softly against his sweatshirt, and Jacob knew the boy was already preparing to surrender before the disagreement became harder. He turned and held out the interview email. Call your counselor. Tell her you're attending. Eli didn't take it. Sam hasn't approved the change. The route is covered, Jacob said. You don't need permission to keep an appointment that costs nobody's safety. Sam straightened. You're overriding an approved assignment in front of the council. Jacob laid the revised rota across the map and met his stare. Then the council can decide whether patrol exists to protect the tribe or to prove teenagers will obey it. The council member nearest Eli pulled out an empty chair. Come sit down. If we're discussing your obligation, you should be part of the discussion. Eli crossed the room slowly and placed his folders on the table. He remained standing until Jacob drew the chair away from Sam's end and set it beside Leah. Only then did Eli sit, keeping one hand over the University of Washington letter. Sam looked at the revised schedule. An interview isn't an acceptance. We're changing an established patrol for something that may lead nowhere. Eli's face tightened. Jacob saw his fingers begin folding the corner of the letter again. Leah reached over and pressed the page flat beneath her palm. That's what interviews are for. He doesn't have to prove the result before he's allowed to try. The older council member leaned toward Eli. Suppose they accept you. Seattle is several hours away. How would you respond if the tribe faced a real attack? Eli looked at Jacob before answering, but Jacob kept his mouth closed. The boy had spent 2 weeks hearing older wolves decide what duty meant. This answer needed to remain his. I'd come back for a declared emergency, Eli said. His voice shook once, then steadied. I wouldn't drive home because somebody wanted an extra wolf on an ordinary patrol. Sam folded his arms. You don't yet have the experience to decide what qualifies as ordinary. Then the people leading the packs declare the emergency. Eli opened the engineering program folder and removed a campus map. I'd keep my phone on. I'd give Leah my class schedule and address. I'd train until I could control changing away from home. But I won't apply for college while pretending I'm really asking whether I'm allowed to leave. The room fell quiet. Jacob studied the campus map, its buildings marked in blue around paths Eli had probably memorized before his fever began. This wasn't an hour-long interview anymore. Eli was asking whether the tribe would keep a place for him after he built a life somewhere else. Leah turned the revised rota toward herself. My group will hold his emergency place while he's enrolled. No routine assignments during the semester. If he comes home for holidays, he can volunteer for patrol like anyone else. Sam looked at Eli. You're choosing a pack before the council has recognized separate membership. Eli closed the folder. I'm choosing the people who'll let me go to college. Jacob felt the words land across the table. Sam's authority hadn't been rejected because Eli hated service. It had lost him because it demanded surrender before trust. The council member beside Eli picked up the telephone from the side table and placed it before him. Call your counselor. Tell her you'll attend the interview. We'll finish deciding the policy after you've protected the opportunity. On Saturday, Jacob waited outside the engineering building while Eli's parents parked near the visitor entrance. Eli climbed from the back seat in a pressed shirt, carrying his application folder against his chest. His uncle and older cousin followed in another car, both experienced wolves who had volunteered for the trip without calling themselves guards. Eli's mother straightened his collar. You've got your identification? Front pocket. Eli touched it, then checked the folder. Transcript, recommendation letters, project photographs. His father held up the car keys. And 4 people prepared to leave Seattle without complaint if you need us. Eli glanced toward Jacob. Sam said the interview shouldn't become a test of whether I can control myself. He's right, Jacob said. You're here to talk about engineering. Control is what lets you do that. They entered beneath bright lights and signs directing applicants upstairs. The lobby held too many voices, unfamiliar scents, and nervous families packed around registration tables. Eli's shoulders tightened as an elevator opened and a crowd pressed toward it. His cousin stepped between him and the doors without touching him. Stairs are quieter. Eli nodded, but heat had already flushed his face. Jacob followed him through the stairwell door while Eli's parents continued toward registration. By the second landing, Eli's hands were shaking. I can't go in like this, Eli said. He set the folder on a windowsill before his grip damaged it. They'll think I'm sick. Jacob opened the nearest exit and led him onto a concrete terrace overlooking the campus. Cold air moved across Eli's face. His uncle stood near the door, leaving the path back inside clear. You haven't failed anything, Jacob said. Tell me what you need. 5 minutes. Eli planted both hands against the railing, careful not to squeeze. No questions. Just 5 minutes. Nobody argued. Jacob watched Eli loosen his fingers one at a time, breathe until the trembling stopped, then check the railing for damage. There wasn't any. Eli picked up his folder. I'm ready. His mother met them outside the interview room and kissed his cheek before he could object. Eli entered alone. 40 minutes later, he returned carrying a program brochure and an invitation to tour the laboratories. His smile appeared before the door had closed behind him. On the drive home, Jacob added one sentence beneath the council's training policy. Control instruction must prepare wolves to attend school, work, interviews, and family obligations beyond La Push. Eli read it from the passenger seat. Training for life. Jacob handed him the pen. Write that instead. 26. The question Lucas asked. The university folders remained on the council table when Lucas arrived at the neutral meeting place 2 days later. Jacob had brought Eli's revised training policy as proof that the tribe could protect itself without closing every road beyond La Push. Lucas came with Carlisle, Bella, and Alice, stopping on the eastern side of the marked clearing while the wolves and elders remained nearer the western trail. No one crossed the agreed space between them. Old Quill lifted the policy from the table beside him. You write about school, jobs, and travel as though better scheduling repairs what's happened. He looked past Jacob toward the younger wolves gathered beneath the trees. Another generation has been taken from its families and turned into warriors before they were old enough to choose. Eli's hand tightened around the university brochure tucked beneath his arm. Lena stood beside him with her shoulders rigid, while Isaac kept his attention on the ground. None of them challenged the elder, though Jacob had heard enough of their thoughts to know the word taken wasn't wrong. Lucas didn't defend his family. He stood beside Carlyle with his hands visible and listened until Old Quill finished. The Cullens returned knowing their presence could wake the wolves, the elder continued. You brought more vampires into the region, gave strangers reasons to search for forks, and left our children carrying the answer. Don't ask us to call that a gift. Carlyle lowered his head. We don't. Then what do you call it? Old Quill asked. Lucas looked toward Jacob rather than Carlyle. Something we helped cause. The admission drew several elders' attention, but Old Quill's expression remained hard. Your honesty doesn't return the years these children expected to have. No, Lucas said, it doesn't. Jacob watched him glance along the younger wolves. Lucas's gaze rested on Eli's folders, then moved to Lena and Isaac without treating any of them as evidence in an argument. Old Quill placed one hand over the patrol policy. They've lost privacy, safety, education, and the right to leave. Their bodies belong to a defense they never requested. Lucas's jaw tightened. Jacob expected another apology, and the thought irritated him before Lucas even opened his mouth. Instead, Lucas asked, "Do they get to answer?" The elder's hand remained on the paper. Answer what? Whether everything they became is ruin. Lucas kept his voice level. You've named what was taken from them. I'm asking whether anyone here has asked what they would keep. Eli looked toward Jacob before answering, but Jacob gave him no rescue. The university folder remained beneath Eli's hand, its blue cover bright against the worn table. I'd keep the running, Eli said. His voice started quietly, then carried across the clearing. Not patrol. Running because I want to. I can cross miles of forest without getting tired, and sometimes that's the best thing that's ever happened to me. Old Quill's expression tightened. That pleasure came with a duty. It came with a body, Eli replied. He opened the folder and removed the campus map. The duty was added afterward. Lena shifted beside him. She'd kept her arms folded since Lucas arrived, but now she let them fall. I'd keep being strong enough that I'm not frightened walking to my car after work. She glanced toward the elders. I wouldn't keep everyone hearing why I was frightened in the first place. Isaac rubbed both palms along his jeans. I'd keep hearing the pack during an emergency. His gaze moved briefly toward Jacob. When I changed, I thought I was losing my family. Then I heard people telling me how to stand and where not to put my feet. That helped. His mouth hardened. I wouldn't keep my father's arguments becoming everybody else's memory. Lucas listened without moving. The answers didn't lessen what his family's presence had triggered. They made the damage more exact. Strength wasn't the injury. Speed wasn't the injury. The injury was losing control over when those gifts entered their lives, who heard their private thoughts, and how quickly service claimed every useful part of them. Old Quill lifted his cane from the ground and set it down again. You're describing benefits while the Cullens stand here listening. Be careful that your enjoyment isn't used to excuse what woke you. Lucas stepped back from the table. It won't be. The elder turned toward him. You asked the question. I did, because calling everything ruin speaks over them too. Lucas looked toward Eli, Lena, and Isaac before returning his attention to Old Quill. Their answers don't absolve us. They tell us what shouldn't be taken away while the harm is repaired. Eli placed the campus map beside the patrol policy. I don't want to stop being a wolf. He pressed one finger against Seattle. I want being a wolf to stop deciding everything else I'm allowed to be. Jacob watched the elders study the 2 pages together. The meeting had begun with the Cullens' responsibility. Now the younger wolves had added another question the council couldn't answer without them. Old Quill's attention moved beyond Eli to the other phased youths gathered near the western trail. Does anyone else agree with him? No one answered. Lena looked toward Isaac, while 2 younger wolves shifted behind their parents. Jacob could almost feel the words caught among them, not because they lacked answers, but because every answer carried a risk. Loving the strength might sound like forgiveness. Grieving the change might be heard as weakness. The adults had given them only 2 honest positions and made both dangerous. One of the younger boys finally stepped forward. Caleb had phased 3 weeks earlier and still wore a wrist brace where he'd broken his own hand against a bedroom wall. I don't know, he said. Sometimes I like it. Sometimes I wake up wishing none of it had happened. His mother reached for him, then stopped before taking his arm. You don't have to decide today. Old Quill inclined his head. No one is asking him to. Lucas looked toward the elder. Everyone has been answering for him since the fever started. The quiet that followed carried more warning than agreement. Jacob watched Carlyle remain beside Bella and Alice without intervening. This wasn't his argument to soften. Caleb rubbed his thumb along the edge of the brace. Sam told me I'd understand after training. My uncle said I should be proud. My dad said we'd manage it as a family. He glanced toward his mother. Nobody asked whether I wanted strangers hearing me think about my brother dying. His mother crossed the remaining distance and took his uninjured hand. Caleb let her. Lucas kept his place outside the marked boundary. That's what I meant. The power arrived without permission, and then duty arrived before grief had room to speak. You can't call the form a blessing and ignore what it took. You can't call it only ruin and ignore what they value. Old Quill's fingers tightened around his cane. You're asking us to separate what cannot be separated. No, Lucas said. I'm asking you to stop deciding the answer before they've lived long enough to find it. Jacob looked across the younger wolves. Some met Lucas's gaze. Others stared at the ground, but none stepped away. Lucas turned toward Eli's campus map and the patrol policy beside it. Nobody asked them before their lives were claimed. The least both our communities can do now is ask what parts of those lives still belong to them. The words settled across the table, leaving Jacob with the answer Lucas hadn't yet been forced to give. The tribe had claimed the duty, but the Cullen's return had awakened the bodies carrying it. Jacob looked from the younger wolves to Lucas. The Cullen stood outside the marked boundary, careful not to claim even an inch the meeting hadn't offered him. That care mattered, but it didn't answer the part Jacob could no longer leave unspoken. And who woke the wolves up? Jacob asked. Lucas turned toward him. Around the table, several people shifted, but Jacob kept his attention on Lucas rather than the Cullens behind him. You said the tribe claimed the duty, Jacob continued. That's true. Sam built patrols, the council treated every new wolf like permanent manpower, and all of us helped make that seem normal. He pointed toward Caleb's brace, then Eli's campus map. But none of that caused the fever. Lucas didn't look away. We did. Your family and every outside vampire who came close enough, Jacob said. The law made the burden worse. Vampire presence created the body carrying it. Carlyle stepped forward by half a pace, then stopped beside the boundary. That responsibility is ours. Old Quill studied him. What does accepting it require? Lucas glanced toward Carlyle before answering for himself. Advance notice before visitors enter the region. Fewer unnecessary gatherings. No treating Forks as convenient neutral ground for every vampire who wants something from us. His gaze moved to Jacob. And support for whatever reduces the harm our presence causes, without trying to control how the tribe governs its own people. Jacob folded his arms. Support can become influence quickly. Then you define what's requested, Lucas said. Transport, education costs, emergency housing outside pack range, medical help where it's useful and wanted. We don't write Quileute policy, choose pack membership, or decide what counts as service. Old Quill rested both hands on his cane. You accept responsibility, but not authority. We have no right to authority here, Lucas replied. Responsibility doesn't give us ownership of the repair. The answer eased nothing completely. Caleb still wore the brace. Eli still had to negotiate for a future he'd expected to own. Yet Jacob could see the argument changing shape around the table. The Cullens couldn't be permitted to treat phasing as somebody else's cultural problem. The tribe couldn't use vampire blame to excuse every rule imposed afterward. Jacob drew Eli's patrol policy beside the campus map and placed both nearer the center. Then we start with what each side can change. You reduce the pressure that wakes more wolves. We stop using the wolves we already have as property. No one objected. They hadn't reached forgiveness, and Jacob didn't trust any agreement that required it. They had reached something more useful, separate responsibilities, named clearly enough that neither community could hide inside the other's failure. 27. 100 is not 5. 3 weeks after the neutral meeting, Jacob stood beside the patrol board and counted 38 names. The board had once held 5 wooden markers, each assigned to a stretch of boundary and moved by hand when shifts change. Someone had added a second row, then a third. Now names crowded the surface in different inks while 4 teenagers waited behind Jacob for Sam to decide whether they could go home. Leah entered the council room carrying another scent report. 2 vampires crossed the highway south of Port Angeles yesterday. State Patrol saw an abandoned car near the turnoff, but there's no sign they came west. Sam took the page from her. Until we know where they went, everyone stays within emergency range. A tired sound moved through the room. Eli checked the clock above the door. Lena still wore her work uniform, and Caleb sat with his braced wrist pressed against his knee. None of them had been assigned patrol that night. They'd still been ordered to wait. Jacob turned from the board. Emergency range for 38 wolves? For every wolf, Sam said. Unknown vampires are near the peninsula. Near Port Angeles isn't near the treaty line. Jacob moved the markers assigned to the evening patrol. 6 wolves already covered the approaches, with another 4 waiting as relief. We've got 10 people doing work that took 5 when we were younger. Sam folded the report. More wolves mean a stronger response. They also mean most of us aren't needed at the same time. Jacob pointed toward Lena. She's missed 2 shifts at work this month because somebody smelled a vampire 50 miles away. Lena met Sam's gaze. My manager won't keep accepting family emergencies. Eli set his university folder on the table. I've got an interview in Seattle tomorrow morning. If I leave now, I can sleep before the drive. Sam looked toward the windows, where younger wolves waited beneath the covered walkway. And if those vampires turn west tonight? Jacob lifted 2 unused markers from the crowded board and placed them beside the active patrol. Then the wolves already on duty call the rest of us. That assumes everyone answers. It assumes 30 people shouldn't have to sit awake proving they would. The 4 teenagers watched Sam, but Jacob no longer believed readiness needed to look like obedience. 5 wolves had once carried the whole defense because 5 were all they had. 38 people waiting beside telephones, abandoning jobs, school, and sleep, didn't create greater safety. It only spread the claim over more lives. Jacob handed Eli his folder. Go home. Be ready to answer an emergency call, but tomorrow still belongs to you. Sam's expression hardened as Eli took the folder. You don't dismiss wolves from readiness. Jacob kept his hand on the patrol board. Then show me where they're needed. Leah pulled a regional map from beneath the scent report and spread it across the council table. She placed 2 wooden markers along the western boundary, one near the coast road and another beside the inland trail. Embry can take the shoreline. I'll hold the forest approaches. We overlap here and here. She tapped 2 crossing routes with her finger, then set a 3rd marker near the highway. Paul stays mobile with the truck. If either pair finds something, he reaches them before anyone coming from home could finish phasing. Sam stepped nearer the table. You're building coverage around one direction of attack. Jacob took the pencil from beside the map. No, we're building it around distance. He wrote the travel times between each marker, using runs they'd already completed during training. Leah reaches the middle line in 4 minutes. Embry reaches it in 5. Paul can reinforce either side in 7 without leaving a section empty. Lena leaned over the map despite the fatigue dragging at her face. What happens if 2 vampires cross in different places? Neither pair engages alone unless a human is in immediate danger, Leah said. They track, report, and hold distance until reinforcement arrives. Jacob added 6 names beneath emergency reserve, then drew a line through the remaining 22. These people sleep, work, study, and answer if they're called. They don't stand around waiting for the call to justify their existence. Sam looked toward the teenagers. And if someone doesn't answer? Caleb pushed himself upright, his brace scraping the edge of the chair. Then deal with the person who doesn't answer. Don't punish everyone before it happens. The room went quiet. Caleb's mother watched him with startled pride, while Lena unfolded her arms and stepped closer to the map. I can take Friday evening, Lena said. She pointed to the coast block after her shift ended. Not tonight and not tomorrow morning. Friday. Eli studied the rotation. I'll take Sunday afternoon after I'm back from Seattle. Jacob wrote both names into open spaces. The schedule filled without swallowing either life around it. Leah counted the active markers once more. 6 wolves cover the regular line. 12 gives us 2 full relief rotations. 38 means most people should patrol less, not more. Sam's gaze moved across the numbers, searching for an exposed road or an unanswered stretch of forest. He found none. Jacob pinned the map beneath the crowded roster. 100 wolves wouldn't require 100 people on duty. More defenders should buy everyone time. Sam took the map from beneath Jacob's hand and set it flat on the table. This isn't a patrol decision. You're teaching them that readiness is optional. Jacob heard the younger wolves shift behind him. Nobody had left yet, though Eli still held the university folder against his chest and Lena's car keys were visible between her fingers. They were waiting to learn whether Jacob's permission mattered once Sam refused it. Readiness isn't the same as confinement, Jacob said. They've agreed to answer a real emergency. I decide when the pack faces an emergency. Sam turned toward the open doorway, where more wolves had gathered beneath the covered walkway. Every active wolf remains within immediate range until the outside scents are accounted for. The command entered Jacob as pressure rather than force. He'd never joined Sam's pack after returning to La Push, but several people in the room stiffened as the alphas will reach them through the shared bond. Caleb's shoulders locked. Lena's keys stopped halfway toward her pocket, and Eli's grip crushed the edge of the folder. Jacob stepped between Sam and the younger wolves. Don't answer yet. Sam's gaze sharpened. Move. No. Jacob pointed toward the separate groups gathered around the room. Some trained with Leah, others with Paul or Embry, while several hadn't chosen anyone beyond the people who'd helped them survive their first change. You're calling them one pack because that gives your order somewhere to land. Ask whether they've agreed to belong to it. Old Quill rose slowly from his chair. Jacob, this isn't the place to divide the protectors. They're already divided. Jacob looked toward Lena. Do you accept Sam as your alpha outside a declared emergency? Lena swallowed against the remaining pressure. No, Leah trains me. Leah moved to stand beside her. And I haven't ordered her to stay. Jacob turned to Caleb. His brace rested against his stomach while his mother held his other hand. Who leads you? Caleb looked at Sam, then at Leah. Nobody yet. One answer followed another. Eli chose Leah's group. Isaac named Embry as his mentor but refused permanent pack membership. 2 older wolves remained with Sam. Others asked for time, and Jacob gave it without treating uncertainty as surrender. The command weakened as fewer people accepted the bond carrying it. Sam stood beside the patrol board with a pack smaller than the room he'd tried to control. Jacob hadn't taken leadership from him. He'd made everyone name where Sam's authority actually began. Leah pulled a clean sheet from beneath the patrol map and placed it before the wolves who no longer accepted Sam's standing authority. Choosing outside his pack doesn't mean choosing no responsibility. Anyone who wants me as leader needs to know what I'll require. Lena moved beside her first. Eli followed, setting his university folder on the table without releasing it. 3 experienced wolves crossed from the wall, while Caleb remained with his mother and watched. Leah wrote her name at the top of the page. Training until control is proven. Scheduled patrols you agree to in advance. Emergency calls answered unless you're physically unable. No permanent access to private thoughts, and no command outside active danger. Sam's voice stayed controlled. You're calling preference a pack. I'm calling consent a pack. Leah turned the pencil and offered it to Lena. Nobody signs tonight because they're frightened of being left alone. Go home, think, and come back if these terms still suit you. Lena took the pencil anyway. She wrote her name beneath Leah's, then added her telephone number beside it. I've thought about it since I phased. Eli signed next. I'm still leaving for Seattle tonight. You should, Leah said. Call when you arrive so I know you're safe. That's concern, not permission. Across the room, Embry began another sheet with Isaac and 2 younger wolves who already trusted his training. Paul refused leadership but offered to remain mobile reserve for any group that requested him. Several wolves chose no pack at all, agreeing only to keep emergency contact details current and complete control training before traveling alone. Old Quill watched names gather beneath separate headings. And when danger crosses the line. Jacob drew a box in the center of the patrol map. Every group joins one emergency structure for the duration of the threat. 1 coordinator, 1 objective, and commands limited to the emergency. When it ends, the authority ends with it. Who coordinates? An elder asked. Whoever the groups choose for that incident, Jacob said. Not whoever claims the title forever. Sam looked toward the remaining wolves beside him. Fewer than half the room had stayed, but those who did stood by choice rather than pressure. Jacob expected anger. What he saw instead was the moment Sam understood that forcing the issue would cost him more. Old Quill lifted Leah's sheet and read her terms before setting it beside Embry's. Emergency availability remains expected. Permanent confinement does not. Jacob opened the council room door. Eli left first, carrying his future beneath one arm. Lena followed with her car keys in hand, while the new groups gathered their schedules instead of waiting for dismissal. The defense remained. The ownership didn't. 28. The Wolf Beyond the Map. 2 days after the council room door opened for wolves who no longer needed Sam's dismissal, Lucas called Jacob from a Firewatch road east of the Olympic Peninsula. "I found a site Bella wants to photograph from," Lucas said. Wind moved faintly across the phone. "There's an old lookout, public forest, no treaty issue, and no Cullen property within 30 miles. I'd like you to inspect it before anyone plans a trip." Jacob stood beside the patrol board, where Leah's new roster now hung apart from Sam's. "You want a Quileute representative?" "I want you," Lucas said. "Those aren't always the same thing." Jacob looked across the council room. Leah was helping Lena move Friday's patrol after her manager changed her shift. Embry sat with Isaac over a highway map, and Caleb was explaining to his mother why choosing no pack didn't mean refusing every emergency call. The room had become busier since Sam's command failed, but nobody waited for one man to release them. "How many people are going?" Jacob asked. "Only me, unless you'd rather travel alone. I can leave the location marked and meet you there." The offer unsettled him more than an argument would have. Every journey beyond La Push had become training, patrol, neutral negotiation, or escort duty. Even the quiet mile at the lake had begun with Lucas beside him. Jacob took the pencil from behind his ear and wrote the coordinates on the corner of an unused rota. "I'll ride out tomorrow morning." "With me?" "Alone." Jacob folded the paper and pushed it into his jacket pocket. "You asked me to inspect the place. I don't need you standing there while I decide what I think." Lucas paused, then answered without pressing. "I'll send the access notes. The final road's rough, and the lookout hasn't been maintained. My motorcycle survived worse than your directions." "That sounds unfairly accurate." Jacob ended the call and crossed to Leah's table. She glanced at the folded map corner in his hand, then at the open space beside his name on the weekend schedule. "You leaving?" she asked. "For one night." Jacob moved his patrol marker into the reserve column. "No delegation, no pack business, and no emergency unless somebody finds an actual vampire." Leah studied him for a moment before nodding. "Then go as Jacob." The words followed him outside. His motorcycle waited beneath the covered walkway, carrying no council papers, spare patrol clothes, or message meant for the Cullens. Jacob strapped one small bag behind the seat and unfolded a map that continued far beyond every line he'd been taught to defend. He left the motorcycle beneath the abandoned lookout and carried his clothes into the trees. The final road had climbed through switchbacks, loose stone, and stretches where fallen branches narrowed the track to a single tire. Lucas's access notes had been accurate without pretending the place was easy to reach. The lookout leaned slightly toward the valley, its lower windows boarded and the outer stairs silvered by years of rain. Jacob circled it once, checked the empty storage shed, then walked far enough into the forest that nobody on the road could see him change. He tied his clothes securely around one ankle and phased. Heat rushed across his skin as bone, muscle, and balance rearranged. 4 paws struck unfamiliar earth. The wolf rose beneath trees he'd never patrolled, with no boundary waiting ahead and no assigned route behind him. Jacob listened. Nothing answered. No younger wolf worried about an exam. No argument slipped through somebody else's thoughts. Sam's watchfulness didn't press against the edge of every decision, and Leah's sharp attention wasn't there to notice the relief Jacob couldn't have hidden from her. The silence should have felt empty. Instead, his own mind remained complete inside it. Jacob lowered his nose to the ground. Deer had crossed before dawn. A fox had passed beneath a fallen cedar, and something small had burrowed beneath the roots near the slope. None of the scents mattered to anyone but him. He chose the strongest deer trail, then abandoned it when another path climbed toward higher ground. He ran without measuring response times. The forest changed around him as he gained height. Dense fir opened into broken stone and younger pine. He jumped a narrow washout, landed badly on loose soil, and skidded sideways until his claws found purchase. The mistake drew a startled bark from him, followed by the ridiculous urge to laugh. No pack mind received either sound. Jacob ran harder. He crossed ridges no Quileute patrol marker named, followed a stream simply because it turned north, and stopped on a rocky shelf above the valley. The lookout stood far below, small enough to vanish among the trees. He remained there until his breathing slowed. La Push still existed beyond the distance. Billy, Leah, Embry, the council room, and the crowded patrol board hadn't stopped belonging to him because they couldn't hear his thoughts. Jacob had expected solitude to remove something essential. It hadn't. He turned from the valley and chose another trail back, not because anyone called him home, but because he'd decided where he wanted to go next. The motorcycle developed a rattle 6 miles outside the nearest town. Jacob heard it beneath the engine before the vibration reached his boots. He pulled into a gravel turnout, killed the ignition, and crouched beside the rear wheel. The chain tension looked right, but one mounting bolt on the exhaust bracket had worked loose during the climb. His tool roll held enough to tighten it, though the bracket had already begun to crack around the hole. A hand-painted sign at the next junction advertised fuel and repairs. Jacob followed it to a 2-bay garage beside a diner, where an older man in stained coveralls looked up from rebuilding a carburetor. "What did you break?" the mechanic asked. Bracket started splitting. Jacob rolled the motorcycle inside and pointed to the damage. "I can tighten it enough to get home, but it'll fail again." The man wiped his hands and crouched beside the bike. "You diagnosed that from the road?" "I heard it. Most people keep riding until something falls off." He stood and nodded toward a welding screen. "Name's Ray. You know how to remove the exhaust without stripping every bolt you touch?" Jacob looked at the crowded bench, the labeled drawers, and the half-restored dirt bike occupying the second bay. "Yeah." Ray handed him a socket wrench. "Show me." Jacob removed the damaged section while Ray watched without hovering. The work settled easily into his hands. Metal, torque, alignment, and worn threads made sense in ways council arguments rarely did. He cleaned the crack, clamped the bracket flat, and held it while Ray welded a reinforcing plate across the weak point. "You work in a shop?" Ray asked after Jacob refitted the exhaust. "Mostly on my own vehicles. Some friends' cars." "That wasn't what I asked." Jacob tightened the final bolt and sat back on his heels. "No." Ray tested the repair, then crossed to the office window and pulled a folded sheet from beneath a stack of invoices. "I need someone 2 or 3 days a week. More in summer. Motorcycles, logging equipment, whatever people drag through the door." Jacob accepted the application without unfolding it. "I live near La Push." "That's a long ride." "I know." Ray leaned against the bench. "Long doesn't mean impossible. You showed up, found the fault, and didn't pretend you knew my equipment before I handed it to you. That puts you ahead of the last 3 people who asked for work." Jacob looked through the open bay toward the road leading west. A job here would mean leaving before dawn, learning roads no patrol owned, and returning because he chose to make the journey twice. "When would you need an answer?" he asked. "Next week." Jacob folded the application into his jacket pocket. The paper weighed almost nothing, but carrying it home felt more serious than crossing any line on the map. He reached La Push after sunset with the application folded inside his jacket and road dust dried along the motorcycle's frame. He stopped outside Billy's house, killed the engine, and sat for a moment listening to voices beyond the open kitchen window. Nobody had called him back early. No emergency had needed him, and the reservation hadn't fallen apart because he'd spent a night beyond its reach. Billy looked up from the table when Jacob entered. Leah sat opposite him with the revised patrol rota and 2 empty coffee cups between them. Her gaze dropped to Jacob's jacket pocket, where the corner of the folded paper had worked free. "You brought something home," she said. Jacob removed the application and set it beside the rota. "A mechanic outside Humpatulips offered me work. 2 or 3 days a week, maybe more in summer." Billy drew the page closer and read the garage name. "That's a long commute." "So everyone keeps telling me." Jacob pulled out a chair but remained standing behind it. "I'd leave before dawn on some days. I couldn't take patrol shifts until evening, and I'd be outside immediate range while I worked." Leah unfolded the application and scanned the hours. "We have 38 wolves and 6 regular positions to cover. We can survive without scheduling you every morning." Billy looked toward Jacob. "Do you want the job?" The question stopped him. Nobody had asked whether the garage served the tribe, strengthened the packs, or kept him close enough to answer Sam. Billy had asked what Jacob wanted. "I want to try," Jacob said. He rested both hands on the chair back. "I liked the work. I liked not knowing everyone in the room before I walked in. Ray judged whether I could fix something, not which pack I belonged to." Leah slid the application back across the table. "Then fill it out before somebody decides distance makes the choice for you." Jacob sat and took the pen beside the patrol rota. He wrote his name, address, telephone number, and experience repairing motorcycles and cars. The line asking for availability made him pause. He checked the new schedule, marked 3 open days, and left the remaining hours for family, patrols he accepted, and journeys that served no emergency at all. Billy watched him sign the bottom. "You'll still come home?" Jacob capped the pen. "Yeah, but I'm done treating home like the farthest place I'm allowed to go." Leah moved his patrol marker from permanent reserve into the column labeled available by agreement. Jacob placed the completed application beside his motorcycle keys. Tomorrow, he would call Ray and arrange the interview. Tonight, nobody had to release him, approve him, or order him to stay. 29. The Tree Above the World. Jacob arrived at the cottage before sunrise with a county map folded into his jacket and road dust already marking his motorcycle. Bella carried her camera bag outside while Edward loaded 2 rope cases into the Volvo. Lucas followed with climbing helmets, and Emmett emerged from the trees holding enough equipment for a rescue operation. Bella looked at the extra coils over his shoulder. "How many trees are you planning to climb?" Emmett opened the rear door. "Only one. I'm preparing for enthusiasm." "You're carrying half the carriage house." "Your brother approved the harnesses." Lucas placed the helmets in the trunk. "I approved 2 harnesses. The rest appeared after I left." Jacob unfolded the map across the Volvo's hood. A black circle marked a patch of public forest southeast of Forks, well beyond the reservation boundary and far from Cullen Land. He'd drawn their approach from a Forest Service road rather than the shorter Western Trail. "We use this route," he said. "The Western Trail crosses a research plot, and the northern slopes closed for restoration. We park here, carry everything in, and leave the marked trees alone." Emmett leaned over the map. "The western route saves 3 miles. It also ignores the closure." Jacob tapped the longer line. "We're guests in the forest, not exempt from signs because nobody can stop us." Bella watched Emmett's expression shift toward argument. "We're taking Jacob's route." Edward looked at the distance marked beside the final ascent. "How exposed is the tree from the road?" "You can't see the crown until you're almost beneath it," Jacob said. "I checked yesterday. No fresh vehicle tracks, no camps, and no work crews scheduled today. That doesn't mean nobody can arrive." Bella zipped the map into the outer pocket of her bag. Chapter 8's A Bridge Trip had taught them what happened when a quiet place stopped being private. Jacob would watch the approaches. Lucas would remain below with the spare equipment. Edward and Emmett would climb only where she assigned them. Emmett lifted 1 rope case. "And what's my honored role?" "You carry that," Bella said. "Then you wait until I tell you what else I need." His eyebrows rose. "No improvisation?" "None." Jacob refolded the map and swung onto his motorcycle. "Good. The trees survived about 800 years without Emmett improving it." Lucas laughed as he climbed into the Volvo. Emmett looked offended enough to prove the warning necessary. Bella settled beside Edward and checked the camera body once more. Somewhere beyond the dark road stood a crown no ordinary photographer could reach. Reaching it didn't make the tree theirs. The trail ended beneath a trunk so broad that Bella couldn't take in its full width without stepping back. Deep folds ran through the bark, sheltering moss, ferns, and small pockets of dark earth far above the ground. The first living branches began higher than the roof of Charlie's house. Emmett set down the rope case and looked up. "I'll find the fastest route." Bella caught his sleeve before he moved. "You'll find the route Jacob approved." Jacob walked around the base, checking the colored tape he'd placed during his earlier inspection. None touched the bark. Each marker hung from a nearby sapling or rested on loose stone. First rope goes over that dead limb beside the trunk. It keeps the climbing line away from the living branches until you're 40 feet up. Emmett followed his gesture, bent his knees, and launched himself into the tree before anyone could stop him. He caught the dead limb with one hand, swung inward, then drove upward through the lower crown. Needles shook loose. A branch as thick as Bella's arm whipped beneath his foot. "Emmett, stop." Bella's voice carried through the canopy, but he climbed another 20 feet before looking down. "I'm not damaging anything," he called. "You're shaking half the tree." Bella stepped beneath the first rope line and pointed toward the branch still moving above Lucas. "Come back to the marked route." Emmett glanced toward the crown, clearly measuring what he could reach before obeying. Jacob folded his arms beside the trunk. "She said come back," Jacob called. "Not finish your idea first." Emmett descended with exaggerated care, placing each foot where the bark could take his weight. When he reached the ground, Bella handed him the rope bag rather than rewarding the performance with an argument. "You're setting anchors where Lucas tells you," she said. "You aren't choosing my camera position, and you aren't clearing branches because they interfere with the view." Emmett accepted the bag. "Understood." Edward remained beside the equipment while Lucas fitted Bella's harness and checked every buckle. He hadn't touched the rope, named a route, or asked her to reconsider. His restraint was so deliberate that Bella noticed it more than hovering would have allowed. She turned toward him. "You're staying down here? Until you ask me to climb." Edward met her eyes without looking past her toward the crown. "This is your photograph." The answer settled something inside her. Bella clipped the first ascender onto the rope and tested it with both hands. "Good," she said. "Then watch what I choose." Bella drew herself upward in steady stages, sliding the ascender, setting her weight, then lifting her feet against the trunk. Lucas managed the camera line from below, keeping the padded case separate from her climbing rope so it couldn't strike the bark or pull her off balance. "Camera is clear," he called. "You've got 20 feet before the next anchor." Bella looked up. Emmett waited where the marked route entered the lower crown, one hand wrapped around the rope and both feet planted on separate branches. He'd become almost unnaturally careful after her order. "Left side," he said. "The right branch narrows behind the needles." She reached him, transferred her safety line to the next anchor, and tested it twice. The ground had already withdrawn into broken glimpses between branches. Jacob stood near the trunk with his face lifted, while Edward remained beside Lucas rather than appearing at Bella's shoulder simply because he could. Bella continued upward. The trunk divided around her, massive limbs carrying gardens of moss and fern across their upper surfaces. She moved through open spaces instead of forcing aside needles, pausing whenever Lucas raised the camera case to the next station. At 200 feet, wind reached her without the forest weakening at first. The crown shifted beneath her, not violently, but enough that every rope drew tight and relaxed again. Edward's voice rose from below. "Bella, the western side's moving more than the rest." "I can feel it." She clipped into a thicker central limb and looked toward Emmett. "Does the root stay inside the crown from here?" He nodded toward a narrow opening above them. "Yes, but I'll need to move the last anchor." "Where Jacob marked it," Bella said. Emmett's mouth twitched. "I remember." He climbed through the opening and secured the rope without shaking more than the branch already moved. Bella followed until the tree stopped surrounding her and began holding her above everything else. The upper crown opened beneath a pale sky. Forest rolled away in every direction, ridges dark with fir and valleys filled with morning mist. Beyond them, water caught the light in narrow silver breaks. Farther west, the coastline curved toward land Bella couldn't enter. She secured herself against the central limb and pulled the camera case up by hand. Edward reached the crown behind her only after she'd settled, stopping several feet away. "Do you want me closer?" he asked. Bella fitted the lens and checked the horizon through the viewfinder. "Not yet." Cloud moved above the coast. A seam of blue widened, and sunlight traveled across the forest until water, trees, and the distant forbidden shore emerged together. Bella lifted the camera. "Now don't touch anything." She held the camera against her face and waited for the crown to finish moving beneath her. The viewfinder framed the dark forest first, then the distant water and the coastline beyond it. La Push lay somewhere along that western edge, hidden by distance but fixed in her mind more clearly than any landmark she could see. She adjusted the exposure and took one frame. The shutter sounded too small for the height, the tree, and everything the image had to carry. Bella shifted the camera a fraction lower, allowing one ancient branch to cross the foreground. Its needles made the open distance feel earned rather than empty. She took another photograph as sunlight reached the water. Edward remained behind her. Is that the one? I don't know yet. Bella lowered the camera and looked without glass between herself and the view. From this height, no treaty line marked the land. Forest became forest, the coast continued without permission, and nothing showed where she had once been welcome but could no longer go. Jacob's motorcycle waited far below beside people who could cross that distance whenever they chose. Bella could climb above the world, yet she still couldn't walk onto First Beach beside him. She raised the camera again. Jacob, can you hear me? His answer rose faintly from beneath the crown. Yeah. Which direction is La Push? West by northwest, past the darker ridge. Bella turned the lens until the ridge entered the frame. Thank you. She took 3 more photographs, changing only the angle and waiting between each exposure. When the light withdrew behind cloud, she closed the camera case rather than chasing another version. Emmett appeared above the last anchor. We could be on the ground in about 4 seconds. Bella clipped the case to its line and checked the buckle. You can. The equipment and I are using Jacob's route. Edward moved closer only when she held out the camera line. I'll lower this. Slowly, Bella said. Lucas calls every station before you release more. The descent took longer than the climb. Bella transferred each safety line, tested every anchor, and placed her feet where Jacob's markers directed her. Emmett stayed above without complaining, while Edward lowered the case through the open spaces they'd used on the way up. When Bella finally stepped onto the forest floor, Jacob caught the rope before it brushed the roots. She removed her helmet and looked back at the crown, now hidden behind branches. Was it worth climbing? Jacob asked. Bella rested one hand over the camera case. Yes, but the photograph isn't only about how far I could go. 30. The bucket of failed rings. Bella's giant tree photograph still filled one side of the monitor, its dark branches opening toward distant water, while Lucas arranged the latest portrait beside it. She'd left the camera fixed on its tripod after taking the test sequence, with tape marking where he'd stood and notes identifying each light. Nothing in the setup had failed. That made the result worse. Lucas enlarged the portrait until his face filled the screen. The white gold band had given human eyes the appearance of a man in his early 30s. Fine lines rested naturally beside his eyes. His jaw had broadened, his cheeks had lost their last suggestion of youth, and a few pale strands showed at his temples. No single feature looked false. The man still wasn't Lucas. He opened an older photograph from Charlie's kitchen and placed it beside the new image. The younger face held familiar expressions, small habits that belonged to years of being seen. The prototype hadn't carried them forward. It had assembled a convincing destination without any evidence of the road between. Lucas adjusted the final inscription by less than the width of a hair, returned the ring to his finger, and triggered the camera remotely. The shutter clicked. He waited while the image transferred, then opened it beside the others. The changes were technically cleaner. The stranger on the screen had become more believable. Lucas stared until the careful notes beside the keyboard began to feel like accusations. He'd measured skin texture, softened bone structure, introduced plausible age around the mouth, and kept every adjustment within the wearer-owned limits already established. Each correction produced another complete person who appeared to have arrived from nowhere. His fingers closed around the ring. Gold resisted for a fraction of a second before the band folded inward. The engraved surface buckled beneath his grip, inscriptions collapsing across one another until the circle became a crushed knot in his palm. The sound was small, only metal giving way, but it broke through weeks of measured patience. Lucas swept the printed portrait from the bench. It struck the floor face up. Beside the rolling mill waited a steel bucket intended for rejected gold. Its bottom had vanished beneath bent bands, cut prototypes, and dozens of ruined attempts that would eventually be melted into clean metal. Lucas held the latest failure above them, seeing every hour he'd spent trying to manufacture years instead of letting them happen. He opened his hand. The crushed ring struck the others with a hard metallic clatter. Lucas remained over the bucket, both hands braced against its rim, while the sound faded through the empty forge. Lucas dragged the bucket beneath the bench and shoved the aging notebook aside. The next clean page waited for another list of requirements, but he couldn't bear to give it one. Every ring in the bucket had begun with a destination. Older eyes, changed bone, a face Charlie could watch across years without noticing the lie beneath them. He turned the notebook sideways. The knowledge God had given him wasn't a catalogue of finished designs. Celebrimbor's craft lived inside him as relationships between material, shape, force, and intention. A curve could guide rather than bind. Repetition could strengthen an effect or make it rigid. Gold remembered purpose beautifully, but it also obeyed mistakes with expensive loyalty. Lucas let the pencil move without deciding what the marks meant. He drew linked curves, broke them apart, and joined one backward. The result would never hold a stable glamour. It might catch motion, though. Not movement itself, but the direction something expected to travel. He added a second line, then stopped when his mind tried to turn it into another useful tool. Useful had filled the bucket. Lucas crossed out the design and reached into the scrap tray. A thin curl of silver clung to his fingertip, left from trimming a signet blank. It had no owner, no commission, and no future beyond the crucible. He placed it on the charcoal block, flattened one end beneath a polished punch, and cut the smallest guiding mark his tools allowed. The first stroke went too deep. He turned the shaving over and tried again. The second crowded the edge. On the third, his hand found the pressure he wanted, and the inherited knowledge answered with 3 possible ways to close the line. Lucas deliberately chose the least certain one. He touched the silver with a thread of power. The shaving trembled, tipped onto its narrow edge, and remained there. Lucas leaned closer. It should have fallen. Nothing held it upright, and he hadn't reduced its weight. He nudged the bench with one finger. The silver rocked, corrected itself, and turned until its flattened end pointed toward him. A laugh escaped before he could examine it into disappointment. He moved his hand to the left. The shaving followed. The effect had no sensible purpose. It was fragile, imprecise, and already weakening. Lucas grinned as he drew the little piece across the charcoal like a trained insect. He opened the notebook again and wrote a different question at the top of the page. What else could magic do when nobody needed it to behave? The silver shaving followed Lucas's hand twice more before its enchantment weakened and it toppled across the charcoal. He caught it before it reached the floor, not because the scrap mattered, but because he wanted to understand the failure. The guiding mark hadn't pulled the silver toward him. It had persuaded the piece that one direction deserved preference. Lucas cut another shaving, this time leaving the line open at both ends. Power entered cleanly, traveled around the curve, and escaped in a spark that lit a bead of blue flame above the block. Lucas laughed and moved a copper dish beneath it. The flame bent after the metal without touching it. When he reversed one stroke, the light vanished and frost spread across the dish in branching white lines. Neither effect lasted more than seconds. Both existed because he'd asked what the same shape might do when its purpose changed halfway through. He reached for an iron washer and closed the guiding mark inward. The washer struck the bench hard enough to dent the wood. Opening the same line outward made it rise, wobble, and spin itself into the wall. The carriage house door opened as the washer clattered to the floor. Rosalie stopped inside, looked at the frost-covered dish, then at the scorch mark above the charcoal block. "Tell me you didn't put open flame beside my fuel cabinet," she said. Lucas glanced toward the red cabinet 6 feet away. The flame was smaller than my thumbnail. It was still flame. Rosalie crossed the forge and moved the copper dish to the stone testing area herself. Your sense of proportion becomes unreliable whenever you're enjoying yourself. I'll take that as a compliment. Lucas recovered the washer and examined the distorted inscription. The levitation hadn't failed because the force was weak. It had lacked balance. He'd told the object to move away from weight without giving it a stable path. Rosalie leaned over the bench while he drew 3 variations. "What are you making?" "I don't know yet." Lucas selected a narrow strip of pale gold and began drawing it through the smallest plate. "That's the point." She stayed as Lucas annealed the wire, curved it around Alice's finger measurement, and joined the ends without closing the enchantment. The band remained plain except for a sequence of unfinished marks along its inner surface. Each borrowed something from the obedient shaving, the heavy washer, and the scrap that had risen too eagerly. Rosalie watched him adjust the final curve by hand. "That's sized for Alice." Lucas smiled without looking up. She likes surprises. He placed the unfinished band beside the frost and scorch marks. It didn't have a name yet. It had a question, and Lucas was finally eager to learn the answer. Alice arrived while Lucas was polishing the inner edge of the pale gold band. Rosalie took one look at her, moved the copper dish farther from the testing space, and leaned against the fuel cabinet with her arms folded. Lucas held out the ring. It may slow your descent, increase it, or leave you hovering until I work out what I did wrong. Alice slipped it onto her finger. You've always known how to make a girl feel safe. It's bound to you. The workbench is 3 feet high and I'm standing here. Lucas adjusted the final open line with a narrow burnisher. He could feel the competing instructions inside it. One mark encouraged the ring to resist downward motion. Another preserved enough weight for direction. The unfinished closure between them should let the wearer influence the balance, though he didn't yet know whether intention would produce control or confusion. Alice climbed onto the bench before he could offer further warnings. Ready? No. Lucas placed both hands near her waist without touching her. Jump straight down. Don't push sideways, and don't change your mind halfway through. She smiled. Now I'm ready. Alice stepped into the air. She dropped several inches, slowed, and stopped with her toes hanging above the floor. Her hair settled around her face while the hem of her shirt continued drifting downward. Lucas stared at the ring, feeling the enchantment hold itself between weight and resistance far longer than he'd intended. Rosalie left the cabinet. Is she supposed to stay there? Not remotely. Lucas reached toward Alice. Try thinking downward. Alice's feet lowered an inch. She laughed, and the change in her concentration tipped the balance sideways. Her body drifted across the testing space, turning slowly until her shoulder struck Lucas's chest. He caught her around the waist, but the ring continued resisting the floor, leaving both of them leaning at an absurd angle. Alice wrapped her arms around his neck. I like this mistake. Lucas laughed with her as he pressed one fingertip against the open inscription. The effect released gradually rather than breaking. Alice's weight returned in stages until her shoes touched the boards. That was the answer hidden inside the failure. The ring hadn't switched between falling and floating. Alice had moved through degrees of each, and her attention had shifted the balance. Lucas looked toward the dented iron washer, then at the note beside its weight mark. Rosalie followed his gaze. You've thought of something worse. Something heavier. Lucas opened the notebook and wrote Bella's name beneath the weight experiments. Alice leaned over his shoulder. What does Bella get? Lucas pictured Emmett accepting any contest his smaller sister offered, certain of the outcome before it began. He smiled and closed the notebook before Alice could read further. An accomplice. 31. The day Emmett lost. Alice stood on the carriage house loft with her toes over the edge and both arms spread for balance. 12 feet below, Lucas waited beside the cleared testing space while Rosalie watched from the workbench. The pale gold ring rested against Alice's finger, its open inscription holding the same uncertain balance between weight and resistance that had left her floating against Lucas the day before. Don't aim for me this time, Lucas said. Push forward, keep your attention on the floor, and let the ring slow you after the jump. Alice bent her knees. You say that as though yesterday wasn't perfect. You hit me sideways. You caught me. She launched before he could answer. Vampire strength carried her beyond the loft railing, but the ring caught her descent too strongly. Alice sailed across the forge in a shallow arc, hair streaming behind her, then began turning because one shoulder had moved ahead of the other. Lucas stepped beneath her, less floating, more falling. Alice concentrated, dropped 3 feet at once, and corrected too late. Her shoes struck the floor, but her remaining momentum carried her into Lucas's arms. He caught her around the waist and turned with the impact until both of them faced the open door. Emmett stood outside with one hand braced against the frame, laughing hard enough to bend forward. You're teaching your little fairy to fly. Alice remained in Lucas's arms and looked over his shoulder. I crossed the entire forge. You spun like a dropped pillow. Emmett entered and demonstrated her crooked descent with both hands. Very graceful, terrifying to birds. Lucas set Alice down. The loft isn't high enough. She needs time to adjust the balance. Rosalie looked toward the roof. You're not testing above my cars. 10 minutes later, Lucas stood in the yard with Alice poised at the carriage house roofline. She jumped toward the trees, let the ring catch her after the first drop, and glided between 2 branches before drifting backward. Lucas ran beneath her until she released enough resistance to land against his chest. Emmett applauded slowly from the porch. At this rate, she'll master falling by spring. Bella stepped out behind him, one sleeve pulled low over her wrist. Her eyes found Lucas's S, then moved to Emmett with carefully arranged boredom. You're awfully confident for someone who still claims he let me win at wrestling in Boston. Emmett's laughter stopped. I did let you win. Bella walked toward the house without looking back, then proving it shouldn't take long. Lucas watched Emmett follow her, already explaining how gently he intended to defeat her. Beneath Bella's sleeve, the charged ring waited against her finger. The prank had found its target. Lucas followed Bella and Emmett into the house with Alice beside him, her pale gold ring still on her finger. Bella had already claimed one end of the heavy dining table and rolled her right sleeve past her elbow. Her left sleeve remained low enough to hide the narrow band Lucas had charged that morning. Emmett dragged out the opposite chair and turned it around before straddling it. We should establish rules. No biting, no shields, and no complaining when I win. Bella planted her elbow on the table. I wasn't planning to use my shield. Edward looked up from the piano bench. His attention shifted from Bella's hidden hand to Lucas, then narrowed. Lucas gave him the smallest shake of his head. Hearing the plan inside Bella's thoughts didn't entitle Edward to rescue Emmett from it. Rosalie entered behind them and stopped when she saw Bella's sleeve. Her gaze dropped briefly to the faint line of metal beneath the cuff, then moved to Lucas. Understanding sharpened her expression. Esme, Rosalie called toward the kitchen. You should come see this. Emmett rested his elbow opposite Bella's. Calling witnesses already? That's sensible. Someone should record the official end of Bella's confidence. Carlyle joined Esme in the doorway, while Alice perched on the edge of the sideboard and tucked both feet beneath her. Edward remained by the piano, visibly caught between concern for the furniture and amusement he didn't intend to admit. Lucas crossed to the cabinet where Bella kept her camera during family visits. He removed it from its case, checked the battery, and fitted the lens she used for indoor portraits. Emmett noticed. You're photographing this? Bella asked me to document important family events. Lucas adjusted the exposure for the bright windows. Try to look gracious. Bella placed her right hand against Emmett's. Her fingers looked slight inside his, but her grip settled without strain. Beneath her lowered cuff, the strength ring waited with one stored charge, bound to her and designed to release only when she deliberately reached for it. Rosalie moved closer to the table and inspected its braces. You might want to use less than your full strength. Emmett smiled at Bella. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Rosalie's mouth curved. I wasn't talking to you. Emmett glanced at her, but Bella tightened her hand before suspicion could settle. Ready? He returned his attention to her and leaned back with exaggerated patience. Whenever you are, little sister. Lucas raised the camera and centered Emmett's confident face above their joined hands. Bella's sleeve shifted just enough for pale gold to catch the light, but Emmett never looked down. Bella tightened her grip, and Emmett answered with barely enough pressure to hold their hands upright. His smile remained broad, patient, and unbearable. Tell me when you're actually trying, Bella said. She leaned forward, allowing her wrist to bend a fraction beneath his hand. Emmett glanced toward the family. She wants encouragement. Everyone say something supportive. Esme covered a smile with her fingers. Carlyle folded his arms, while Rosalie moved one step away from the table as though she'd already decided which piece of furniture needed saving first. Lucas kept the camera raised but didn't touch the shutter. The photograph he wanted hadn't happened yet. Bella's thoughts were hidden from him, but he knew the signal they'd chosen. She would let Emmett settle into the contest, make him believe her resistance had reached its limit, then press her thumb against the inner edge of the ring. Emmett lowered Bella's hand another inch. You're doing very well. Bella's mouth tightened with convincing effort. You're holding back. I'm protecting your dignity. Edward turned his face toward the piano, but his shoulders moved with silent laughter. Alice watched Bella's hidden wrist with delighted concentration, her feet swinging beneath the sideboard. Bella's knuckles neared the table. Emmett eased his pressure again, giving her room to recover without making the mercy obvious. Lucas saw her thumb shift beneath his fingers. The pale gold band answered. Power moved through its closed marks in one short release, giving Bella access to the strength Lucas had stored rather than creating an endless supply. Her arm stopped. Emmett's smile faltered as her wrist straightened beneath his hand. Oh, Bella said, there it is. She drove his arm sideways. Emmett resisted too late. Their joined hands struck the tabletop with enough force to split the brace beneath it. Wood cracked through the dining room, the table dropped half an inch on one side, and Carlyle caught the edge before the dishes could slide. Bella kept Emmett's hand pinned flat against the wood. Silence held for one perfect second. Emmett looked down at the cracked brace. His gaze traveled along his own trapped arm, reached Bella's calm face, then shifted to Lucas and the camera. Disbelief gave way to suspicion before settling into wounded betrayal. "You cheated," he said. Bella leaned farther over his hand, making certain he couldn't lift it. "You said no biting and no shields." Emmett stared at her sleeve, where the pale gold ring had finally become visible. "Lucas." The shutter clicked. Lucas lowered the camera just long enough to see Emmett's expression frozen on the display, then turned and ran. Behind him, Wood snapped as Emmett tore his arm free. Bella's laughter followed Lucas into the hall, bright enough to lose all dignity, while Carlyle caught the sagging table before its damaged brace gave way completely. "You planned this," Emmett shouted. Lucas reached the stairs and vaulted the banister instead of taking the steps. "Bella planned it. I provided technical support." Emmett struck the wall at the turn, recovered without slowing, and came after him. Lucas crossed the upstairs landing, camera held against his chest, then ducked through the library as Alice appeared in the opposite doorway. She looked from Lucas to Emmett and stepped aside with exaggerated courtesy. "He went that way." "You're supposed to protect your husband," Lucas said as he passed her. "I'm protecting the camera." Emmett lunged across the library table. Lucas slipped beneath his reaching arm, but Emmett caught the back of his shirt and lifted him clear of the floor. The camera remained safely trapped against Lucas's chest as Emmett turned him around. "Delete it," Emmett said. Lucas angled the display toward him. Bella's calm satisfaction filled one side of the frame. Emmett occupied the other, staring at his pinned arm with open disbelief while the cracked table tilted beneath them. Rosalie entered behind Alice and held out her hand. "Give me the memory card before he damages it." Emmett looked over Lucas's shoulder. "You encouraged them." "I recognized quality entertainment." Rosalie took the camera when Lucas passed it back. "I want a full-size copy." Bella appeared in the doorway, still laughing, one hand closed around the hot ring she'd removed from her finger. "It's warm enough to be uncomfortable." Emmett set Lucas down and pointed at her. "That means the rematch happens without jewelry. The charge is gone anyway." Lucas accepted the spent band from Bella and felt the fading heat along its inner edge. The stored force had released once, strained the pattern, then shut itself down before the metal could hold another burst. It did exactly what it was supposed to do. He looked past the ring toward Alice, who had drifted through degrees of weight rather than choosing only fall or float. Bella's band had done something related. Strength hadn't appeared as a fixed destination. It had moved through a limited range until the charge ran out. Lucas smiled as the two ideas joined. Emmett noticed. "Why do you look pleased?" "Because you lost twice." Rosalie carried the camera toward Bella's studio while Emmett started after Lucas again. This time, the whole family was laughing before the chase began. 32. The face that changed slowly. The bucket of failed rings struck the workbench with a heavy clatter. Lucas set Bella's spent strength band beside the crucible, then tipped months of apparent age failures onto the firebrick. Crushed gold, cut prototypes, and rings whose faces had looked convincing only until Bella placed them beside a real photograph slid together in a bright, damaged heap. Rosalie entered while he sorted out stones, solder scraps, and fragments of unsuitable alloy. "You're finally remelting them." "I kept thinking one might explain what I'd done wrong." Lucas lifted the last distorted band between his fingers. "They already did. I was making destinations." Alice leaned against the bench, her pale gold float ring resting on one finger. "And now?" "Now I'm making movement." Lucas transferred the clean gold into the crucible and brought the furnace to heat. The separate failures softened, sagged, and lost their individual shapes. He stirred the molten metal with a graphite rod, skimmed away contamination, then added measured amounts of silver and copper until the color warmed without becoming red. Rosalie watched the surface settle. "Don't romanticize this. Bad rings don't become wiser because you melt them together." "No, but they become useful." Lucas poured the alloy into the narrow ingot mold. The metal hissed as it filled the channel, carrying every failed face into one solid bar. He quenched it only after the glow faded, released the ingot, and began working it through the rolling mill. Each pass thinned and lengthened the gold. He annealed it twice, drew it into a clean strip, then measured enough for a single practice band. Alice moved closer as he bent the strip around the mandrel. Whose face? Mine first. Lucas adjusted the joint beneath the lens. Bella needs to see the result, and I need to feel every choice the wearer makes. He soldered the seam, restored the circle, and marked the baseline along the inner surface. The old prototypes had carried separate instructions for 30, 40, 50, and 60. Lucas cut none of them now. Instead, he engraved one continuous path, letting the line widen by degrees as it traveled around the band. Rosalie looked through the magnifier after he set down the graver. No fixed stopping points. The wearer supplies those. Lucas turned the ring beneath the lamp. The inscription won't choose an age. It'll move through the same face slowly enough for photographs, memory, and habit to remain connected. Alice touched the back of his hand. And slowly enough to stop when it starts going wrong. Lucas smiled and reached for the polishing cloth. That too. Bella arrived with her camera while Lucas was polishing the band. Alice moved the shaded lamp beside the cleared wall, and Rosalie drew the curtains until the forge held one controlled source of light. Lucas slid the ring onto his finger, felt the inscription warm, and pressed his thumb against the widening line. Start slowly, Bella said as she raised the camera. I need enough time to see what changes first. Lucas directed the glamour forward by the smallest amount he could manage. To his own eyes, nothing happened. Bella took 3 photographs, checked the screen, then lowered the camera without speaking. Alice leaned over her shoulder. Her smile appeared before Lucas reached them. Oh, Luke. What? He looked between them. Too old? Bella turned the display toward him. The left side of his face had matured by perhaps 10 years. A faint line marked the corner of that eye, his cheek had narrowed, and the jaw looked heavier. The right side remained unchanged except for one deep crease beside his mouth that belonged on neither version. Rosalie looked at the photograph and covered her mouth with 2 fingers. You resemble your own badly assembled brother. Alice laughed against Lucas's shoulder. Only from one side. The other side looks offended. Lucas examined the ring beneath the magnifier. Embarrassment gave way to interest as he traced the inscription around the inner surface. The progression line narrows near the seam. I corrected the width after soldering, but the depth changes. Bella enlarged the photograph. Your left eye moved first, then the cheek. The right side tried to catch up around the mouth and stopped. That's where the line crosses the joint. Lucas removed the ring and set it against the cutting block. He'd spent months trying to preserve failed work long enough to explain it. The uneven face had already given him the answer. Rosalie reached for the magnifier. You could deepen the weak section. And create another correction that behaves differently from the original cut. Lucas positioned the jeweler's saw at either side of the seam. No. Alice's laughter faded as she watched him begin cutting. You're removing the whole section? The bad part doesn't earn protection because the rest almost worked. Lucas separated a narrow piece of gold, leaving the band open between clean edges. I'll replace it with fresh metal and recut the path continuously. Bella lifted the camera again and photographed the flawed section beside the ring. Keep that image. Lucas looked at his uneven face still displayed on the screen. For research? For Emmett, Bella said. He deserves proof that yesterday wasn't your only contribution to family history. Lucas replaced the missing section with fresh gold, joined the new edges, and filed the seam until Bella couldn't find it beneath the magnifier. Instead of engraving the finished band after closing it, he cut the progression line across the replacement strip first, then completed the final marks only after the circle held its shape. Bella set her camera on a tripod facing the cleared wall. I've programmed one photograph every 2 seconds. Don't move unless you want to spend the evening explaining why your nose wandered. Lucas slid the revised ring onto his finger. My nose has excellent discipline. Alice straightened his collar and stepped away. Your left eyebrow disagrees. Lucas pressed his thumb to the starting mark and guided the change forward. Warmth traveled around the band without catching at the repaired seam. Bella watched through the camera screen while the shutter clicked at steady intervals. Keep going, she said. Your eyes are changing together now. Lucas held his head still as the glamour moved. He couldn't see the face Bella saw, but Alice's expression shifted from amusement to intent attention. After several minutes, Bella lifted one hand. Stop there. Lucas released the mark. The warmth settled instead of vanishing. Bella circled him, checking both sides of his face beneath the lamp before returning to the camera. Alice leaned close to the display. That looks like you. Older me? Lucas asked. Bella scrolled back through the sequence. You without a replacement face pasted over the present one. She played the photographs forward. Fine lines developed around his eyes, his cheeks narrowed by degrees, and the change beneath his jaw followed the same pace. No feature jumped ahead or waited to catch up. Lucas touched the ring again. I'm going back. He guided the inscription in reverse. The shutter continued while age withdrew through the same stages it had created. Bella stopped him halfway, made him hold that appearance for another series, then nodded for him to continue until the original baseline returned. Alice took the camera from Bella and replayed the full sequence. Forward, pause, backward. Nothing breaks. Bella enlarged the final image and compared it with the first. You returned to the same face, not an improved version of it. Lucas removed the ring and examined the closed path beneath the lamp. Months of fixed destinations had tried to decide what age should mean before the wearer reached it. This band only carried a face through time and allowed the person inside it to choose when to move. Bella lifted the camera again. Put it back on. I want another sequence with you talking. Lucas smiled as he reached for the ring. What should I say? Alice took her place beside the wall. Explain to Emmett why he's never seeing the photograph of your crooked face. Bella photographed Lucas speaking, smiling, turning his head, and returning the glamour to its baseline. The face remained continuous through every movement. When she placed the new sequence beside photographs from Boston and Forks, the progression looked like years passing rather than another person replacing him. Lucas removed the ring and set it on the black felt pad. I need to finish the binding before anyone else wears it. Alice touched the band with one fingertip. You've tested movement, pause, and return. What's left? Ownership. Lucas picked up the graver and cut the final marks beneath the progression path. The ring has to recognize the wearer's present appearance as the baseline when it's first accepted. Nobody else gets to choose that face, and taking the ring off can't reset their decision. Bella lowered the camera. So if I pause after 10 years and remove it? You'll look like yourself without the effect. When you put it back on, the ring returns to the age you chose before you continue. Lucas completed the personal binding mark and brushed away the last thread of gold. It remembers your setting, not your location, schedule, or anything outside itself. Rosalie inspected the finished work beneath the magnifier. And no one can push the wearer forward as a joke? Alice looked toward Bella. That question feels strangely specific. Bella tucked the camera strap over her shoulder. Emmett lives here. Lucas smiled as he polished the inner edge. Only the wearer can move it. No shared schedule, remote adjustment, or family calendar. He placed the finished ring in Bella's palm. She turned it beneath the lamp, then closed her fingers around it without putting it on. You made this because of Charlie, she said. Partly. Lucas looked at the photographs spread across the workbench. I want him to see years pass instead of watching us remain trapped in the same faces. Bella's expression softened. Then we test it properly before we use it near him. Different light, different clothes, longer pauses, and enough photographs to prove we're not seeing what we want. Lucas nodded. The old impatience didn't return. Tomorrow. His phone vibrated against the bench. Jacob's name filled the screen. Lucas answered, expecting a question about the neutral clearing or the growing pack. Jacob spoke before Lucas could greet him. Billy's running a fever. He broke the arm of his wheelchair trying to get out of it, and the whole house smells like a wolf. Lucas's hand closed around the finished ring. Is he shaking? Not yet, Jacob said. But he's getting hotter. 33, 3 ways to lead. Jacob ended the call with Lucas and shoved the phone into his pocket. Billy sat beside the kitchen table in the damaged wheelchair, one armrest hanging by a bent support. Sweat had darkened his shirt across the chest, yet he still glared at Jacob as though the broken chair had caused the fever instead of proving it. You're staying here, Jacob said as he pulled a blanket around his father's shoulders. Rachel's coming, and I'm calling Sue. Billy pushed the blanket down from his neck. You're not assigning guards to your own father. I'm making sure somebody's here when you start shaking. Jacob crouched and checked the wheel locks. The left one had twisted when Billy tried to stand, leaving the chair angled against the table. "You broke steel trying to get out of this thing." Before Billy could answer, Jacob's phone vibrated again. Leah's name filled the screen. Her voice struck fast and controlled. 3 more. 2 girls behind the Clearwater place, 1 boy near the school. The girls phased together and bolted into the woods. Jacob stood. "Are they hurt?" "No, but they can hear the boys laughing from the main training field. Neither one will come back while half the pack's listening." Billy caught Jacob's wrist as he turned. His palm was hot enough to feel wrong even against Jacob's skin. "Go," he said. "Don't make frightened kids wait because I've got a fever." Rachel's car entered the drive before Jacob reached the door. He left Billy arguing with her about blankets and ran for the tree line. Leah had already moved the girls away from the main field when Jacob found them. 2 enormous wolves crouched beneath the cedars, their thoughts flashing through the wider pack in broken bursts of humiliation, fear, and fury. Leah stood between them and a canvas shelter she'd thrown together from patrol supplies. "No boys past that marker," she told Jacob, pointing to a strip of red cloth tied between 2 trunks. "Not even you." Jacob stopped where she indicated. Women relatives approached from the opposite trail carrying robes, sweatpants, and 2 pairs of shoes. Leah had placed clothing caches behind the shelter and another farther along the return path. One wolf's thoughts sharpened around a single terrified question. "Can everyone still hear me?" Leah met her eyes. "Not once I take you beyond the quiet marker. You'll hear me, and I'll hear you. Nobody else gets invited." The girl rose slowly. Jacob stepped back from the boundary Leah had made. Sam's training field could teach control and emergency response. This needed something else, and Leah had understood it before anyone asked permission. The alarm tore through the pack before the girl reached Leah's quiet marker. A patrol wolf west of the highway caught an unfamiliar vampire scent crossing public forest, fresh enough to demand an immediate response. Sam's command struck the shared mind with enough force to turn every wolf toward the same direction. All trained patrols west. Trainees hold position. Nobody pursues alone. The 2 new girls recoiled beneath the sudden flood of voices. One dropped flat against the earth, forepaws scraping through needles as dozens of thoughts crowded into her panic. The other bolted toward the return trail. Leah moved before Jacob could cross the red boundary. She phased in one smooth rush, caught the running girl shoulder to shoulder, and turned her away from the steep ground without knocking her down. "Stay with me. Don't listen to the whole pack. Listen here." Jacob forced his attention from them as 3 newly phased boys crashed through the trees behind him. Their fear arrived ahead of their bodies. One wanted to run toward the alarm and prove he belonged. Another couldn't remember whether his younger sister had stayed home. "You 3 are with me," Jacob said, stepping into their path. "Human form. Now." The smallest boy changed first and landed hard on his knees. Jacob threw him a pair of sweatpants from the nearest cache while the others followed more awkwardly. Sam's voice came through Jacob's phone before he finished dressing them. The scent turned north. "Paul and Jared have the line. I need the southern route covered in case it circles back. I'll move 2 trained wolves south and hold the new boys at the fire road," Jacob said. He pointed to the eldest trainee. "Call Quill. Tell him to take Eli and Caleb to marker 6. They watch. They don't chase." The boy fumbled with the phone but repeated the order clearly. Across the boundary, the panicking girl thrashed beneath the cedars. Leah remained beside her in wolf form, blocking the wider pack with her own steady attention. "Name 5 things you can smell." The girl's thoughts stumbled through earth, cedar, canvas, Leah, and her aunt's laundry soap on the waiting robe. "Good. Now change back when you choose. Nobody's coming closer." Sam's emergency command still held the trained wolves together, but Leah didn't surrender her girls to its noise. Jacob redirected the routes without claiming the hunt. Each of them led the part they could actually hold, and the alarm moved around them instead of swallowing everyone whole. By the following afternoon, the western scent had proved to be an old trail left by a passing vampire who'd already turned inland. Sam ended the emergency response, but the training grounds never returned to one group. Families arrived carrying food, spare clothes, questions, and newly phased children whose needs didn't fit a single line. A father guided his 17-year-old son toward Jacob, one hand gripping the boy's shoulder. "He changed this morning. He wants to know the patrol routes before he goes back to school. Jacob handed the boy a marked map but kept hold of one corner. You learn the safe paths first. Patrol comes after control, and school doesn't disappear because you grew fur. The father frowned. Sam said every wolf needs emergency training. He does, Jacob replied. That isn't the same as putting him on duty tonight. Near the main field, Sam walked 4 experienced wolves through the scent report, correcting how they'd spread along the highway and showing where pursuit would have opened a gap behind them. Nobody questioned why emergencies came to him. He saw the whole response and expected every position to matter. Beyond the red cloth, Leah accepted a bag from the mother of one of the new girls. She checked the contents, removed a shirt with narrow sleeves, and replaced it with a loose sweatshirt from the cache. She can train with Jacob if she wants, Leah said. This route's here because some girls would rather learn changing and clothing control without boys hearing every mistake. The mother glanced toward her daughter, who stood beside the canvas shelter with a robe wrapped tightly around herself. What happens once she's comfortable? She chooses again, Leah said. Nothing about starting here assigns her to me forever. A younger boy overheard and stepped toward Leah's marker. Could I use the quiet route? My brother's in Jacob's group, and he won't stop correcting me. Leah looked at Jacob rather than answering for him. Jacob waved the boy across. Privacy isn't only for girls. Follow Leah's rules while you're there. The boy ducked beneath the red cloth before his brother could object. His relief moved through the nearby wolves, followed by startled amusement from one of the girls. Jacob watched families sort themselves by immediate need instead of inherited rank. Sam held emergencies. Jacob taught routes, restraint, and the boys who came to him first. Leah had become the person girls trusted with exposure, fear, and control, but her boundary had already opened for someone else who needed it. An engine approached along the fire road. Jacob recognized Rachel's car before it cleared the trees. Billy sat in the passenger seat, flushed with fever, his damaged wheelchair folded behind him. Rachel stopped beside the clearing and climbed out before Jacob reached the car. He refused to stay home, and he threatened to crawl here if I left him. Billy opened the passenger door himself. His fingers slipped on the handle before closing around it again. That's an exaggeration, he said as Jacob unfolded the wheelchair. I said I'd find another ride. You broke the last one, Rachel replied. She moved aside while Jacob locked the chair open. Try not to destroy this before we get home. Jacob braced the frame as Billy transferred across. The movement should have taken practiced care, but Billy shoved down with both arms and nearly lifted himself clear of the seat. His face tightened when Jacob caught his shoulder. Easy, Jacob said. Heat came through Billy's shirt beneath his palm. You shouldn't be here. Billy settled into the chair and looked across the training ground. Young wolves moved between markers while families sorted clothes and food beneath the trees. Sam stood with the experienced patrols. Leah crossed her red boundary carrying another bundle of robes. This is exactly where I should be, Billy said. Half the reservations acting like teenagers are the only people who can get surprised by their own bodies. Rachel shut the car door harder than necessary. You've got a fever high enough to frighten Sue, and you're making jokes. I'm too old for teenage problems. Billy tried to smile, but his right hand began trembling against the armrest. That should count for something. Jacob crouched in front of him. The shaking spread from Billy's fingers into his forearm. His breath shortened, and the heat rolling from his skin sharpened until every nearby wolf turned toward them. Dad, look at me. Jacob caught both sides of the chair before Billy could push away. Don't fight it. Billy's expression changed. The humor vanished beneath sudden fear as his legs jerked against the footrests, muscles moving where Jacob had never seen them answer before. I can feel that, Billy whispered. His hands clamped around the armrests. Jacob, I can feel my feet. The chair tipped when Billy's back arched. Jacob caught the frame with one hand and his father with the other, but bone and muscle had already begun changing beneath his grip. Fabric tore across Billy's shoulders. Rachel stumbled back as Sam shouted for the training ground to clear. Jacob lowered the collapsing chair instead of trying to hold Billy inside it. His father's body surged forward in a rush of heat, fur, and breaking metal. Jacob kept one hand against him until the transformation tore Billy beyond his reach. 34. The Man Who Stood. Billy burst free of the collapsing wheelchair in a sweep of dark fur and twisted metal. Jacob threw himself backward as the new wolf struck the ground, paws gouging 4 deep tracks through the clearing. The damaged chair skidded into a tree and fell on its side, one wheel still turning. For one stunned breath, Billy remained crouched where he'd landed. His coat had gone gray around the muzzle and shoulders, but the body beneath it was broad, solid, and balanced on 4 powerful legs. Then the pack connection opened. Pain flooded Jacob's mind first. Heat burned through old damage as nerves, muscle, and blood vessels rebuilt themselves through a body that hadn't carried Billy's weight in years. Beneath it came shock so vast that every nearby wolf fell silent. I can feel the ground. Billy flexed one forepaw, digging his claws into the dirt. His attention rushed backward through his body, finding hips that answered, knees that bent, and hind legs loaded with strength instead of numbness. "Dad, stay still," Jacob said, although Billy heard the command through thought as clearly as speech. "You've never moved like this before." Rachel stood behind him with both hands pressed over her mouth. "Billy?" Her voice snapped Billy's head around. He saw his daughter, Jacob, the broken chair, and the empty space where his useless legs should have remained. Nothing was useless. Billy pushed upright. His first step lurched sideways. Jacob reached for him, but Billy recovered before contact, paws spreading as instinct corrected the balance. He took another step, then another, testing each leg with growing disbelief. Sam moved in from the main field, palms raised. "Nobody crowd him. Billy, hold position until we know you're stable." Billy's ears flattened. Jacob felt the old impatience before his father gathered himself for a controlled turn. The movement went too far, nearly carrying his hindquarters into the fallen chair, but Billy caught himself again. A startled laugh broke from Rachel. "You're standing." Billy looked down at all 4 legs. Then he ran. "Dad," Jacob phased before the word finished leaving him. Billy crossed the clearing in 3 uneven bounds, clipped a training marker with one shoulder, and drove into the forest. Branches snapped behind him as he found speed without knowing how to stop. Jacob chased through the trees, Billy's astonishment pouring across the pack connection ahead of him. Every root struck 4 living feet. Every slope answered working muscles. His father wasn't fleeing pain. He was running because he could. Billy ran badly and gloriously. His front legs reached too far while his hindquarters drove harder than he expected, sending him sideways through wet brush. He struck a cedar with one shoulder, rebounded, and nearly tangled himself beneath a fallen branch before Jacob caught up. "Slow down," Jacob warned through the shared mind. "You don't know how to stop yet." Billy scrambled over the trunk instead. "I've had years of practice stopping." The answer carried more than humor. Jacob felt hospital rooms, careful transfers, wheels caught in soft ground, and strangers speaking to Rachel instead of the man seated beside her. He felt Billy waking before dawn with pain below the injury and nothing beneath it, then swallowing the anger before Jacob entered the room. Billy's paws found firmer ground. His stride lengthened, becoming smoother with every bound. Cold air moved through his coat, and the forest floor struck 4 living feet in rapid rhythm. Rachel's childhood laughter surfaced without warning. She was 7, running along First Beach while Billy chased her before his legs had failed. Then Rebecca appeared beside her, both girls shouting for him to hurry. Jacob felt his father's grief when those memories had become proof of everything he couldn't do again. Billy drove harder. "Dad," Jacob called, "you're going to break your neck 5 minutes after fixing everything else." Billy leapt a narrow creek. His hind paws clipped the bank, but he hauled himself forward and shook mud from his coat without slowing. "Worth it." Sam's command struck through the pack connection. "Stop." Billy's body locked. His forepaws dug into the ground, and his hindquarters swung around. He crashed onto one side, sliding through needles until a young fir stopped him. Jacob skidded beside him and lowered his head, checking for injury. Billy surged upright, rage flooding the shared mind so sharply that nearby wolves recoiled. "Don't ever do that to me again." Sam approached from behind, his thoughts controlled. "You were out of control. I was learning. You were endangering yourself and everyone trying to follow you." Billy's anger faltered around the truth, but it didn't disappear. Jacob felt the deeper injury beneath it. His father had spent years asking other people to move him, stop him, lift him, and decide whether a path was safe. The command had seized his new body before he'd owned it for 10 minutes. Jacob stepped between their minds as much as the connection allowed. Sam stopped the emergency. He doesn't own the rest of your run. Billy stood trembling, 4 legs planted beneath him. Then Jacob turned toward the open forest. Come on, Dad, this time, learn how to stop before the trees do it for you. Billy's delight returned, roughened now by anger and understanding. He started forward at a careful trot, then built speed beside his son. They returned to the clearing at a walk. Billy's wolf form stayed close beside Jacob, his breathing unnecessary but instinctively heavy after the run. Mud darkened his legs, cedar needles clung to his coat, and satisfaction moved through the pack connection every time his paws pressed into the earth. The broken wheelchair waited where they'd left it, tipped against the tree with one footrest torn away. Rachel stood beside it holding a blanket and a pair of sweatpants. Her face had changed from fear to impatient relief. Are either of you planning to become people again? Billy looked toward the surrounding families. Too many eyes watched from the training markers and tree line, but Jacob felt his father's embarrassment lose the argument against necessity. Billy stepped behind the canvas shelter Leah had raised, then change. The transformation folded him downward. Fur withdrew, limbs shortened, and Billy landed on one hip with the blanket already falling across his shoulders. Jacob phased behind the nearest screen, dragged on sweatpants, and hurried around before Rachel could reach their father alone. Billy sat with both legs bent beneath the blanket. Jacob stopped. He'd seen those legs moved by other people, strapped onto footrests, and positioned carefully so damaged circulation wouldn't worsen. Now Billy drew one knee upward under his own power and planted his bare foot against the ground. Jacob crouched and reached beneath his arms. I've got you. Billy caught his wrist. No. Dad, you've been human again for 10 seconds. That's long enough to know my legs are still there. Billy pushed the blanket aside and placed his other foot beside the first. His calves trembled beneath age-softened skin, but the muscles answered. Give me your arm. Don't lift me. Jacob rose slowly and braced himself. Billy gripped his forearm with one hand and the damaged chair with the other. He leaned forward, shifted his weight over his feet, and pushed. His knees nearly folded. Jacob tightened his arm without hauling him upward, while Rachel caught the wheelchair before it rolled. Billy drew a sharp breath and tried again. One leg straightened, then the other. Billy rose inch by inch until his hand left the chair. He swayed, fingers digging into Jacob's arm, but his feet remained beneath him. Jacob had forgotten how tall his father was. They stood almost eye to eye, close enough that Jacob could see sweat along Billy's hairline and tears he refused to wipe away. Billy's mouth shook before he managed a smile. You grew. Jacob laughed, though his throat had closed around the sound. You missed a few years. Billy loosened his grip until Jacob's arm provided balance instead of support. Then I'd better catch up. Rachel kept one hand near Billy's elbow as he took his first step. Jacob stayed on the other side, close enough to catch him but careful not to turn support into restraint. Billy placed his heel, shifted his weight, and brought the other foot forward with the concentration of a man crossing unstable ground. The clearing had gone quiet. Teenagers, parents, and elders watched from beside the training markers. Old Quill stood near the fire road with both hands braced on his cane, his face stripped of every prepared opinion. Billy took another step. His knee shook, then held. Rachel laughed through tears. You're walking. Billy glanced toward the damaged wheelchair. Looks like I'm going to need a different way home. The words broke the silence. People moved closer, questions rising from every side. Had the transformation healed everything? Did his back hurt? Could he feel heat and cold? Would the strength remain? Jacob stepped in front of his father before the crowd closed around him. Give him room, Jacob said. He's been standing for less than 5 minutes. Old Quill didn't retreat. His gaze stayed fixed on Billy's bare feet. The injuries gone? Billy shifted his grip from Jacob's forearm to Rachel's shoulder. The damage is repaired. I'm still the same age, and these legs haven't practiced walking in years. A woman near the shelter touched the brace around her own knee. Another elder looked toward the Cullen side of Forks before catching himself. Jacob saw the question spread before anyone dared ask it aloud. Billy saw it too. This didn't make every argument we had with the young people correct, he said. His voice roughened as he steadied himself. It gave me something I'd stopped expecting. It also put Sam's command inside my body before I'd learned to use it. Sam's expression tightened, but he didn't interrupt. Phones appeared throughout the clearing. Rachel's rang before Billy finished lowering himself onto a folding chair. By evening, people had crossed La Push to see him stand again, and Jacob repeated the same warning until the words blurred. Healing wasn't permission to seek vampire exposure. One family couldn't trigger a change that might seize half its neighbors. Near midnight, Sue called. Jacob listened from Billy's kitchen while his father practiced rising between the table and counter. A 46-year-old fisherman had developed a fever. 10 minutes later, Leah reported a woman shaking badly enough to crack a bedroom door. A third call came before dawn. Billy lowered himself into the chair, his restored legs trembling from effort. They watched children carry this and called it duty, he said quietly. Now adults know it might give something back. Jacob looked toward the ringing phone. Billy's healing had ended the old argument. It had also made the next one impossible to contain. 35. Nearly every house. By 7 that morning, Jacob had already replaced one broken kitchen chair and watched Eli explain breathing exercises to the uncle who'd once told him to stop complaining about patrols. Uncle Raymond stood barefoot in the Blacks' yard, wearing borrowed sweatpants and an expression that suggested the clothing had personally offended him. Heat rolled from his skin despite the cold. He clenched both hands as a tremor moved through his shoulders. Eli kept several feet between them. You need to unclench your jaw. The change follows anger, but panic can push you over too. Raymond glared at him. I'm not panicking. The chair behind him cracked as his grip tightened around its backrest. One leg folded outward, and Raymond released it too late to prevent the seat from striking the ground. Jacob picked up the broken pieces. That's the third one since breakfast. Billy stood beside the porch rail without his wheelchair, one hand resting lightly on the wood. And Rachel cooked enough eggs for 8 people. We ate them, Raymond muttered. You ate 6 of them, Eli said. His mouth twitched before he forced it straight. Now try the breathing again. Raymond's face darkened. You don't give orders to your elders. Eli's amusement disappeared. Then learn from someone else. He turned toward the road. Jacob dropped the chair pieces and caught his shoulder before he'd taken 2 steps. No, Jacob said. You were asked to help because you've controlled this for months. Raymond, either listen to him or stay away from everyone until the fever passes. Raymond looked from Jacob to Billy, clearly expecting rescue from the older man. Billy shifted his restored weight between both feet and gave him none. The boy knows more than you do, Billy said. That's uncomfortable. It's still true. Raymond drew a breath through his nose. His shoulders lowered by a fraction. Fine. Show me again. By mid-morning, the clearing held 4 newly changed adults, 3 teenage trainers, and a pile of clothing nobody had remembered to place near the return path. A gray wolf emerged from behind Leah's shelter, changed too early, and crouched naked behind a cedar while his 16-year-old niece threw him a robe without looking. I told you where the cash was, she called. I thought I'd remember. You told me forgetting wasn't an excuse. Laughter moved through the younger wolves before several adults joined it reluctantly. Jacob looked across the clearing at fathers, aunts, uncles, and grandparents being corrected by children they'd expected to obey. Nearly every ringing phone now belonged to another household discovering the same reversal. Jacob was still laughing when Sue Clearwater came through the trees in a burst of gray-brown fur, struck the edge of Leah's canvas shelter, and carried half of it 3 feet sideways. Leah caught the nearest support pole before the whole structure collapsed. Mom, stop moving. Sue's paws dug into the ground. Her thoughts slammed through the pack connection with enough fury to scatter every younger wolf from the shelter entrance. You heard that? Jacob's amusement vanished. Sue wasn't asking whether Leah had heard the command. She meant everything else. Her panic when the change took hold in her kitchen. Her fear that Seth would see her naked afterward. Her anger at remembering private arguments, old grief, and every sharp thought she'd hidden from her children. Leah planted the pole again. Yes, we all heard it. All of you? Everyone connected at the time. Leah faced her mother without softening the answer. That's what I kept telling you. Sue's head turned toward Seth, who stood near the clothing crates with a robe folded over his arms. He lowered his eyes, but the gesture came too late. Shame crossed his mind before he could stop it, followed by love, worry, and several memories Sue clearly hadn't known he carried. Sue recoiled from the whole pack. Leah stepped closer. Don't run. It won't make your thoughts quieter, and you're still learning where your back legs are. Sue's ears flattened. That wasn't an insult, Leah said. Shift your weight forward before you turn. You nearly took the shelter with you because you pushed from the rear and expected your shoulders to lead. Sue tried again. Her first turn swung too wide, but Leah moved with her and blocked the open side of the clearing until Sue found her balance. Several women arrived carrying more robes, blankets, and canvas. Rachel directed two of them toward a second changing shelter while another marked a route behind the cedars where women could return human without crossing the main training field. Sue noticed them and looked toward Jacob. He raised both hands. Nobody decided women needed separate rules. They needed enough shelters for whoever's here. Leah's mouth tightened with approval. Privacy isn't an exception. Neither are women who phase. Sue stood motionless as the words settled through the shared mind. Then she looked at her daughter, seeing years of anger from inside the place that had caused it. I should have listened. Leah's expression changed, but she didn't rescue her mother from the admission. You can start now. First lesson is changing back without making Seth drop that robe. Billy refused Jacob's arm when they left the clearing. He carried a cane instead, placing it carefully before each step while Rachel walked on his other side with a folded chair she hadn't been allowed to open. His stride remained slow, and his right knee shook whenever the ground dipped, but he crossed the first yard under his own power. Mrs. Adiara stood beside her porch with one hand pressed against her lower back. She watched Billy approach, then looked past him toward the eastern road. How much pain is left? She asked. Billy stopped near her gate. In my back? None. My legs tire because they're old and out of practice. She rubbed the swollen knuckles of her left hand. Jacob had seen those fingers fail around coffee cups during council meetings. Now she flexed them while studying Billy's cane. My sister's arthritis is worse than mine, she said. She hasn't phased. Billy's expression tightened. Neither have plenty of people. But she might. Mrs. Adiara lowered her voice. If the Cullens stayed closer. Jacob stepped between her gaze and the road. Closer to whom? She looked at him as though the answer were obvious. The community. A vampire presence doesn't choose one person's joints, Jacob said. It might trigger your sister. It might trigger the 12-year-old next door in 3 years, or somebody who doesn't want the shared mind at all. Mrs. Atera's mouth hardened. Easy to say when your father's walking. The words struck cleanly because part of Jacob had thought the same thing. Billy's restored legs moved beside him, real and impossible, while people all over La Push measured their own pain against that miracle. Billy planted the cane more firmly. Jacob didn't choose this for me. No, she said, but he isn't asking the Cullens to leave either. A truck slowed behind them. Mr. Young leaned through the open window, his hearing aid missing from one ear. Carlyle healed the damage when Billy changed, didn't he? The change healed him, Jacob said. Carlyle wasn't there. Mr. Young touched the side of his head where the hearing aid usually sat. Calculation replaced curiosity in his face. Jacob looked along the road. Similar expressions waited on porches and behind kitchen windows. Nearly every household now contained a wolf, someone feverish, or someone wondering why the surge had passed them by. Billy resumed walking. Don't mistake wanting relief for permission to gamble with everybody else. Mrs. Adiara watched him go. Her hand remained against her back, and her eyes returned to the road leading toward Forks. The argument reached the council room before Jacob did. Mr. Young stood near the front with his hearing aid back in place, speaking loudly enough that nobody could mistake his enthusiasm. We spent years discussing the burden because we hadn't seen the whole of it. Billy can walk. Raymond's lungs are clear. Nora hasn't held a spoon without pain in nearly a decade, and this morning she cooked breakfast. Nora lifted both hands from her seat, opening and closing fingers that no longer curled stiffly toward her palms. He burned the first batch while watching me. A few people laughed, but Eli remained standing against the rear wall with his arms folded. Jacob saw the boy's jaw tighten as older voices answered one miracle with another. Repaired knees, clearer vision, a heart condition that Carlyle had once managed but couldn't cure. Mr. Young spread his hands. How can anyone call this anything but a blessing? Eli pushed away from the wall. You called it duty when it happened to us. The room quieted. Mr. Young looked toward him, surprise giving way to caution. It was a duty. Vampires were near our people. And now? Eli asked. Now that Billy can walk and your hearing might come back, it's a blessing? You're putting words in my mouth. No, I'm remembering yours. Eli stepped between the crowded chairs. You told Caleb he should be proud. You told me privacy was a small price for protecting everyone. Nobody asked whether we wanted strangers hearing our thoughts, because children were paying for it. Billy entered behind Jacob, his cane striking the floor with measured taps. Heads turned toward him, and the sight of his restored legs gave Mr. Young's argument more weight without another word. Billy stopped beside Eli instead of crossing to the elders. Let him finish. Eli swallowed, but his voice held. I'm glad Billy can walk. I'm glad people are healing. But you don't get to rename the same thing because it finally gave you something. Mr. Young lowered his hands. Then what do you want us to call it? A choice nobody got, Eli said. Sometimes good, sometimes awful, still not yours to assign. Voices rose across the room. One woman demanded to know whether the Cullens could safely increase the effect. A father asked whether refusing that chance condemned people who might be healed. Someone else shouted that no family had the right to trigger every child nearby. Jacob moved toward the center table as Sam entered through the side door. The meeting they'd planned about training routes vanished beneath a harder question, one that followed every healed body back toward Forks. Sam looked at Jacob across the crowd. We need an answer before somebody goes looking for vampires. Jacob glanced at Billy, Eli, and the adults already calculating what proximity might restore. Then we'd better stop pretending this is only about patrols. 36. Who counts as friendly? The council room had emptied once and filled again before anyone agreed on what question they were answering. Jacob stood beside the center table while people crowded the walls, windows, and open doorway. Billy sat near the front, his cane resting against one knee. He'd walked there from the truck without help, which meant every person arguing for more vampires had watched the miracle enter under its own power. Mrs. Adiara pressed both hands against the table. Nobody's suggesting we invite strangers. We know Carlisle. We know the Cullens' feeding habits, and Denali follows the same diet. Why should people keep suffering when safe exposure might heal them? Safe for whom? Eli asked from the rear wall. Mr. Young turned toward him. This affects families, not only the younger wolves. It always affected families, Eli said. You just didn't like the cost until you saw something you wanted. Several voices rose at once. Jacob caught Sam's eye near the side door, but Sam didn't silence the room. This wasn't an emergency, and the absence of command left everyone responsible for what they said. Billy pushed himself upright with the cane. The movement quieted more people than shouting would have. My healing doesn't prove anyone else should phase. A woman beside Mrs. Adiara shook her head. You can say that because you got the benefit. Billy's grip tightened around the cane, but his voice remained level. I got the benefit in the shared mind. I got my children's private memories. I got an alpha's pressure inside my head. Don't remove half the price because you like watching me walk. Jacob stepped into the space beside him. Carlisle can't aim the change at your bad knee and miss the 14-year-old across the road. Denali can't stand near one house without their scent reaching another. One adult doesn't get to chase healing by gambling with everybody nearby. Mrs. Adiara looked toward him. So your answer is no forever? My answer is that trust belongs to conduct, not a category. Jacob faced the room. The Cullens have earned trust by what they've done. That doesn't make their presence medicine, and it doesn't let us use children as the dosage. Silence held for several breaths before Billy lowered himself into the chair. Sue Clearwater folded her arms. Then maybe we stop trying to decide whether known vampires are safe while sitting in rows talking about them. Jacob looked toward her. Sue met his gaze. Use the neutral clearing. Invite them to something ordinary. Let families choose whether they attend, and watch how everyone behaves when nobody needs saving. From the doorway, Leah smiled without humor. Baseball counts as ordinary now? Jacob glanced around the divided room. It counts as voluntary. 3 days later, Jacob stood at the entrance to the neutral clearing with a clipboard he hadn't wanted in a list Sue insisted would prevent arguments. Nobody had been assigned to attend. Families arrived in their own cars, carrying folding chairs, food, spare clothes, and enough suspicion to make every greeting careful. Others stayed home without explanation. Jacob had made certain the notice said voluntary twice, then added that attendance created no obligation to phase, play, welcome future visits, or change the treaty. The Cullens waited beside the eastern tree line rather than occupying the field. Carlyle had brought Esme, Lucas, Bella, Alice, Edward, Rosalie, and Emmett. They'd parked beyond the clearing and carried their equipment in by hand, leaving the central space open for the Quileute families to claim first. Mrs. Adiara stopped beside Jacob and studied Carlyle across the grass. He looks harmless enough. He's looked harmless for decades, Jacob said. That isn't why he's trusted. Carlyle approached only after Sue waved him forward. He stopped several yards from the nearest chairs and looked around the gathered families. Thank you for inviting us. We'll follow the rules Jacob and Sue gave us, and anyone may leave whenever they choose. Mr. Young adjusted his hearing aid. You won't examine anyone? No, Carlyle said. This isn't a clinic, and vampire exposure isn't treatment. The answer disappointed several people. Jacob watched them hide it by opening coolers and rearranging chairs. Emmett dropped a canvas equipment bag beside home plate. I was told this was baseball, not a medical conference. Leah caught the bat he tossed toward her without shifting her feet. You were told we were deciding whether vampires could behave normally. Emmett grinned. Then I'm already being judged unfairly. The laugh that followed came from both sides of the clearing. It wasn't agreement, but shoulders eased and several younger wolves moved closer to inspect the gloves. Billy crossed the grass with his cane, then folded it and laid it beside Rachel's chair. He looked at the distance between home plate and first base with open calculation. Jacob stepped beside him. You don't have to prove anything today. Billy bent one knee, testing it against the ground. Good, I came to play. Sue divided the teams by drawing names from a cooking pot. Wolves, vampires, elders, and younger trainees landed together without regard for family or pack. Jacob unfolded his slip and found Carlyle's name beneath his own. Across the field, Sam read his team list, then looked toward Emmett. Emmett lifted both hands. I promise nothing. Jacob picked up a glove. Trust wasn't going to be decided by speeches. It was going to have to survive 9 innings. Lucas's first hit crossed the clearing before Jacob heard the crack of the bat. The ball tore above second base, and Bella was already moving from first. Both twins ran without the careful human pace they used around town. Lucas reached second as Bella rounded third, their bodies cutting across the field too quickly for Jacob's eyes to hold cleanly. Emmett caught the relay near home and planted himself across the plate. Nobody scores on me. Bella lowered one shoulder. Emmett reconsidered and stepped aside. Strategic respect for the runner. She crossed home laughing while Lucas stopped at third, his shoes digging twin grooves through the dirt. Around the field, adults who had arrived to judge vampire conduct shouted as loudly as the younger wolves. Billy came to bat with Jacob waiting near the first baseline. He'd refused a runner, refused a shorter distance, and refused Rachel's suggestion that one base might be enough. Carlyle pitched gently. Billy swung late on the first ball, clipped the second into foul ground, then drove the third between Rosalie and Seth. Run, Jacob shouted. Billy dropped the bat and went. His stride lacked the smooth power of the younger wolves, but both legs carried him. He reached first, touched the base with one foot, and kept going when Seth's throw passed behind Carlyle. Rachel rose from her chair. Billy, stop showing off. Billy reached second breathing hard, one hand pressed against his side. I've had years stored up. The field answered with cheers. Jacob laughed until Alice stepped to bat and tapped the silver ring on her finger. Emmett pointed at it from center field. No enchanted equipment. You approved all personal jewelry before the game, Alice called. I didn't know yours changed gravity. Lucas pitched. Alice struck the ball almost straight upward, sending it beyond the tallest cedar at the clearing's edge. Emmett sprinted back, but Alice jumped before he reached the warning line. She rose past him, caught the ball above the branches, and didn't come down. Her fall slowed into a gentle drift. She floated over Emmett's head, smiling while her hair lifted around her face, then touched the ground with the ball secured in her glove. Emmett stared at the ring. Illegal. Bella retrieved her camera from beside the bench. Would you like me to display the arm wrestling photograph as evidence of your concern for fair competition? Several wolves started laughing before Emmett answered. Jacob joined them, watching Billy stand safely on second while Carlyle checked his breathing without touching him. The Cullens weren't harmless. Nothing that powerful could be. But they were playing beneath agreed rules, accepting mockery, and letting people see exactly what they could do. The laughter died beneath a scent Jacob didn't know. It crossed the clearing from the northern trees, sweet and sharp beneath crushed grass and disturbed earth. Every wolf on the field turned at once. Carlyle moved between the strangers and the nearest families while Emmett dropped the baseball and came to his side. Lucas took Alice's hand, drawing her behind him without touching the ring on her finger. 3 vampires stepped from the tree line. The first wore a stained leather jacket open over a bare chest. A woman with cropped blonde hair followed, then a narrow man whose dark eyes fixed on Lucas before he noticed anyone else. The man in leather looked across the mixed teams and laughed. We heard there were wolves here. Nobody mentioned they played fetch for vegetarians. Heat surged through Jacob. Around the field, younger wolves shifted their weight toward the clothing route, waiting for permission that hadn't been given. Sam moved beside him. You're on neutral ground by invitation. You weren't invited. The blonde woman's gaze settled on Billy, then on the cane beside Rachel's chair. That one smells new. Billy straightened from second base. And you smell unwelcome. Emmett's mouth twitched, but the dark-eyed vampire kept staring at Lucas's hands. You're the maker. Lucas didn't answer. Jacob crossed in front of him. You need to leave. The stranger looked Jacob over as though judging livestock. We came a long way because people say he makes daylight rings. We'll talk to him, choose what we want, and pay if he insists. He isn't selling anything to you, Jacob said. The man smiled, showing his teeth. Does he let his dogs negotiate every commission? A growl rolled from the wolves nearest the bench. Parents pulled children toward the cars while Leah and Sue moved with them, keeping bodies between the families and the tree line. Carlyle held his ground. You've been told no, leave now. The blonde woman glanced at the Cullens, then at the growing line of wolves. All this for 3 travelers? All this because you ignored the first answer, Jacob said. The leather-jacketed vampire stepped backward, still smiling. You've gathered quite a show. Healed elders, trained pets, pretty rings. Shame none of you knows what power's for. Sam's voice hardened. Go. The 3 withdrew into the trees, but the dark-eyed man paused before the shadows covered him. We'll return with people who understand that valuable things belong to whoever can keep them. Their scent moved north. Jacob listened until the forest fell quiet again. Nobody reached for the bat. The game had answered who counted as friendly, and the strangers had chosen their side themselves. 37. The wolves they mocked. 2 nights after the baseball game, Jacob was running the public forest road north of the neutral clearing when Leah's warning struck through the shared mind. 6 vampires. Maybe 7. Jacob changed direction before the thought finished. His paws tore wet dirt from the roadside as he cut through the trees toward Leah's position. Embry and Caleb ran farther west, keeping the approaching scents between them without closing enough to be noticed. Leah waited beneath the cover of a cedar stand, her gray coat nearly invisible among the shadowed branches. Through her eyes, Jacob saw headlights stopped along the empty road below. 3 vehicles stood nose to tail with their engines running. The dark-eyed vampire from the clearing leaned against the first hood while unfamiliar figures moved among the trees. They brought friends, Leah thought. Jacob counted 8 distinct scents. The 3 from the game had returned with 5 others, enough to attack the Cullens or push through an ordinary patrol before help arrived. The road lay outside Quileute territory, but it led past scattered houses and joined the highway south of Forks. Embry's attention sharpened from the west. 1 more behind the last vehicle. 9. A phone rang inside the lead car. The dark-eyed vampire answered, listened, then spoke loudly enough for Wolf hearing. Tell the maker we reconsidered. Neutral ground, peaceful terms, and payment in whatever metal he wants. Lucas comes with Carlyle and no wolves, or we assume the dogs have forbidden him to negotiate. Leah's disgust moved through the link. Peaceful men didn't hide 6 people in the woods. Jacob backed away from the road and shifted behind a fallen trunk. Cold air struck his bare skin as he dragged on the clothes from the pack tied around his leg. Leah remained a wolf, guarding the road while he called Sam. "They're back," Jacob said when Sam answered. "9 confirmed, approaching from the north on public roads. They're offering negotiations if Lucas comes without us." Sam's voice changed at once. "Distance from the nearest houses?" 4 miles, maybe less. They haven't passed the old quarry turnoff. "Can they reach town without crossing your scouts?" "No." Jacob looked toward the headlights below. "But they can scatter before we stop all 9. A second engine started. One vehicle rolled forward while the vampires in the trees kept pace beyond its lights. Sam drew one controlled breath. "Hold observation. Don't engage. I'm declaring an emergency and calling everyone in." Jacob ended the call and shifted again. Sam's authority entered the United Mind moments later, firm and immediate, pulling every available wolf toward the forest roads. Below them, the nomads continued south behind their promise of peace. Sam's command settled through the United Mind as wolves converged from 3 directions. He placed the strongest adults across the central road, then spread faster runners through the trees where the nomads might break toward the scattered houses. Jacob pushed his own instructions through the connection. "Hold the western route. Don't pursue beyond the quarry. Caleb, stay with Eli. Nobody follows a single scent alone." Caleb's frustration flashed back at him. "I'm not a child." "Then prove it by keeping formation," Jacob answered. The first vehicle reached the bend below them and stopped. Doors opened, but only 2 vampires stepped onto the road. The others moved beneath the trees, separating exactly as Jacob had feared. Sam waited until the dark-eyed vampire looked toward the hidden wolf line. Then his command struck through every connected mind. "Now." Wolves burst from the forest without closing to striking distance. Sam's central group filled the road ahead, a wall of fur, teeth, and controlled movement. Jacob's trainees closed the western shoulder while experienced runners blocked the eastern slope. The dark-eyed vampire smiled. "There are more of you than last time." Sam shifted behind the line, dragged on trousers, and walked forward barefoot. "Turn your vehicles around." The leather-jacketed nomad leaned against the open door. "We asked for Lucas." "You were given an answer 3 days ago," Sam said. "This road leads toward human homes. You're leaving." Movement flickered behind the vehicles. 2 vampires sprang into the eastern trees while 3 more rushed the western shoulder. Jacob shifted with the boys. "Stay together. Let the eastern line handle theirs." Caleb lunged when a blonde vampire flashed between the trunks. Jacob struck his shoulder hard enough to knock him sideways, then caught the attacker's arm as Eli closed from the opposite side. The vampire tore free before they could bring him down and retreated toward the quarry road. "Don't chase," Jacob ordered when Caleb surged after him. "That's what they want." A cry ripped through the shared mind from the protected rear. Jacob saw it through Leah's eyes. The 2 vampires who had entered the eastern trees hadn't attacked Sam's line. They'd circled wide and cut toward the clothing caches, vehicles, and newest girls held beyond the first collision. Leah wheeled between them and the rear group. Sophie, Rachel, and 3 newly phased girls gathered behind her, frightened thoughts colliding beneath Sam's wider command. "Stay with me," Leah told them. "Don't meet their charge. Move when I move." The attackers split again, one driving left while the other raced straight toward the girls. Leah lowered her head and held the ground Sam had meant to keep protected. The charging vampire crossed half the distance before Leah moved. She turned away from him and drove her shoulder into Sophie's side, forcing the younger wolf toward the trees instead of deeper into the clearing. "Back 20 yards. Turn at the fallen cedar. Stay together." Sam's command pressed against the same minds. "Hold the rear. Protect the vehicles." The 2 instructions pulled in different directions. Sophie stumbled. Rachel snapped at her flank, and the 3 newest girls scattered around the first trees. Jacob felt their panic spread through the united connection as the vampire gained behind them. Leah didn't challenge Sam. She showed them the ground through her eyes. The fallen cedar narrowed the attacker's approach. A bank of exposed roots blocked a straight escape, but it also gave the wolves something solid to turn against. "Trust me," Leah told them. "Withdraw, pivot, hit together." Rachel chose first. Her attention locked onto Leah's route, and the pressure inside the shared mind shifted. Sophie followed, then the others gathered around the same decision. Their fear remained, but it stopped pulling them apart. Jacob felt another center form inside the united pack. It didn't crush Sam's command or replace his presence. Leah's direction opened beside it, steady because the wolves around her had accepted it. The charging vampire reached the cedar as Leah turned. Rachel struck his knees from the left. Sophie hit his shoulder a heartbeat later, driving him across the exposed roots. Leah caught his arm between her teeth and twisted while the remaining girls closed on his back and legs. The vampire's body slammed against the trunk hard enough to split bark. The second attacker came from Leah's blind side. "Behind you," Jacob warned. Leah released the first vampire and dropped flat. The attacker passed above her, expecting a standing target. Rachel and Sophie moved before Leah gave another order, one taking his legs while the other struck his ribs. The new center held. Every wolf around Leah understood the next movement because they'd chosen to follow her rather than being forced into place. Jacob tore his attention back to the western flank as Caleb and Eli drove their opponent toward the road. Sam's command still held the larger defense, but it no longer had to reach every frightened mind alone. Leah rose beside the fallen cedar, blood dark along her muzzle. She looked across the girls gathered around her. "With me," she said. "We finish this together." They turned as one and charged back toward the fight. Leah's group struck the center from the rear as Jacob's western line drove inward. The nomads lost the space they'd created, their separate attacks folding into one crowded fight between the road and the quarry turnoff. The Cullens arrived from the south at full speed. Carlisle and Emmett hit the first vampire before he could break toward the houses, while Rosalie caught another by the waist and carried him through the side of an abandoned logging barrier. Edward moved beside Bella, but he didn't stand in front of her. Her shield spread across the wolves nearest the road, and Jacob felt the change when a nomad's gift scraped harmlessly against it instead of tearing through Caleb's mind. Caleb staggered, then steadied. "What was that?" "Nothing that gets through her," Jacob said after shifting behind a truck. He dragged on his shorts while Bella crossed the road toward the injured wolves, her attention fixed beyond what Jacob could see. "Keep them inside the shield." Bella nodded without looking away from the fight. "Tell me when anyone moves beyond my reach." Lucas passed her with empty hands. No silver band, no experimental ring, nothing except his own speed and strength. He caught the leather-jacketed vampire by the wrist as the man lunged for Bella, turned beneath the attack, and drove him into Emmett's waiting grip. "You should have taken the first no," Lucas said. Emmett tore the attacker's arm free. "He's learning slowly." The last uninjured nomad broke north. Sam's central wolves closed the road. Jacob's squad blocked the quarry route, and Leah's girls came through the trees on the eastern side. The vampire stopped when all three groups tightened around him. Sam's command carried across the united mind. "Hold." Jacob felt Leah's center beside it, steady among the wolves who had chosen her, while his own squad waited on the route he'd assigned. 3 leaders, 1 enemy, and no confusion over who owned the next movement. "Now," Sam said aloud. The squads attacked together. Sam's wolves took the shoulders, Jacob's hit the legs, and Leah's group closed over the back before the vampire could twist free. Stone cracked beneath the impact. A moment later, the body came apart under teeth and hands trained to finish what they'd begun. Silence returned in pieces. Injured wolves gathered inside Bella's shield while Carlisle moved among them, checking wounds before they could close badly. Jacob looked toward the road, where torn vampire remains lay scattered between the vehicles. "Human search teams will come when those cars are reported," Carlisle said. Jacob shifted beside the tree line and pulled on the rest of his clothes. "Then we burn everything before dawn." 38. The bonfire before dawn. Jacob carried the last severed arm from the quarry shoulder to the clearing with both hands. The stone-hard flesh remained warm from the fight, and one broken finger caught against his shirt before he dropped it beside the rest of the nomad. Purple flame had begun licking through the first pile, releasing smoke so foul it coated the back of his throat. "2 pieces missing," Rosalie said. She stood beside one of the abandoned vehicles, blood streaked across her pale forearms as she searched beneath the chassis. "A hand and part of a lower leg." Jacob wiped his palms against his shorts, though the gesture did nothing useful. "Western slope or the road?" Emmett threw that one through the barrier. Rosalie pointed toward splintered timber beyond the headlights. "Start there." Caleb limped past with Eli pressed against his side, both boys carrying a torn torso between them. Carlyle had already examined the deep bite across Caleb's shoulder and ordered him to stop using the arm. Caleb had nodded, then ignored him the moment another piece needed moving. Jacob stepped into his path. Put it down. Caleb tightened his grip. I can carry it. You can also heal wrong if you keep tearing the same wound open. Jacob took the torso from him and shoved it against the growing pile. Go back to Carlyle. Caleb looked ready to argue until Eli released his side of the burden. He means now, Eli said, catching Caleb around the waist when his injured leg buckled. Near the road, Sam's wolves held both approaches while Leah's group searched the brush behind the fallen cedar. Their thoughts still ran together through the emergency link, crowded by pain, smoke, and repeated confirmation that nothing else moved in the forest. Leah found the missing hand beneath exposed roots and sent Sophie to retrieve it without breaking the search line. Lucas dragged a soaked logging chain from beneath the lead vehicle. We can pull the cars off the road and strip anything that identifies the owners before the fire reaches them. Leave one intact long enough to check the trunk, Jacob said. If they brought phones, maps, or anything tied to another group, we need it before we burn the evidence. Bella knelt beside Rachel while Carlyle cleaned a torn place along the wolf's flank. Her shield remained spread over the injured, though the attacker with the mental gift was already burning. Jacob suspected she wouldn't lower it until everyone could stand. Emmett came through the broken barrier carrying the missing leg. He tossed it onto the pyre, then looked at the flames with none of his earlier humor. That's all of him. Jacob lifted the torso again and pushed it deeper into the fire. The smoke thickened as the remains caught. Victory smelled like venom, burned cloth, wet fur, and blood drying across too many people. Search again, Sam ordered from the road. Every ditch, every tree, every vehicle. No one celebrated. They turned back into the dark and kept working. Jacob finished the eastern ditch as the fire consumed the last recognizable shape. No new scent crossed the road beyond those already belonging to wolves, Cullens, and the dead. Embry confirmed the northern route was clear, while Leah's group returned from the cedar with the same answer. Sam remained in wolf form at the center of the road. His command held the united mind tight enough that Jacob felt every distant patrol report arrive through him. Hold the link until sunrise, Sam ordered. We clear every approach twice. Weariness moved through the pack. Several injured wolves had shifted back, but the shared pressure still reached them through those remaining nearby. Caleb sat beside Carlyle with his shoulder wrapped, jaw clenched each time Sam's attention crossed him. Billy stepped away from the fire and removed his jacket. Jacob recognized his intention a moment before his father passed the clothing to Rachel. Dad, you've already searched the southern line, Jacob said. Billy looked at Sam. I need him to hear me in the mind. He shifted before Jacob could argue. The older wolf stood stiffly for several breaths, his repaired legs firm beneath him. Then Billy entered the connection, and the weight of Sam's command settled across him. Jacob felt his father's surprise. Not fear, exactly. Recognition. The attack is over, Billy thought. The bodies are burning. The roads are held. Sam's answer pressed through everyone at once. We haven't cleared the distant scents. Then keep patrols on them, Billy replied. Don't keep every wolf under emergency command because another enemy might exist somewhere beyond the trees. The pressure sharpened. Sam turned toward him, ears lifting. If they return while the mind is divided, people die. Leah came from the eastern trees and stopped beside Billy. Her chosen wolves gathered behind her without being called. My group can hold the east without you inside every thought, she said. We proved that tonight. Jacob moved to Billy's other side. My squad keeps the quarry and northern road. We report anything new. Nobody abandons the perimeter. Sam's command tightened once, pulling instinctively against the resistance. Jacob felt Caleb flinch beside Carlyle. Sophie lowered her head, while Rachel stood closer to Leah. Billy didn't yield. You declared an emergency for an attack. The attack ended. For several seconds, Sam held them together. Then the pressure released. The united mind separated into smaller connections, familiar voices falling away until Jacob heard only the wolves who had chosen his squad. Leah's center remained distinct to the east. Sam's wolves held the road. No one left their position. No route opened. Jacob drew his first private breath since the attack began and looked across the burning remains at Sam. The emergency had ended. The defense hadn't. Once the united mind released them, the work changed without slowing. Sam kept the central road and the southern approach, sending his experienced wolves in pairs to check every bend before the highway. Leah took the eastern trees with Rachel and Sophie, then divided the newest girls between search and guard positions according to who could still move without worsening an injury. Jacob crossed to Caleb, who was trying to rise from beside Carlyle. "You're done for tonight." Caleb braced one hand against the truck. "The quarry route's mine." "It was yours during the attack." Jacob caught his uninjured arm before he could put weight on the bad leg. "Now Eli and Embry have it. You're going with Carlyle until that shoulder closes properly." Caleb looked past him toward Sam's wolves on the road. "Am I still under you when this is over?" The question stopped Jacob more effectively than the resistance had. Caleb had chosen Jacob's training because he wanted school, privacy, and a leader who didn't treat every new wolf as permanent patrol labor. Tonight's emergency had pulled everyone beneath Sam before Caleb could decide what came afterward. "You stay with my squad if you choose it," Jacob said. "You can train with us. You can move to Leah's group later if that fits better, or work independently once you're controlled enough not to endanger anyone." Leah approached in human form with a blanket around her shoulders and blood dried along one cheek. "My group isn't girls only," she said. "It began because the girls needed somewhere private. Anyone who needs the same thing can ask." Caleb glanced toward Sophie and Rachel, who were directing two younger wolves around the eastern vehicles without waiting for Leah to repeat every instruction. "And if I don't choose anyone?" "Then you don't belong to a squad," Jacob said. "Emergency calls still reach you. Everything else is yours to accept or refuse." Sam came down the road carrying a recovered phone and heard the last sentence. Jacob waited for the objection. Instead, Sam held out the phone to Lucas. "Locked. Check it before the fire takes the vehicles." Then he looked at Caleb. "Independent doesn't mean invisible. You report if you find danger, and you answer a declared emergency." Caleb eased back onto the fallen log. "That sounds fair." Sam gave one short nod and returned to the road. Jacob watched Leah lead her group east while Eli and Embry took the quarry turn. Sam's wolves held the center. Nobody needed a speech to explain what had survived the fight. The structure showed itself in who moved, who chose, and who was allowed to stop. Lucas had just opened the recovered phone when every wolf still in fur turned north. The new scents reached Jacob a heartbeat later. Cold sweetness moved through the smoke, layered beneath old stone, foreign cloth, and enough vampire trails to make his shoulders tighten. Embry and Eli reported movement beyond the quarry road while Leah's eastern guards shifted into a defensive line without waiting for instructions. Sam stepped from the central road. "Numbers?" Jacob listened through his squad. Separate minds gave him separate angles instead of one flood of sensation. "At least 12. They're not trying to hide." Red appeared between the trees. The first cloaked vampire stopped beyond the firelight, then another took position beside him. More spread through the forest in disciplined intervals, leaving the road open while closing every easy retreat. Their formation looked less like an arrival than a net placed around ground they expected to claim. Sam's wolves gathered behind him. Leah returned from the east with Rachel, Sophie, and 3 women Jacob's father had known as neighbors long before any of them grew fur. Billy shifted beside Jacob, dressed quickly, and stood on his restored legs without reaching for support. Carlyle moved toward the front of the Cullen line. "Arrow." The name passed through Jacob's squad with unease. He'd expected Volterra eventually, but not before the pyre finished burning. A smaller figure stepped from between 2 guards. Arrow's red-lined cloak remained untouched by mud or smoke, and his pleasant expression changed as he studied the clearing. His gaze moved from the burning nomads to Carlyle treating Caleb's shoulder, then across the 3 separate wolf formations holding the road, quarry, and eastern trees. He stopped when he saw Billy. Arrow looked from the older man's bare feet to the blood drying along Jacob's arms. Beyond them, middle-aged wolves stood beside teenagers, and Leah's group held its position without Sam's command pressing through every mind. "You appear to have endured a difficult night," Arrow said. His soft voice carried across the clearing. "We came as quickly as distance allowed." Jacob glanced toward the pyre. The nomads were already collapsing into blackened pieces, the injured had been treated, and every approach remained guarded. Sam stepped forward. The threat's over. Arrow's eyes returned to the 3 organized lines. Something thoughtful replaced the concern on his face. "So I see," he said. Behind him, the Volturi guard remained prepared for a rescue nobody needed. 39. The rescue Arrow prepared. Arrow allowed the silence after Sam's answer to lengthen while the pyre burned between them. Smoke carried venom, wet fur, human blood, and the distinct scents of 8 dead vampires. None belonged to his guard. The attackers had reached this ground with greater numbers than his reports predicted, yet the clearing held no broken defensive circle and no frightened survivors waiting to be rescued. He stepped closer to the fire without crossing the line formed by the wolves. How many approached? 8 reached the clearing, Carlyle said. Blood darkened one sleeve where he'd treated the injured. 3 more withdrew before the attack began. Our scouts found no sign they returned. Arrow examined the ground beyond him. Broken timber marked where a body had been thrown through the barrier. Deep furrows cut the road where wolves had changed direction at speed, but the tracks didn't converge beneath one leader. One formation had held the road. Another had pressed from the quarry side. A third had turned through the eastern trees and struck the attackers from behind. The Cullens' scents crossed every line. They hadn't waited behind the wolves, nor had they driven them forward as disposable soldiers. "And the injured?" Arrow asked. Carlyle glanced toward Caleb, who sat with his shoulder bound while another young wolf supported his weight. All expected to recover. Keyes moved beside Arrow, his gaze fixed on the separated wolf groups. A disorderly victory can still conceal unacceptable risk. Arrow looked again at the clearing. Sam's wolves remained on the road, alert but no longer joined to every mind around them. Leah's people searched the eastern verge in pairs. Jacob's group held the quarry route while one injured boy had been permitted to stop. Their arrangement had changed after the battle rather than collapsing with it. "This wasn't disorder," Arrow said softly. He walked to the edge of the burned ground and crouched beside 3 parallel sets of tracks. A smaller wolf had withdrawn, circled through the cedar roots, and returned behind the attackers. Larger prints had pressed from the west at the same moment. The timing had been exact enough to break a disciplined vampire line. Arrow rose and studied Lucas, Bella, Jacob, and the older man standing on repaired legs beside them. He had brought guards prepared to seize roads, protect the Maker, and demonstrate what local friendship couldn't provide. The evidence at his feet had already answered him. "You divided command during the fight," Arrow said. Jacob wiped drying blood from his forearm. "We united for the attack. Then we ended it." Arrow's pleasant expression remained in place, though the announcement prepared for this dawn had begun to lose its usefulness. "So I see," he said again, and this time the words belonged to calculation rather than courtesy. Arrow left the parallel tracks and allowed his attention to move beyond the fighters nearest the fire. The reports he'd received had counted young men, then boys, then an uncertain number of girls after the latest surge. They hadn't prepared him for the middle-aged woman directing 2 wolves around the eastern vehicles, or the broad-shouldered man with gray at his temples standing guard beside a teenager whose wound Carlyle had already wrapped. "How many of your people have transformed?" Arrow asked. Billy answered before Sam could. "Enough that counting us like troops won't tell you much." Arrow smiled at the resistance without mistaking it for ignorance. Billy's face held the marks of age, yet he stood evenly on both legs and shifted his weight without pain. Old records had described Jacob Black's father as permanently confined to a wheelchair. "I was told you couldn't walk," Arrow said. "I couldn't." Billy placed one hand on Jacob's shoulder, not for balance, but because he chose the contact. "My first change repaired what was damaged. It didn't make me young, and it didn't make the change belong to anyone else." Keyes' gaze sharpened. "You permitted an elder to join combat?" Jacob's expression hardened. Nobody permitted him to become a wolf. Arrow watched Billy's hand leave his son's shoulder. Around them, the separate groups continued working. Sam spoke quietly with 2 experienced wolves near the road. Leah sent Rachel toward the eastern ditch, then accepted a report from Sophie without checking whether Sam approved. Jacob listened to Embry through his smaller connection while Caleb remained seated beside Carlyle instead of being pulled back into duty. This wasn't one pack breaking beneath its own size. It was a community that had divided pressure before pressure divided them. Arrow turned slowly, counting faces rather than bodies. Teenagers stood beside parents. Young adults carried water and clothing between the injured. Middle-aged men and women bore fresh scars that had already begun closing. Only the oldest humans near the vehicles remained untouched by the transformation, and even among them he saw no helpless confusion. "Your reports were incomplete," Keyes murmured. "They were accurate when written," Arrow replied. The correction mattered. Volterra hadn't failed to count a fixed force. The force had grown faster than observation could contain. Leah approached with dried blood along her cheek. "Are you finished looking at us?" Arrow met her gaze. She didn't stand behind Sam or Jacob. Her wolves waited where she'd placed them, attentive without surrendering their judgment. "No," Arrow said pleasantly. "But I've seen enough to understand that I arrived expecting one authority." His eyes moved across Sam, Jacob, and Leah, then returned to Billy walking unaided beside the fire. "There are three," he said. Keyes stepped nearer, his cloak brushing scorched gravel. "Three authorities create 3 points of failure. We should establish the guard positions now, before another force tests them." Several wolves turned toward him. The movement traveled across the separate groups without drawing them together, each line responding through its own leader. Sam's people tightened along the road. Jacob's squad shifted near the quarry turn, while Leah lifted one hand and held her wolves where they stood. Arrow watched the response settle. Keyes had intended to display certainty. Instead, he demonstrated how quickly a permanent foreign presence would produce coordinated resistance. "The attack has ended," Carlyle said. He remained beside Caleb rather than stepping forward to meet the challenge. "Placing guards here now would protect no one from an immediate threat." "It would prevent the next one," Keyes replied. "These nomads came for the Maker. Others will follow once word spreads that force can reach him." Lucas stood beside Alice near the pyre, smoke passing between them and the Volturi line. "Your guards wouldn't stop vampires from coming to the peninsula. They'd add more vampire scent to it." Arrow turned toward the younger man. Lucas hadn't raised his voice, but every wolf close enough to hear had gone still. Billy stepped forward on his repaired legs. "Your presence helped trigger more of this before you ever reached this clearing. Leave guards here, and you may wake the people who haven't changed yet." Keyes' mouth tightened. "You expect us to believe our strength creates yours?" "We don't need you to believe it," Jacob said. "You're looking at the result." Arrow glanced past them toward the trees. His original plan had assigned rotating guard units to the northern approaches, the Cullen property, and 2 public road positions beyond Forks. Each station would carry several vampire scents through the region every day. Each replacement would renew the pressure. If the current transformation had already reached parents and middle age, permanent occupation might expand the wolves beyond any count Volterra could manage quietly. Worse, the new wolves wouldn't emerge as frightened individuals. They'd enter a community with training routes, leaders, and proof that separate squads could unite when required. Keyes faced him. A visible withdrawal will be read as weakness. Arrow let the warning rest while the fire consumed another blackened fragment. Authority that insisted on an unusable plan wasn't strength. It was vanity made public. "There will be no demonstration," Arrow said. Keyes stared at him. Arrow's smile remained gentle as he turned from the proposed guard routes to the people who had already defended them. "We came to prevent disorder. Creating more wolves to prove our necessity would be a curious interpretation of that purpose." Keyes' stare remained fixed on him, but Arrow had no intention of debating strategy before an audience already measuring every Volturi reaction. He extended one hand toward Dimitri. The tracker stepped forward and offered the narrow leather case prepared during their journey. Inside lay the announcement assigning permanent guards, protected routes, and reporting authority around Forks. Arrow removed the folded document, felt the seal beneath his thumb, then returned it unopened. "This no longer describes the situation before us," he said. Keyes' voice dropped. "It describes the authority required. It describes a local answer to a global problem." Arrow closed the case himself and handed it back to Dimitri. The simple movement drew every nearby gaze. "The attackers burning behind me didn't begin here. They heard of Lucas Swan elsewhere, found one another elsewhere, and traveled here because no recognized authority screened their purpose or warned them away." Lucas watched him across the fire. "And you think that authority should be yours?" Arrow smiled. "I know the identities of covens you've never met, the movements of nomads who change names with each country, and the old disputes that make one introduction harmless and another lethal. Forks can defend a road. It cannot watch every road in the world. Jacob folded his arms. Watching the world doesn't give you this land. No, Arrow said. He looked deliberately toward Billy, Leah, and Sam before returning to Jacob. Nor would guarding this land serve either of us. The concession eased none of the vigilance around him, but it changed its direction. The wolves were no longer waiting for him to order an occupation. Carlyle's attention sharpened, while Alice studied Arrow as though searching futures altered by the discarded document. Arrow stepped away from the pyre and brushed ash from one sleeve. Volterra can verify petitioners before they approach, issue warnings recognized across covens, arrange safe conduct when a meeting is accepted, and punish those who use coercion after refusal. Those functions remain useful whether or not a Volturi guard ever enters Washington again. Carlyle moved beside Lucas. Useful doesn't mean unlimited. Then limits should be discussed by those expected to keep them. Arrow glanced at the injured, the guarded roads, and the three wolf groups still holding their chosen ground. Not here, while your people are bleeding and the dead are still burning. Billy's expression remained guarded. Where? At an established neutral site, later today, Arrow said. The Cullens may choose their representatives. The Quileutes may choose theirs. I will bring only those necessary to speak for Volterra. Keyes made no effort to hide his displeasure. Arrow let him keep it. We arrived prepared to announce protection, Arrow continued. Instead, we will negotiate how protection begins before danger reaches this forest. 40. The offer that changed shape. By the time Arrow reached the neutral beach, the tide had erased most of the tracks left during earlier meetings. Driftwood marked the upper shore, and a weathered canvas shelter stood open on all sides. No flag, crest, or permanent structure claimed the ground. Even the chairs had been carried in that afternoon and arranged in a wide circle rather than placed behind opposing tables. Lucas waited beside Carlyle and Alice. Bella stood near her brother, while Jacob and Billy had chosen the shoreward side of the circle. Neither Sam nor Leah attended. Their absence told Arrow that the Quileutes hadn't mistaken emergency leadership for permanent representation. Arrow entered with Keyes, Marcus, and Dimitri, leaving the remaining guard beyond the tree line. He took the empty chair facing Lucas but didn't sit. This morning demonstrated that Forks possesses courage, strength, and capable defenders. It didn't answer whether a craft capable of changing vampire society may remain governed only by private trust. Lucas's expression stayed controlled. Private trust stopped 8 vampires. And failed to prevent 11 from traveling here, Arrow replied. He opened one hand toward the gathered representatives. Volterra offers recognition, protected access, and a guard against those who believe force should replace refusal. In return, the existence of this work must be acknowledged as a matter larger than one family. Carlyle rested his hands against the back of his chair. Protection can be useful. Recognition can also become a claim of ownership. Alice stepped closer to Lucas without moving behind him. And guarded access to Luke can't become access to me. Bella looked from Arrow to the Volturi representatives. You're speaking as though the rings created every danger. Vampires crossed continents to take my brother because they believed someone stronger would eventually let them. Jacob remained standing beside Billy. Whatever you arrange with the Cullens ends before it reaches our land. Billy shifted his repaired legs beneath him, testing the sand before placing his weight evenly. And you don't count wolves as part of the protection you're offering. We decide when we help. Their answers didn't form one wall. Carlyle guarded ethics, Alice her autonomy, Bella her family, and the Quileutes their territory and service. Lucas hadn't gathered followers to repeat his refusal. He'd gathered people whose separate interests any agreement would have to survive. Arrow lowered himself into the waiting chair. The broad declaration he'd prepared required a single authority on the other side. Instead, he faced 6. Good, he said, indicating the remaining seats. Then let us discover what protection may defend without possessing. The others took their seats, though Jacob remained standing beside Billy. The arrangement wasn't ceremonial, which made it more useful. Nobody had yielded the center to Arrow, yet nobody had refused the conversation. Forks can defend itself once danger arrives, Arrow said. What it cannot do is identify every danger before it begins traveling. Lucas rested his forearms on his knees. You mean the brokers selling names and routes? I mean brokers, false petitioners, ambitious covens, and nomads who hear that refusal carries no consequence. Arrow turned one hand palm upward. Volterra knows which names are genuine, which feeding claims are lies, and which disputes have lasted longer than some covens. We can verify an applicant before they learn where you live. Bella's gaze sharpened. And warn them away if Luke refuses? Warn them first, Arrow said. Punish them if they approach through fraud or coercion afterward. Keyes shifted in his chair. A warning without consequence invites testing. Arrow allowed the harder voice to strengthen his offer. Exactly. Volterra can issue safe conduct for accepted meetings, forbid unauthorized travel toward Forks, and make fraudulent brokers answer for the danger they create. Those protections require recognition strong enough that vampires believe the terms will be enforced. Carlyle looked across the open circle. What do you ask in return? Exclusive intake for basic applications, Arrow said. He watched Lucas rather than Carlyle. Requests for ordinary social glamour would begin with Volterra. We would confirm identity, history, purpose, and conduct before presenting anything to you. No applicant would receive your location or travel here without acceptance. Lucas's fingers tightened once against his sleeve. Exclusive intake isn't approval authority. No, Arrow said. That concession cost little and revealed what mattered more. You would retain refusal. Volterra would control access to the channel, not the maker's final decision. Alice leaned toward Lucas, listening without speaking. Arrow noted the distinction. She wasn't being consulted as an instrument. She was watching whether the arrangement reached for him. And formal recognition? Carlyle asked. That this work affects more than the Cullen family and that Volterra carries responsibility for preventing access by force. Arrow let his gaze pass across the circle. Recognition must be visible as well as spoken. Keyes's expression eased for the first time that afternoon. Arrow folded his hands. I would therefore request signets for Volterra's ruling 3 and selected guard. Individual commissions, publicly worn, marking the authority that verifies petitions, guarantees safe conduct, and punishes those who ignore refusal. Lucas studied him across the sand. You want legitimacy built into the settlement. Arrow smiled. I want legitimacy made difficult to misunderstand. Lucas didn't answer at once. He looked toward Alice, then Bella, before returning his attention to Arrow. The pause held no uncertainty about refusal. He was deciding how much cooperation could survive it. The signets can mark identity, coven, and recognized authority, Lucas said. They won't report where the wearer goes, answer another ring, or let anyone revoke them from a distance. Keyes leaned forward. Authority without correction leaves misconduct unanswered. Misconduct is answered by the people enforcing the agreement, Lucas replied. Not by a hidden function in jewelry. Arrow studied him across the circle. A remote response would have been useful, especially if a guard betrayed Volterra while wearing its mark. It would also place a master object somewhere outside the wearer's hand, and Lucas had built his reputation by refusing exactly that arrangement. No tracking, Arrow said. No remote punishment and no master signet. Lucas nodded once. No custody, either. I don't live in Volterra, accept compulsory commissions, or travel because someone sends an order. Production stays limited by my judgment and the work I've already accepted. Protected travel must permit the work to occur, Arrow said. Volterra cannot guarantee safe conduct for meetings you may cancel without cause. I can refuse without explaining my private life, Lucas replied. Accepted work gets honest notice, agreed locations, and safe routes. Refusal remains mine. Alice shifted her chair closer to his. And my visions aren't part of the arrangement. You don't request them through Luke, attach them to safe conduct, or treat me as payment for protecting him. Arrow turned toward her. Alice met his gaze without borrowing Lucas's refusal. The distinction mattered enough that he inclined his head. Your gift remains yours, Arrow said. Volterra will claim no compulsory service from it. Jacob planted both hands on the back of Billy's chair. Now our part. No applicants, guards, hunters, messengers, or enforcement routes cross Quileute land. Billy's feet pressed firmly into the sand as he leaned forward. And no agreement turns wolves into your local force. We may help when we choose. We don't owe patrols, captures, or protection because Lucas makes rings. Keyes's displeasure sharpened. You expect the benefits of enforcement while refusing participation. We expect you to keep your people and your petitioners off our land, Jacob said. That's your job, not ours. Arrow looked around the circle again. Each concession removed an instrument of control, yet the remaining structure still offered Volterra something substantial. Access would pass through his court. Safe conduct would carry his authority. Those who ignored refusal would answer to him. The offer had narrowed, but it hadn't become empty. Arrow looked from Jacob to Lucas while the tide slid higher across the dark sand. The compact he'd imagined in Volterra had placed every useful thread in his own hand. What remained before him offered fewer direct instruments, yet it placed Volterra at the entrance to every lawful request and made refusal enforceable across covens. Then the agreement is this, Arrow said. He rose and moved to the open side of the circle, where everyone could see him without mistaking the position for a throne. Volterra will receive petitions, verify identities, investigate claimed purposes, and reject those whose histories make safe contact impossible. Carlyle stood as well. Verification doesn't become a promise that Lucas will accept the work. It does not, Arrow said. Those who pass may request consideration. They may not claim entitlement. Lucas watched him carefully. And you don't send them here. Not without your acceptance and an agreed route, Arrow replied. Ordinary applications remain in Volterra. Personal consultation will be rare, arranged in advance, and protected under safe conduct. Bella rose beside her brother. Safe conduct works both ways. Accepted visitors don't arrive with extra guards, hidden companions, or another request they never declared. Arrow inclined his head. Their stated purpose will define the protection they receive. Fraud ends that protection. Keyes came to his feet more slowly. And refusal? Arrow turned enough to include him without surrendering the circle. Refusal ends the application. Coercion, false identities, unauthorized approach, or retaliation afterward becomes an offense against Volterra's guarantee. The words settled differently than a threat issued for Lucas alone. Arrow could already see how distant covens would respond. They would come to his court for legitimacy, wait upon his verification, and measure their conduct against his enforcement. Lucas remained free, but the world around his freedom would pass through Volterra. Jacob straightened behind Billy. No part of that guarantee enters our territory. No applicant route, guard post, patrol, or enforcement corridor will touch Quileute land, Arrow said. Your assistance remains voluntary. Billy planted both feet and stood without reaching for Jacob. Then we've got nothing else to add. Arrow faced Lucas again. Volterra accepts the changed shape. Lucas rose, Alice beside him. The signets will show exactly what you've accepted. Individual wearers, declared authority, no hidden command. Then they should be completed where their limits can be witnessed, Arrow said. Lucas glanced toward Carlyle, then nodded. At the forge. Arrow smiled as the circle began to break apart. He hadn't secured the Maker. He had secured the road by which the world would reach him, and the duty to punish those who left it. 41. Rings without masters. The carriage house forge held 4 chairs where Lucas usually kept the rolling table. Arrow, Keyes, Marcus, and Dimitri sat beneath the task lamps with their right hands resting openly on the black cloth, each beside a wax impression taken that morning. No guard had entered the room without an authorized commission. The remaining Volturi waited at the Cullen house, where Esme had already objected to cloaks blocking the hallway. Lucas lifted Arrow's unfinished signet from the charcoal block. The heavy white gold band carried the old Volturi crest in deep relief, severe enough to look as though it had survived centuries because it expected to survive more. Try it before I cut the binding. Arrow slid the ring over his finger. It stopped at the knuckle. Keyes looked at Lucas. You measured that hand yourself. I did. Lucas took the ring back and widened the inner curve with 3 careful passes of a polished burnisher. Hands change shape when someone knows the object is about to become permanent. Arrow smiled and offered his hand again. Even mine? Especially yours. Lucas pressed the ring into place, checked the movement at the knuckle, then removed it before Arrow could admire the effect too long. A symbol can belong to Volterra. The binding belongs to the wearer. He set the signet beneath the graver and cut his maker's mark inside the lower edge. The next line named Arrow as wearer without granting the ring any knowledge beyond the hand it touched. Coven provenance followed, then the declared authority, verified petitions, guaranteed safe conduct, and enforcement against coercive approach. Each stroke closed cleanly through the metal. No answering pull reached toward the other unfinished bands waiting beside Keys and Marcus. Arrow leaned closer. And if Dimitri wears his signet while acting against Volterra? Then you judge Dimitri. Lucas turned the band and deepened the final curve. The ring won't do it for you. Dimitri's mouth shifted with restrained amusement. Keys didn't share it. A ruler's mark should answer to the ruler, Keys said. Lucas brushed the filings into a copper tray. This one answers to the agreement you accepted. Alice stood beside the cooling basin, close enough to watch without becoming part of the work. Arrow glanced toward her, then returned his attention to Lucas's hands. The inscription took the enchantment with a low warmth against Lucas's fingertips. He felt the limits settle into the object, firm and complete, while the other signets remained silent. Lucas placed the finished ring before Arrow. One authority, one wearer, nothing hidden between them. Arrow slid it onto his hand. The crest caught the forge light, visible to everyone and obedient to no distant master. Keys tested his signet next. He pushed it over his knuckle, turned his hand beneath the lamp, then examined the inner band where Lucas had cut his name, provenance, and declared authority. Marcus accepted his with less ceremony, while Dimitri flexed his fingers and tested whether the heavier ring interfered with his grip. None of the signets warmed in answer to Arrow's. Each remained quiet until its own wearer touched it. Lucas gathered the wax impressions, rejected blanks, and metal filings into separate trays. The fittings are complete. These rings identify the wearer and recognize the authority Volterra has accepted under the compact. They don't create that authority. Arrow rested his marked hand beside the written terms Carlyle had brought from the beach. Yet those who see them will understand that lawful petitions pass through Volterra. They'll understand you verify identity, purpose, and conduct, Lucas said. They'll also understand that your approval only permits a request. It doesn't promise my agreement. Keys placed both hands on the bench. And when a rejected petitioner ignores that distinction, Arrow answered before Lucas could. Then Volterra enforces the refusal. He looked down at the crest on his finger, his satisfaction sharpened by the responsibility now attached to it. False identity, coercion, unauthorized approach, or retaliation becomes an offense against our guarantee. Carlyle signed the compact as witness, then passed the pen to Lucas. No office waited beside his name. No title converted craft into public service. He signed only as maker and final authority over his own commissions. Alice watched the ink dry. Nothing in those pages gives anyone a route to Luke through me. Nothing does, Arrow said. He turned to Jacob and Billy, who had remained near the open carriage house doors rather than enter the working area. Nor does it enter Quileute territory or compel wolf assistance. Billy stood without reaching for the doorframe. Then we recognize the boundary you've agreed to keep. Jacob nodded once. What happens beyond it is yours to enforce. Lucas set down the pen. Arrow had gained the lawful road to every future petition, but the road ended at Lucas's refusal. The rings made that arrangement visible without placing any part of him in another person's hand. Arrow closed the compact and rose. Volterra recognizes Lucas Swan as a free maker whose lawful refusals stand under our protection. Lucas met his gaze across the bench. And I recognize Volterra as the gatekeeper and enforcer you've agreed to become. Arrow extended his ringed hand. Lucas clasped it without surrendering anything else. By evening, the signed compact had been placed in Carlyle's study, the Volturi had departed, and Esme's dining room had filled with people who no longer needed the agreement explained to them. Lucas carried another chair from the wall as Billy entered beside Rachel. Jacob walked behind them without offering an arm, and Billy crossed the polished floor on his own legs, slower than anyone else but unwilling to surrender a single step. Esme came around the table. I saved you the chair nearest the fire. Billy lowered himself carefully, his hands braced on the wooden arms. That's because you've seen how long it takes me to stand again. That's because Emmett stole the other one, Esme replied. Emmett shifted in the disputed chair and kept eating. Possession establishes precedent. Leah appeared in the open doorway with her jacket already fastened. She accepted a wrapped sandwich from Esme but didn't enter farther. I've got 6 waiting at the Eastern Trail. Sophie wants another run through Broken Formation before dark. Jacob glanced toward her. You're training tonight? They asked. Leah tucked the sandwich into her pocket. That's the rule. She left before anyone could turn her choice into ceremony. Lucas watched her cross the lit terrace and disappear among the trees, going because her squad had chosen her and stopping when their work was done. Jacob dropped into the chair beside Billy. A folded application protruded from his jacket pocket, its upper corner marked with the mountain company's name. "They offered me a trial month," Jacob said. "Trail maintenance, equipment checks, firewatch support. I'd stay near the North Station during the week." Billy's hand paused above his plate. "You taking it?" "I haven't decided." Jacob pulled out the form and flattened it against the table. "I came back to ask everyone what the patrol rotation looks like without me. I didn't come back because I need permission." Billy read the first page, then passed it back. "Good. Make the decision worth returning with." Across the room, Carlyle checked his watch and collected his medical case. "I have an overnight shift. Dr. Patel is covering until I arrive, but the emergency department has already called twice." Esme kissed his cheek and straightened his collar. "Then go before they call a third time." Bella entered from the hall carrying 2 framed photographs. She hung the giant tree print first, its branches opening above the room in layers of winter light. Beside it, she placed Lucas's photograph of Emmett staring upward from the cracked table, his pinned arm still trapped beneath Bella's hand. Emmett pointed his fork at the wall. "That isn't family history, it's targeted humiliation." Bella stepped back to judge the spacing. "It can be both." Lucas looked from the impossible tree to Emmett's offended face caught forever beneath glass. The agreement sat closed in another room. Here, everyone kept moving. Alice caught Lucas's hand as Bella finished straightening the photographs. "You promised me one proper flight before you closed the forge." Emmett called from his chair. "He promised to stop encouraging you before you became a hazard to low aircraft." Alice smiled toward him. "You're still upset about the photograph." "It's inaccurate," Emmett said. "The angle makes my defeat look surprising." Bella looked over her shoulder. "Your face made it look surprising." Lucas let Alice pull him through the rear doors before Emmett could improve his defense. The carriage house stood open beneath the fading light, its lamps still burning above the cleared benches. Lucas checked the clock as they crossed the yard. He had 20 minutes before the hour he'd promised Esme. Alice climbed the outside ladder to the roof while Lucas moved beneath the trees and watched her test the ring. She bent her knees, sprang from the ridge, and rose well above the eaves before turning her body into the glide they'd practiced. The feather fall ring caught her descent gradually, slowing without stopping it. She drifted between 2 cedars, touched one trunk with her fingertips and pushed away laughing. "You're leaning too far left," Lucas called as he moved beneath her. "I know." Alice shifted her hips and corrected the curve. "I wanted the longer path." She passed above him, light enough that the branches barely moved when her shoes brushed their tips. Lucas followed, ready to catch her without stealing the landing she'd chosen. Alice released more of the ring's resistance and dropped through the final stretch. Lucas caught her around the waist. Her momentum carried him back one step before he steadied them both. Alice wrapped her arms around his neck, delighted rather than apologetic. "Again tomorrow?" she asked. "After breakfast," Lucas said, and away from Emmett's imaginary airspace. From the open dining room window, Emmett shouted, "That photograph is slander." Alice laughed against Lucas's shoulder. Inside, Bella answered something too quiet for him to hear, followed by Rosalie's sharper laugh and Billy's lower voice joining the noise. Lucas carried Alice back to the carriage house and set her on her feet. He switched off the task lamps, covered the engraving bench, and turned the key in the cabinet holding no master ring. The finished signet trays were empty. Every ring had left on the hand of the person who owned it. He closed the forge doors at the promised hour. Alice linked her fingers through his, and together they followed the laughter home. The end.